Chapter 546. The powerful strength displayed by the evil emperor had undoubtedly shocked Ling Xiao. The other party's strength was already so terrifying, so it was likely that he had different intentions from the old witch of the Blackwater sect. Ling Xiao guessed in his heart, "This old fellow's eyes are not bad. He knows that this young master is a genius among geniuses. If I can rope him in, I will have a strong guarantee in the central region." Just as Ling Xiao was about to say that he wanted to acknowledge him as his master, the evil emperor burst forth with a powerful energy, and a fist the size of a mountain smashed towards Ling Xiao. Oh no! Ling Xiao's pupils dilated as he cried out in his heart. He thought that the evil emperor was going to kill him. He wanted to dodge, but the attack was extremely fast, and before he could even react, it was already in front of him. Just as he was about to give up resisting, the sound of wind breaking rang out behind him. Boom! Ling Xiao felt as if he had been thrown far away by a powerful ball of air. However, just as he was about to be smashed to the ground, a gentle force supported him, allowing him to stand still without suffering any injuries. "Big brother evil emperor, it's really you. Why did you use force on me?" A delicate voice mixed with excitement sounded out. Just from her voice, one could guess that this woman was definitely very young. Furthermore, she was calling the evil emperor so intimately, so she was definitely the evil emperor's woman. Ling Xiao felt that the woman was definitely pretending to be pure. The evil emperor was at least an old monster that was thousands of years old, so how could his woman be young? However, when Ling Xiao saw the woman clearly, he was extremely shocked. From afar, this woman looked like an orchid. The hazy light covered her appearance, but looking at her gorgeous clothes, her beautiful figure, and that elegant and refined temperament, it was certain that this woman was definitely not an old woman. Ling Xiao could not help but gather his green eyes and see through the woman's light to see her face. In the next moment, Ling Xiao's eyes became dull as he muttered, so beautiful." He really didn't expect this woman to be so young. She looked to be in her 30s, but her mature charm and elegant temperament were simply too beautiful. Ling Xiao compared this woman with his own women. He found that among his women, only Yun Mingqi, Feng Xianyun, and Kai Xiaoyu could compete with her. The others were slightly inferior. If Yun Mingqi, Feng Xianyun, and Kai Xiaoyu had not taken the 10,000-year pearl, they would probably be a lot worse than this woman. It seems that this woman has also taken some kind of beauty-retaining spirit treasure, Ling Xiao thought with certainty in his heart. "You crazy woman, why are you here?" The evil emperor glared at the person and shouted in annoyance, "You're so annoying. Big brother demonic emperor, don't tell me you're not here to look for me? I've missed you for decades. Could it be that you still have the heart to abandon me?" The woman said in a coquettish voice. Her voice could make any man's bones go soft. When Ling Xiao heard this, his blood started to boil. That voice seemed to provoke the most primitive kind of beauty in any man, and his heart couldn't help but be captivated by this woman. Even the bewitching techniques of the former Yu Lian, or the charm sex Wu Meinyang were not as powerful as this woman's words. "I'm not here to look for you. Go back, I don't have time to bullshit with you," the evil emperor said coldly. The woman's figure flashed, and in the next moment, she was already beside the evil emperor. She hugged his arm and said coquettishly, "I don't care, I won't let you leave me again." "Why are you doing this? You can go back first. I'll come find you later." The evil emperor frowned slightly. He looked very impatient, but his eyes were filled with guilt. The woman grabbed the evil emperor's hand tightly and said firmly, "I won't. Unless you kill me now, from now on, I won't leave you even half a step." The evil emperor shook the woman a few times, but was unable to shake her off. Ling Xiao, who was below, was dumbstruck when he saw this scene. How could such a beautiful woman be entangled with a rotten old man? It was truly like a fresh flower inserted into a large plate of cow dung. This caused Ling Xiao's heart to ache in pain. However, when he thought of the evil emperor's terrifying strength, Ling Xiao also felt that everything was possible. This continent was a world where martial arts were respected. Ling Xiao shook his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts. He took the opportunity to summon the Golden Wolf King and the Blue Wyrm back, then hid his presence. He put on the gale boots and increased his speed to the limit, leaving this place. Although he had been tempted by the evil emperor's words just now, Ling Xiao still decided not to take the risk. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He really did not know whether the old man really wanted to accept him as a disciple or not. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao was already 1,000 meters away. Of course, the evil emperor saw that Ling Xiao had already run away, but his body did not move. He only narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of Ling Xiao. Big brother evil emperor, who is that brat? The woman leaned her head on the evil emperor's shoulder and asked softly. The evil emperor said faintly, "My disciple." The woman revealed a look of surprise and said, "Big brother evil emperor, you finally accepted a disciple? Then wouldn't I be mistress?" "Although he is my disciple, he does not recognize me as his master," the evil emperor continued. "What? That kid betrayed his sect? I'll go kill him for you." The woman's face instantly changed as a strong killing intent emerged. The evil emperor sighed. "To think that I, the evil emperor, have roamed the world, countless people have tried to become my disciple, but none of them have caught my eye. Now that I've finally found a good seedling, he's not willing to acknowledge me as his master. How laughable, haha." His laughter was not filled with disappointment or helplessness. Instead, it was filled with joy and fanaticism. If Ling Xiao saw the evil emperor's smile, he would definitely curse him in his heart. Crazy. "Big brother evil emperor, how about I capture him and let him take you as his master?" the woman asked. "Humph, mind your own business. You'd better go back to your family and be a stabilizing force. I'll be leaving first." The evil emperor snorted coldly and instantly broke free of the woman's hand. His entire body disappeared before their eyes, moving at a speed that was practically traceless. The woman stomped her feet lightly and said, "Big brother evil emperor, don't run. Even if you have to go to the ends of the earth, I will catch up to you." As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared from where she stood. Ling Xiao did not immediately return to Wind City. Instead, he circled around the mountain ridges and made sure that the evil emperor did not catch up to him before returning to Wind City. After being separated from his people for 2.5 months, his strength and realm had both increased, so Ling Xiao was prepared to continue on his journey. However, when he returned to the inn, he found that the front of the inn was filled with a somber killing intent. He saw dozens of King Stage warriors with dozens of wind wolves surrounding the inn tightly. With a glance, he could guess that these people were the wolf guards of the Feng clan. Ling Xiao was filled with doubt. He didn't know what had happened in the inn. Could it be that the fact that I killed those 3 fellows has been found out? Ling Xiao thought. He didn't act rashly. He had to clearly see the situation before making a decision. Inside the inn, most of the customers had already been asked to leave. Only Ling Xiao's people were still inside. Cruel Leopard, Prodigal Son, Poison Scorpion, Kai Xiaoyu. All of them were gathered in the courtyard of the inn. Their expressions were filled with an awkward atmosphere. In their group, there was a woman who was protected in the center, and that woman was obviously Ji Beixin. Facing them were 8 people from the Feng clan. These 8 people were obviously much stronger than the wolf guards outside. They were actually 3 sky sovereigns and 5 earth emperors. The leader of the Empyreans said to Ji Beixin, who was protected in the middle, "Miss, come back with me. We just want to verify if you are the one we are looking for. We definitely won't hurt you." I don't know you. I don't want to go back with you," Ji Beixin said with a bit of stage fright. "Did you hear that? My sister-in-law won't go with you. If you continue to pester me, don't blame me for being impolite," the prodigal son shouted. He really wanted to go up and beat up all of these people, but he felt that the 3 people in front of him were much stronger than him, so he didn't act rashly. "Miss, do you really want to force us to make a move?" the leading sky sovereign said. "Let's do it. I'm not afraid of you," the prodigal son shouted angrily. Cruel Leopard, who was at the side, was already on guard. However, he didn't have much confidence in this battle. Although he was already a middle-stage sky sovereign, and had a demon-armored leopard as a protective spirit beast, the opponent was a high-stage sky sovereign and 2 middle-stage sky sovereigns. These 3 were not weaker than him, and the opponent would definitely have a high-level spirit beast to protect them. They didn't even need to fight to guess that the difference in strength between the 2 sides was too great. Why do you have to take her away? Kai Sheyue asked. We don't know either. We are just following orders. I advise you not to play any tricks. This is Wind City, no one can escape from our palms. The high-stage Sky Sovereign said indifferently. What if I don't go back with you? Ji Beixin asked. You have to go back even if you don't want to, unless all of us die. Maybe you don't have to go back with us, but that's impossible. The high-stage Sky Sovereign replied very seriously. Sisters-in-law, step aside first, let me send them away. The prodigal couldn't help but want to make a move. His mission was to protect his boss's woman. Now that the other party wanted to take one of his sisters-in-law away in front of him, of course he was not happy. Don't be impulsive, young master is back. Cruel Leopard stopped the prodigal son and said. What boss is back? Where is he? The prodigal son was stunned for a moment and asked. After the prodigal son's shout, the others became excited. They were suppressed by the Feng family, but when they heard that Ling Xiao had returned, it was as if they had eaten a tranquilizer, making them feel a lot more at ease. Unknowingly, they had already regarded Ling Xiao as the most dependent master in their hearts. Bring the young lady back for me. The high-stage Sky Sovereign was obviously impatient, and waved his hand to the people behind him. Cruel Leopard and the others became nervous. It seemed that as long as the Feng family made a move, they would immediately resist with all their strength. You want to take my woman away? Have you asked for my permission? A cold voice rang out. Then, a silhouette appeared in front of them in an instant. Chapter 547. Who dares to meddle in my Feng family's business? The high-level Sky Venerable shouted. He cursed in his heart. Are all the people outside useless? You actually let someone in. The one who appeared in time was, of course, Ling Xiao. He had contacted Cruel Leopard through his Sea of Consciousness, and already knew what was happening inside. Through Cruel Leopard's narration, Ling Xiao was very angry. He originally thought that the Feng family was here to cause trouble for him, but he didn't expect that they would target Ji Beixin. Ji Beixin's personality had always been aloof from worldly affairs. She was quiet and dignified, and she wouldn't take the initiative to cause trouble. But why did the Feng family look for her? Actually, this matter also made Cruel Leopard and the others feel puzzled. They didn't go out many times in the past 2 months. Most of the time, they cultivated in the inn and didn't have any conflicts with others, let alone provoke the Feng family. But today, the Feng family suddenly came and asked Ji Beixin to go with them, as if they felt that Ji Beixin had some relationship with the Feng family. Fortunately, the other party didn't use force, so nothing happened to the group. I'm not interested in your Feng family's business, but if you want to take my woman away, that's my business. Ling Xiao said coldly as he looked at the high-level Sky Venerable. Humph, what a big tone. Don't you think I don't dare to kill you? The high-level Sky Venerable was already angry. The task given by the higher-ups had to be completed as soon as possible, but the higher-ups also told him to avoid conflict. Otherwise, he would have brought her back long ago. Of course you dare to kill me, but that depends on whether you have the ability to kill me. Ling Xiao shouted, unwilling to be outdone. That's right, if you dare to touch my boss, I'll destroy your Feng family. The prodigal stood beside Ling Xiao and replied. Others were afraid of the Feng family, but Ling Xiao and the prodigal were both fearless. Moreover, Ling Xiao still had his trump card that he hadn't used yet. He was already secretly vigilant. Once there was a conflict, he would definitely let the Earth Flame Tiger out. He believed that the Feng family wouldn't dare to act rashly. Just as the two groups were about to fight, another commotion came from outside the inn's entrance. A member of the Feng clan hurriedly ran in and whispered something into the ear of the high-level Empyrean. That high-level Heavenly Venerate's expression changed slightly. Then he turned around and walked out of the inn. The others followed suit. Ling Xiao and the others were a little confused. The prodigal thought that the other party was afraid of them. Young master, let's go. Someone else is coming, said Savage Leopard. I can't, Ling Xiao replied. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, the people from the Feng clan returned. Moreover, the number of people had increased. The three venerables who were originally leading the group had now become followers. Now the leader was a low-level Earth Emperor. Moreover, it was a woman, a middle-aged woman. Beside her were a man and a woman in their 20s. The middle-aged woman was dressed very luxuriously. She wore gold and silver with heavy makeup. She looked like the wife of a nouveau riche. Her wrinkled face was long and looked like a horse's face. Between her brows, there was a strong sense of arrogance. Her chin was raised high, and when she looked at people, she seemed to be looking through her 2 nostrils. It was as if she was afraid that others wouldn't know she had a pair of big nostrils. On her left and right were a man and a woman who bore some resemblance to her. Presumably, they were her son and daughter. Their attitudes were equally overbearing, making people feel extremely loathsome. This middle-aged woman was actually a low-level Earth Emperor, and the man and woman were at the mid-level King realm. Their strength was not high compared to the people behind them, but they were able to stand at the front. This showed that their status in the Feng clan was definitely not low. Which one is that little bastard? The horse-faced middle-aged woman asked with a sharp voice. No one behind them dared to stand up and answer. Consecrator Huang, are you mute? The horse-faced woman shouted again. Madam Hui, this. The high-ranked heavenly sovereign's expression was a bit unnatural. He really didn't know how to answer. If he told Madam Hui, then he would offend someone else. But if he didn't answer now, then he would offend Madam Hui. After all, Madam Hui was famous for being mean and shrewd. She was also very difficult to deal with. He didn't know how to deal with her. Are you stupid? Tell me, which one is that little bastard? The horse-faced woman asked again. Her voice was even more powerful than a lion's roar. The high-ranked heavenly sovereign broke out in a cold sweat. The high-ranked heavenly sovereign was defeated. He pointed at Ji Beixin and stammered. She is that young lady, but we haven't confirmed her identity yet. The horse-faced woman immediately turned her attention to Ji Beixin. Her disdainful eyes kept sizing her up. Ling Xiao lightly moved in front of Ji Beixin, and then said to his own people, Let's go. It didn't matter what the Feng people were doing. Ling Xiao had completely lost his patience. If this was any other time, Ling Xiao would definitely kill these people first. However, this was the territory of the Feng clan. There were many experts here. It wasn't worth it for him to fight them head-on. Thus Ling Xiao could only endure. Stop. Who said you can leave? The horse-faced woman yelled with her hands on the bucket. Ling Xiao frowned. Granny, what do you want? Are you blind? You dare call me Granny? Someone, slap his face and knock all his teeth out. The horse-faced woman suddenly became angry, and yelled at the people beside her. No matter how old she was, she only looked like she was in her 40s. She had always felt that she was very young and beautiful, but she was suddenly looked down upon by a boy and called an old granny. This was simply provoking her prestige of many years. As soon as the horse-faced woman's words fell, a high-ranked Earth Emperor immediately walked towards Ling Xiao and grabbed Ling Xiao with one hand. The high-ranked Earth Emperor didn't put Ling Xiao in his eyes because he felt that no one here would dare to challenge the prestige of the Feng clan. You dare to touch my boss? Have you asked for my permission? The prodigal shot out like lightning and grabbed the hand of the high-ranked Earth Emperor. Crack. Ah. The prodigal immediately broke the high-level Earth Emperor's hand with one move. The high-ranked Earth Emperor let out a scream, and was kicked in the stomach by the prodigal and flew out. How dare you? Quick. Kill them all. The horse-faced middle-aged woman cried out in shock. She never thought that there would be people who dared to resist in the territory of the Feng clan. Just as the people behind her were about to move, Ling Xiao instantly raised his speed to the extreme. In the next moment, he was in front of the horse-faced woman who was only a few steps away. Madam Hui, be careful. The heavenly venerables behind her cried out in alarm, and wanted to help. However, Cruel Leopard and the prodigal stopped them at the same time. The horse-faced middle-aged woman didn't expect that the other party was much more courageous than she had imagined. He actually dared to attack her. However, she wasn't someone to be trifled with. She was also a low-ranked Earth Emperor. Just as she was about to resist, she felt her sea of consciousness shake slightly, causing her to instantly feel pain. At this moment, Ling Xiao took the opportunity to grab her and clasp her throat with one hand. The horse-faced woman suddenly woke up. She felt a suffocation in her neck, and an unprecedented feeling of grievance hit her heart. Ever since she married into the Feng clan, she had been living a life where she could summon the wind and summon the rain. There were always lackeys behind her who bowed to her. She couldn't remember how many years it had been since she was threatened like this. She swore in her heart that she would tear this brat into pieces. Quickly release my mother, or else you won't be able to walk out of this door alive. The young woman who came with the horse-faced middle-aged woman shouted at Ling Xiao. The young man at the side also shouted, "Quickly release her, or all of you will die." Haha, this is all because you guys have gone too far. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because this is your territory. At most, we'll just break up. Ling Xiao laughed loudly. What do you want in order to let my mother go? The young woman stared at Ling Xiao and asked, "It's very simple. After we leave the Wind Capital, we will naturally let your mother go," Ling Xiao said indifferently. The young woman didn't even think before replying. "All right, I'll let you guys leave, but you must first let my mother go." "Humph, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? If I let her go, do you think we'll still be alive?" Ling Xiao coldly snorted. The young woman fiercely stomped her feet, then turned to the high-level Empyrean and scolded. "You trash good-for-nothings, you actually watched as my mother was captured and couldn't even stop it. What's the use of keeping you guys? When I get back, I'll definitely tell my father to get all of you out of the Feng clan." No one from the Feng clan dared to make a sound. They didn't doubt the words of the young lady in front of them at all, because this young lady was the same as her mother, a sharp and unkind woman. "I don't have time to waste with you guys. Immediately get out of the way, or else she will die." Ling Xiao tightened his grip on the horse-faced woman's hand. The horse-faced woman's face became even redder, as if she was about to faint. Her eyes were filled with incomparable anger. "Get out of the way. Everyone, get out of the way." The young woman was really afraid that Ling Xiao would kill her mother, so she waved her hand and called for her family members to leave. The people from the Feng clan obediently moved to the side, allowing Ling Xiao and the others to walk through the passage. However, just as Ling Xiao walked past, the young woman slightly raised her sleeve. This action seemed very casual, but it gave Ling Xiao an incomparable sense of danger. Without even thinking, Ling Xiao blocked the horse-faced woman that he was holding on to his side. Ah! Although the horse-faced woman's throat was gripped by Ling Xiao, she didn't know what had attacked her, but she let out a miserable scream from the pain. "Mother!" The young woman's expression suddenly became incomparably anxious. The people from the Feng clan were all rubbing their fists and feet, ready to make a move. At this time, Ling Xiao looked at the horse-faced woman, only to see that there was an additional golden needle on her arm, and drops of blood flowed out from the golden needle. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. If he hadn't used the horse-faced woman as a shield, his throat would have been pierced by the golden needle. After all, the speed of the golden needle was so fast that it was difficult to defend against it. Chapter 548. Damn, if you dare play any more tricks, do you believe I won't immediately crush her to death? Ling Xiao angrily glared at the young woman and cursed. He really didn't expect the other party to be so vicious and even hide needles in her sleeves. If he hadn't been a bit more quick-witted, he might have already gone to see Yama. Don't mess around. I'll let you go, but quickly release my mother." The young woman waved her hands repeatedly. She looked like she was about to go crazy. Get out of the way. Hurry and bring us to the transmission formation." Ling Xiao roared at the Feng family members in front of them. "Release my mother first. That golden needle is poisoned," the young woman begged. Ling Xiao didn't have the time to care about this. Once the hostage was released, then they would be surrounded and killed. Moreover, that golden needle was shot by the young woman herself. Even if she died, it had nothing to do with him. There's no room for negotiation. All of you scram. Ling Xiao roared with a gloomy expression. The Feng family members moved far away this time, allowing Ling Xiao's group to leave. But the young woman and man kept closely chasing after Ling Xiao, constantly begging Ling Xiao to release their mother. However, just as Ling Xiao's group left the inn and prepared to fly away, several sounds of rushing wind rang out from the distance. "Young master, hurry up and leave. Someone else is coming," Savage Leopard warned from the side. "Damn, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave. Ling Xiao also wanted to leave, but looking at the other party's speed, there was no way they could run. Their only chance was to see if the horse-faced woman in his hands was strong enough to allow them to leave smoothly. 4 figures landed in front of the inn. 2 were old men, and 2 were middle-aged men. These 4 people were all at least at the Empyrean realm. Their terrifying aura caused the surroundings to tremble. The people outside the inn had long since distanced themselves. How could they dare to watch the Feng family do their business? Wasn't that purely courting death? Brat, hurry up and let him go. Otherwise, I will kill you. A low-level heavenly venerate stared at Ling Xiao and shouted. His eyes were filled with strong killing intent. This person was called Feng Hongzhan, an elder of the Feng clan. He was the 9th child and the husband of the horse-faced woman. Although he looked like he was in his 40s or 50s, he was actually several hundred years old. Compared to the experts of the central region, those who were a few hundred years old were considered middle-aged, and those who were under 100 years old were still considered young, provided that they could maintain their appearance and not age and become ugly. I'm not the only one who said that. I'm still alive and well. Stop talking nonsense. Take us to the nearest transmission array immediately. Otherwise, we'll have to collect her corpse. Ling Xiao said coldly. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to escape. Ling Xiao had to leave this place as soon as possible. You are very good. Feng Hongzhan glared at Ling Xiao and shouted. Father, mother has been poisoned. If we don't save her, I'm afraid. At that moment, Feng Hongzhan's daughter, Feng Fanny, said anxiously. What? Feng Hongzhan responded and then looked at his wife, Ma Rong, who was in Ling Xiao's embrace. He discovered that her aura was extremely weak and her face was pale. It seemed that the poison had already begun to spread. Brat, quickly let her go. Feng Hongzhan shouted with a commanding tone. Ling Xiao was determined to ignore Feng Hongzhan. However, he took the opportunity to look at Ma Rong, and discovered that she was indeed poisoned. At this moment he calmed down. If Ma Rong died, then he would have to face the endless pursuit of the Feng clan. There would no longer be a place for him on this continent. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao shivered and then shouted at Feng Fanny. Throw the antidote pill over, I'll have her eat it. The hostage couldn't be released, so the only way was to have Ma Rong consume the antidote first, so that she could preserve her life. Feng Fanny glanced at her father. After her father nodded, he tossed a pill to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao immediately stuffed the antidote pill into Ma Rong's mouth, and then gently patted the back of her neck to have her swallow the pill. She'll be fine, you must let us go now. Ling Xiao loudly shouted. Don't rush, can someone tell me what's going on? An old man with long eyebrows quietly asked. Ling Xiao's gaze fell on this old man. He found that this old man's essence energy was restrained. He looked no different from the old man next door. He must have reached the supreme realm of returning to one's true self. This old man with long eyebrows was the previous elder of the Feng clan, Feng Xiang. He had a very high status in the Feng clan. Ling Xiao didn't understand why Ji Beixin was able to attract so many experts from the Feng clan. Could it be that there was some secret behind this? At this time, a middle-aged man next to Feng Xiang asked. Elder Xiang, do you see what's hanging on that little girl's neck? Feng Xiang followed the middle-aged man's finger, and his gaze landed on Ji Beixin's body. Finally, it stopped in front of her white neck. Clan pendant. Feng Xiang's pupils dilated, and his body couldn't help but tremble. At this time, another old man next to Feng Xiang also revealed an expression of disbelief. Ji Beixin was embarrassed to be stared at by everyone, so she hid behind Feng Xianyan and Kai Xiayue. Are you guys done? Hurry up and take us to the transmission formation. Ling Xiao frowned and shouted. Feng Xiang's burning gaze retracted and then landed on Ling Xiao. Let them go, I guarantee that nothing will happen to you. Does your guarantee work? Ling Xiao stared at the old man and asked. How dare you? If Elder Xiang says that you're fine, then you won't die. Feng Hongzhan roared at Ling Xiao. He was extremely angry at Ling Xiao and the others. He had already decided to kill them, but since Elder Xiang had spoken, he couldn't do it. My words still have some prestige here, Feng Xiang said indifferently. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at Feng Xiang. He hesitated for a moment before letting go of Ma Rong in his arms. Who knew that just as he let go of Ma Rong, she would turn around and kick at Ling Xiao's pants. Go to hell. This kick was fast and fierce, and it would be hard for an ordinary person to dodge it. Ling Xiao's body didn't move, but he quickly counterattacked with his feet. Bang! The 2 feet collided, and Ma Rong naturally wasn't Ling Xiao's opponent. She staggered and fell backwards. Feng Hongzhan lightly waved a formless aura to support Ma Rong. After Ma Rong stabilized herself, a long sword appeared in her hand, and she prepared to attack Ling Xiao again. Stop right there. Did you ignore Elder Xiang's words? Feng Hongzhan shouted at Ma Rong. Ma Rong unwillingly withdrew her long sword, and then she cried to Feng Xiang. Elder Xiang, you have to help me. These lowly people didn't even put the Feng clan in their eyes. Not only did they injure our people, they even dared to capture me. Where is our Feng clan's face? Enough, move to the side. Feng Xiang shouted in displeasure. Everyone in the Feng clan knew Ma Rong's personality. This matter was definitely because Ma Rong didn't put them in her eyes and offended them thoroughly, which was why they were forced to do this. However, he didn't have time to be entangled with her. He still had important matters to settle. I've let her go. Can you let us leave now? Ling Xiao asked. He was already prepared. As long as the Feng clan wasn't willing, he would immediately summon the Blue Flood Dragon and Earth Flame Tiger, and prepare to wreak havoc in the Feng capital. No rush, I have some things to discuss with that young lady. Feng Xiang waved his hand and said. Can you tell me the reason? I'm her man. Ling Xiao said faintly. He really didn't understand why the people from the Feng clan were so interested in Ji Beixin. Feng Xiang looked at Ling Xiao again, then said, She has my clan's keepsake on her. I think she might be a member of our Feng clan. Ling Xiao suddenly understood that it was the problem with the jade pendant on Ji Beixin's body. You can rest assured that regardless of whether she is a member of our Feng clan or not, we will definitely not harm her. I, Feng Xiang, can guarantee this. Feng Xiang said again. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand at Ji Beixin and said, Exanair, come here for a moment. Ji Beixin walked in front of Ling Xiao with a bit of stage fright. Feng Xiang and the old man beside him stared at the jade pendant on Ji Beixin's neck, their eyes flashing with excitement. Really? It really is the clan pendant. The two exclaimed in unison. Seniors, what's going on? Ling Xiao asked. The 2 elders ignored Ling Xiao, but Feng Xiang kindly looked at Ji Beixin and asked, Little girl, where did you get the jade pendant on your neck? Ji Beixin glanced at Ling Xiao, and after receiving Ling Xiao's encouragement, she weakly said, I don't know either. It's been hanging around my neck since I was young. My grandfather said that it was a keepsake that my parents left for me. Feng Xiang continued to ask, Then who are your parents? My father's name is Ji Xiaozhen. I don't know who my mother is. Ji Beixin replied with a sad expression. Ji Beixin had never seen her parents since she was young, and had only heard her grandfather mention her father's name. Feng Xiang and the old man beside him looked at each other with complicated expressions, but there was also a hint of joy in their eyes. Child, do you want to know who your mother is? Feng Xiang asked temptingly. Ji Beixin hurriedly nodded her head and said, Of course I want to. Since she was young, she had always wanted to know where her parents were, and whether they were dead or not. Of course she wanted to know her mother's name. Then come with us. As long as we can confirm your identity, we will tell you who your mother is. Feng Xiang continued. Ji Beixin looked at Ling Xiao with a troubled expression. Ling Xiao said, Senior, are you lying to her? She has never known who her parents are since she was young. How do you know who her mother is? Feng Xiang said, She has our clan's keepsake on her. From this point we have already guessed it, but we have to verify her identity. I will still say the same thing. Regardless of whether she is a member of our Feng clan or not, I will definitely not harm her. Hearing Feng Xiang's words, Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then looked at Ji Beixin and said, Exer, this might be your only chance to know your mother. You decide. Ling Xiao felt that this old man shouldn't be lying to him. This was because their expressions did not change at all. Moreover, with the other party's strength, it would not be a problem for him to force them to stay. However, this wasn't his problem, but Ji Beixin's. It was better to let her make her own decision, so as to avoid any regrets in the future. Chapter 549. Everyone present held their breaths, waiting for Ji Beixin to make her decision. No matter what decision Ji Beixin made, Ling Xiao would respect her. She must have been so pitiful since she was young. And if she had the chance to know who her biological mother was, she might be able to fulfill one of her wishes. On the Feng clan's side, Feng Hongzhan Ma Rong and their children were extremely unwilling to let Ji Beixin go to their Feng clan. Of course, there was a secret that could not be revealed. Otherwise, Ma Rong would not have rushed over to make things difficult for Ji Beixin as soon as she received the news. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was present, so she did not succeed. The two elders of the Feng clan and the other middle-aged man called Feng Hongwen looked at Ji Beixin expectantly, as if they could not wait for Ji Beixin to agree immediately. Ji Beixin hesitated for a while, then bit her red lips and said to Ling Xiao, "Xiao, I want to go with them." The two elders of the Feng clan and Feng Hongwen immediately smiled. However, the expressions of Feng Hongzhan's family became gloomy. Feng Xiang quickly said, "All right, then quickly come with us. Don't worry, we won't hurt you." However, Ji Beixin stood there and ignored Feng Xiang. Instead, she stared intently at Ling Xiao. In her heart, other than her grandfather, no one could compare to Ling Xiao. She had to wait for Ling Xiao to agree to her request before leaving. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, then held her face and kissed her forehead. "Go, I will wait for you here. If I don't see you come out to find me within 5 days, I don't care if their place is a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. I will still charge in. You think you're worthy? Anyone from our Feng clan can pinch you to death." Ma Rong shouted angrily as she listened from the side. "Old Granny, you seem to have forgotten the lesson just now." Ling Xiao looked at Ma Rong and said with extreme disdain. "You." Ma Rong felt as if her tail had been stepped on. Her face flushed red and she was speechless. Feng Hongzhan glared at her, preventing her from going crazy again. Ji Beixin's heart was filled with sweetness. She felt very satisfied and happy that Ling Xiao could make such a promise to her in front of so many people. "Smile and wait for my return." Ji Beixin looked at Ling Xiao and said. She then walked in front of Feng Xiang and said, "Grandpa, I'll go with you." Feng Xiang nodded repeatedly. All right, follow us." With that, he took the lead and flew up. The people of the Feng clan also immediately flew up and opened a path in the sky. Ji Beixin followed closely behind them. Ling Xiao and the others watched them leave, but at the same time, he also noticed the vicious gazes of Ma Rong and her children. It was like a poisonous snake hiding in the grass, ready to bite at any time. Ling Xiao lightly frowned, then turned into a faint smile and muttered, "I hope you guys don't provoke me, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless." The Feng family left with Ji Beixin. Ling Xiao and the others continued to stay in the inn. The guests in the inn had already been cleared out by the Feng clan. Only Ling Xiao and the others stayed here. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, Ling Xiao kept most of the people in the cauldron, leaving only Cruel Leopard and the prodigal son. This was the territory of the Feng clan. If Ma Rong and the others sent people to assassinate them, it would be much easier for them to fight or escape. Ling Xiao was also thinking about their safety. In the dead of the night, Ling Xiao and Cruel Leopard were talking in the room. "Have you ever understood the strength of the Feng clan before?" Ling Xiao asked Cruel Leopard. Cruel Leopard replied, "The Feng clan is one of the few ancient clans. They were a giant crocodile existence tens of thousands of years ago. Their main cultivation is the wind attribute, and their speed can be said to be the fastest in the Central Territory. There are at least 5 emperors in the Feng clan, and one of the old men who participated in the encirclement to kill me was already a mid-stage emperor. After a few thousand years, I believe that he has gone up another level. For a big clan like this, there are at least 80 venerable realm experts, and there are countless Earth Emperor realm experts. These are just the strength of their main clan, not counting the number of their surrounding subordinate forces. These forces are the accumulation of strength, otherwise, they wouldn't be ranked among the 18 major powers." Hearing Cruel Leopard's words, Ling Xiao was so shocked that his mouth was wide open. and his expression was one of shock. 5 Emperor stage experts. Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva and said. Cruel Leopard nodded and said, this is the most conservative estimate. For example, the Black Demon sect that I founded has more than 5 Emperor stage experts. If we include those subsidiary forces, I'm afraid there will be more than 15 Emperor stage experts. This time, Ling Xiao's heart was set off a storm, and his back was quietly covered in cold sweat. Thinking back to the situation where he faced off against the Feng clan, he felt his scalp go numb. He suddenly understood why the people of the Feng clan were so arrogant. They were born into such a powerful family, so it was impossible for them not to be arrogant. In this territory, who would dare to provoke the Feng clan? Wasn't that courting death? If Xian heir enters the Feng clan and can't come out, then I really don't want to break into the Feng clan. At that time, with just the few of us, it will be like hitting a rock with an egg. Ling Xiao was worried. The more Ling Xiao thought about it, the more anxious he became. Although he had the Earth Flame Tiger as his trump card, was there no existence in the Feng clan that could suppress him? Ling Xiao lightly sighed and said, have you heard of the evil emperor? What evil emperor? Cruel Leopard was stunned for a moment. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, when I came back, I met an old man called Evil Emperor. He insisted on taking me as his disciple, but I refused. I saw that his methods were very powerful, and even Xiaolong was not his match. I thought he was very famous in the central region. Evil Emperor. Evil Emperor. Cruel Leopard continuously muttered, his mind constantly thinking. Finally, his pupils contracted, and then infinitely enlarged, as if he thought of something. Could it be him? Who? Ling Xiao was puzzled. Cruel Leopard took a deep breath and said with eyes full of worship. In my time, there were 4 legends: Blade Tyrant, Demonic Emperor, Sword Fanatic, and Mad Monk. These 4 people were already the pinnacle existences of the central region thousands of years ago. They left behind endless legends and swept across the world without being defeated. More than 6,000 years ago, the 4 of them, who were the closest to gods, met at the heaven-ceasing peak to compete for the title of the central region's #1 overlord. That battle lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. It was really earth-shattering. At that time, all the great clans and forces participated in the battle, but no one knew the result. It was also after that battle that the 4 of them disappeared from the central region. I haven't heard any news of them for more than 1,000 years, so I don't know what happened after that. Here he paused and said, it's said that I admired Blade Tyrant and Demonic Emperor the most back then, so I named myself Demon Emperor, hoping that one day I could be on par with them, but unfortunately. Bloodthirsty Blade Tyrant, Romantic Demonic Emperor, Single-Minded Sword Fanatic, and Invincible Mad Monk. Ling Xiao murmured, and then he blinked his eyes. Could it be that the Demonic Emperor is the person you knew back then? I don't know about this. It is said that the Demonic Emperor was a playboy all his life and had countless love debts, but I have never heard of him taking in any disciples. Plus, he has been missing for many years, so he must be someone who used the Demonic Emperor's name to pretend. However, to be able to defeat a flood dragon in one move, he must at least be at the Emperor level. Cruel Leopard said. Ling Xiao regretfully said, yes, at least at the Emperor level. If I knew this earlier, I would have taken him as my master first. At that time, the Feng clan would have one more helper. Cruel Leopard admired Ling Xiao to the extreme. He even wanted to take him as his master. Right, if I return all of your soul to you, can your strength return to its peak? Ling Xiao asked. Right now he was seriously lacking super experts by his side. If he had a servant at the peak of the Emperor level, then the Feng clan would have to tiptoe before daring to oppose him. Cruel Leopard lightly shook his head. Even if my soul is complete, I will not be able to reach my peak state. Why? Ling Xiao asked in puzzlement. Back then, I was almost exterminated. Only a few strands of my remnant soul were left to live on the saber. Although I obtained a body with the help of young master, and the help of the soul replenishing pill to recover some of my strength, I lost a portion of my soul power in the process of recovering my strength, so I was not able to use it to its fullest potential. Moreover, even if my soul power were to combine, I would not be able to return to my peak state. Of course, my strength would not be able to recover. Cruel Leopard replied. Ling Xiao suddenly realized that it was a bit difficult to count on Cruel Leopard to save the situation. Forget it, I will recover as much as I can. Ling Xiao sighed. Cruel Leopard's eyes lit up. Young master, are you serious? Do you think I would lie to you? Seeing that you have followed me loyally for so long, I will return your shackles. However, after I return all of my soul power to you, just don't kill me after your strength greatly increases. Ling Xiao said. He had already thought it through. There were too many experts in the central region, and there were not many people he could use by his side. He could only raise Cruel Leopard's strength. Moreover, after these days of observation, he could feel Cruel Leopard's unwavering loyalty. If he returned his soul to Cruel Leopard, he should not betray him. Ling Xiao's decision was still very risky. Cruel Leopard was an infamous demon emperor, and his methods were cruel and bloodthirsty. Once he lost his shackles, he did not know if he would still listen to Ling Xiao's orders. Ling Xiao did not want to worry too much. In any case, he had the Earth Flame Tiger. If Cruel Leopard betrayed him, then he could only blame himself for wanting to die. Ling Xiao, Cruel Leopard, and the prodigal rushed to the mountain ridges outside of Wind Capital. The transfer of soul power was not that simple. It needed an extremely quiet place that absolutely could not be disturbed by anyone. Zizai, protect us. Ling Xiao instructed the prodigal. Don't worry, boss. With me here, no one can get close. The prodigal patted his chest and said. Ling Xiao nodded and entered the cave with Cruel Leopard. Cruel Leopard was extremely excited. Whether he could recover his soul power again depended on this. Once his soul power merged into one, even if his strength could not recover to its peak, he could cultivate again. With his original memories and experience, his speed would definitely not be slow. Within 100 years, returning to the peak was just around the corner. Chapter 550. Inside the mountain cave, Ling Xiao and Savage Leopard sat opposite each other. Both of them calmed their minds and adjusted their state to their peak. Young master, as long as you relax your sea of consciousness and don't let the heavenly fire get close to me, Savage Leopard said to Ling Xiao after a while. And don't worry. Ling Xiao nodded. Ling Xiao communicated with the 3 foreign creatures in his sea of consciousness, and told them to stay there quietly, allowing Savage Leopard to extract the other half of his soul power. Savage Leopard's soul slowly flowed out of his sea of consciousness, and returned to his sea of consciousness bit by bit. After Savage Leopard's soul power was completely extracted, Ling Xiao let out a light breath. Looking at Savage Leopard, who was sitting cross-legged, Ling Xiao walked out of the cave. The rest of the time was for Savage Leopard to fuse with his soul and recover. Then he would see what realm he could reach. The night was bright and the stars were sparse. Occasionally, the roars of spirit beasts could be heard. Ling Xiao and Prodigal sat together. Boss, you're out so soon? Prodigal asked. I don't have much to do anyway, Ling Xiao replied. Then he said, Zizai, do you regret coming out with boss? Prodigal shook his head and said, Why would I? I think it's fun to be with boss. Ling Xiao knew that Prodigal never lied because spirit beasts were not as cunning as humans. Then do you know your mission? Ling Xiao asked. Prodigal nodded and said, Of course I do. Then you're still willing to run around with boss? No, my second grandpa said that only by following boss can I complete my mission. Your second grandpa really said that? Yes, my second grandpa is the wise man of my clan. What he says is never wrong. So that's how it is. Your second grandpa has quite the foresight. When boss is done with my matters, I'll accompany you to complete your mission. I knew boss is good to me. Ling Xiao didn't know how long he chatted with Prodigal for, but the sky gradually brightened. At this time, a strong energy wave spread out from the cave. Rumble. The powerful aura shook the cave and caused it to explode. Ling Xiao and the Prodigal flew far away at the same time, afraid that they would be affected by the terrifying energy. What a terrifying energy! Ling Xiao sighed as he looked at the crumbling mountain peak. Following that, a mass of crimson-black energy blossomed from the rubble. The rubble was shaken into powder, and everything within a radius of several hundred meters was enveloped by the crimson-black energy. The sky seemed to be dyed red, and a figure slowly walked out from the sea of blood. The one who walked out was obviously the savage leopard. At this moment, his appearance seemed to have changed. At this moment, he became incomparably powerful. 2 sinister lines appeared on his forehead, making him look extremely cold and bloodthirsty. Savage Leopard walked towards Ling Xiao step by step. That powerful aura made Ling Xiao feel a little breathless. He was constantly on guard. Once something went wrong, he would immediately summon the Earth Flaming Tiger. After all, he had used the former Demon Emperor as a servant for so long. The other party must be angry. Now that the Savage Leopard had recovered a lot of strength and was no longer restrained, it was not impossible to kill him to vent his anger. The Savage Leopard came in front of Ling Xiao, and their gazes collided. Ling Xiao wore a faint smile and said, "Fused?" The Savage Leopard did not answer, and only quietly stared at Ling Xiao. The prodigal stared at the Savage Leopard and said, "What, you want to rebel?" The prodigal's words were exactly what Ling Xiao wanted to ask, but it was not appropriate for him to ask. In the next moment, the Savage Leopard used his actions to give Ling Xiao the answer. He knelt down on one knee in front of Ling Xiao and said respectfully, "Thank you, young master, for fulfilling my wish." "Haha, good. I did not misjudge you. Quickly get up." Ling Xiao laughed loudly. He looked very happy, but in fact, his back was already covered in cold sweat. "Humph, at least you know what's good for you." The prodigal snorted coldly, then took out a beast core and threw it into his mouth. "All right, what realm are you in now?" Ling Xiao asked. The Savage Leopard revealed a rare faint smile and said, "Low-stage Mystic Emperor." "You actually jumped 2 realms in a row," Ling Xiao said excitedly. He finally had a real Emperor-level super expert by his side. In the future, he would have more assurance when he traveled in the central region. "The main reason is that this body is very compatible with my soul, which allowed me to return to the Emperor level. However, to recover to the peak, I'm afraid it will take at least 100 years, the Savage Leopard replied happily. 100 years, isn't that a little too long? Ling Xiao said. The Savage Leopard was depressed when he heard this. To reach the peak of the Mystic Emperor realm from the low-stage Mystic Emperor realm in 100 years was already an extremely fast advancement speed. One had to know that after reaching the Emperor level, one needed to accumulate even more power, and it was definitely not easy to advance. Back then, he spent more than 200 years to advance from the low-stage Mystic Emperor realm to the mid-stage Mystic Emperor realm. This speed had caused great shock at that time. Right at this moment, the prodigal's expression changed and he said to Ling Xiao, "Boss, I seem to be advancing." "What, you're also advancing?" Ling Xiao said in surprise. The prodigal's aura began to surge, and then he said to Ling Xiao, "Boss, you guys stay away. I need to transform into my original form to advance." After speaking, the prodigal's clothes were shaken to pieces, and his limbs gradually grew Qilin armor, and his body also began to transform. The Savage Leopard, who had already flown into the air, revealed a shocked expression when he saw this scene. He's a spirit beast?" The Savage Leopard cried out in shock. "Wrong, he's not a spirit beast," Ling Xiao replied very seriously. "But..." The Savage Leopard didn't believe it. Ling Xiao continued, "He's a divine beast." The Savage Leopard's expression changed again, and his gaze once again landed on the prodigal. He indeed saw a fire-colored Qilin divine beast appear in front of his eyes. "Qilin divine beast," the Savage Leopard exclaimed. At this moment, a storm was set off in the Savage Leopard's heart. He had always been curious about the prodigal's identity, because the prodigal looked like a 16 or 17-year-old youth, but he had strength comparable to an Empyrean. He really couldn't think of any force that could nurture such an outstanding genius. However, such a powerful genius was willing to recognize his young master as his boss, which made him feel even more incredulous. Now that he finally knew the prodigal's identity, he was even more shocked. How could he have thought that the prodigal was a Qilin divine beast that had transformed? The Savage Leopard had lived for so many years, but he had never heard of anyone being able to subdue a divine beast. Even the strongest person in the central region didn't have this possibility. Divine beasts were the emperors among all spirit beasts. They were the overlords of ancient times, and although they had long retired from the stage of history, their prestige was still illustrious. Every divine beast was extremely arrogant, and making them submit to humans was even more uncomfortable than killing them. Moreover, divine beasts had long lived in seclusion. They all lived in groups, and even an emperor or sage didn't dare to rashly barge into the territory of divine beasts. Otherwise, only death awaited them. No one would be so bored as to run and catch a divine beast as a mount. Doing that was undoubtedly courting death. However, the savage leopard now saw a divine beast with his own eyes. And this divine beast had stayed with him for quite a long time. At this moment, the way he looked at his young master changed a few times. A divine beast that had transformed, wouldn't that mean that its strength was even above his? He really couldn't understand how his young master could be brothers with this Qilin divine beast, and that Qilin divine beast was obediently listening to his young master's commands. He felt that he couldn't wrap his head around it. Ling Xiao understood the savage leopard's surprise and immediately said, "It only took a human form after consuming the transformation grass. Right now, it has only advanced to the middle stage of the 6th rank." The savage leopard suddenly realized. Suddenly, the savage leopard shouted, "Not good, many powerful people are rushing over, and there are even a few at the emperor stage. Once they see the Qilin divine beast, it would be strange if they didn't go crazy." Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. He also felt many powerful auras approaching. "I can only summon it into the medicinal cauldron to break through." Ling Xiao didn't even think, and immediately leaned towards the prodigal. Then, the prodigal was put into the medicinal cauldron, and everything returned to normal. "Young master, let's go." The savage leopard arrived beside Ling Xiao, grabbed Ling Xiao's arm with one hand, and pulled him away quickly. The savage leopard's speed was very fast, so fast that Ling Xiao's eyes were squinted by the wind. In just a few breaths, the two of them were already thousands of miles away. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The strength of the emperor stage was indeed terrifying. "Not good. Those 3 emperor stage experts are chasing us." The savage leopard secretly shouted, and increased his speed to the extreme. Ling Xiao hurriedly shouted, "Put me down, go into the medicinal cauldron." The savage leopard was stunned for a moment, then understood Ling Xiao's meaning, and immediately let go of Ling Xiao, and in the next moment, he entered the medicinal cauldron. Ling Xiao immediately restrained his aura, and suppressed his strength to that of a low-level king stage expert. Whoosh whoosh. A few sounds of wind breaking rang in Ling Xiao's ears. In the next moment he saw 3 old men in front of him. Ling Xiao revealed a panicked expression, and said, Three. Seniors, what can I do for you?" The 3 of them should be in their 70s, but they seemed to be in very good spirits. However, their auras had been completely restrained, so Ling Xiao didn't feel much pressure. Reaching the emperor stage was the realm of returning to one's natural state, and they absolutely wouldn't easily reveal energy fluctuations. Once they did, it would have the power to topple mountains and overturn seas, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. The 3 old men didn't seem to take Ling Xiao seriously, and they were instead searching the surroundings for something. The azure-robed old man said, "Their auras have all disappeared. What's going on?" The blue-robed old man revealed a doubtful expression, and said, "Could it be that they have a spirit treasure that can conceal their tracks?" The black-robed old man was puzzled, and he said, "But the auras of the 2 breakthroughs were different. One of them broke through to the emperor stage, and the other's aura is very strange. He should be in the critical period of his breakthrough, so how could he run away so easily?" When Ling Xiao saw that the 3 emperor stage experts were ignoring him, he quietly descended to the ground, hoping that they wouldn't pay attention to him. However, he had just moved when the azure-robed old man called out to him, "Kid, where do you want to go?" Chapter 551. Ling Xiao revealed a silly smile, scratched his head and said, I want to go to the toilet." "Go to the toilet? Kid, are you playing with us?" The blue-robed old man glared at Ling Xiao. How would I dare? Everyone has their own impatience." Ling Xiao replied. "Let me ask you, did you see anyone pass by here just now?" the black-robed old man asked without being angry. Ling Xiao pretended to think for a moment and said, I don't think I saw anyone, but what? The three of them looked at Ling Xiao and asked in unison. But there seemed to be a gust of wind just now, and I almost fell down. I don't know what's going on such a sunny day, Ling Xiao said doubtfully. Tell me, which direction did that gust of wind go? The green-robed old man asked first. I think it went that way. I was knocked unconscious at that time, so I don't really remember, Ling Xiao said as he pointed in a random direction. As soon as he finished speaking, the three old men instantly flew in that direction, and the air was blown away by the powerful aura. Ling Xiao let out a heavy sigh, and his back was completely drenched. However, just as he was about to relax, many more experts flew towards him. However, when they saw that Ling Xiao was only at the low-level king stage, they didn't pay too much attention and directly flew past him. Ling Xiao landed on the mountain ridge and summoned the Golden Wolf King. Then he rode it and quickly returned to the inn. He had to wait for Ji Beixin to come out of the Feng family before making any plans. In the next few days, Ling Xiao spent all his time in the inn and didn't take a step out. At the same time, the savage leopard was also hidden in the cauldron by Ling Xiao to consolidate its strength, and the prodigal had successfully broken through to the middle stage of the 6th level. His strength had increased by another level, and his appearance had also changed a bit, from 16 or 17 years old to 18 or 19 years old. In order to let the people around him better hide their strength and achieve extraordinary results, Ling Xiao imparted his concealing breath technique. He hoped that his group could keep a low profile and do things in a high-profile manner. Ling Xiao quietly spent 5 days without any news from the Feng clan. Ling Xiao was very anxious. Did he really have to kill his way into the Feng clan and not find Ji Beixin? Just when Ling Xiao's mood was like ants crawling up and down, people from the Feng clan finally came. This time, it was the high-level Empyrean and a small team of wolf guards that Ling Xiao had met previously. You must be young Master Ling Xiao, right? The high-level celestial venerable asked respectfully. Ling Xiao nodded his head. Then he saw that Ji Beixin was not behind the high-level Sky Sovereign. He immediately said angrily, Why isn't Xianer here? The high-level Sky Sovereign replied, Young Master Ling, don't be anxious. We are here to bring you back to the family to see Miss Xian. Ling Xiao was puzzled. You want me to go to your Feng clan? That's right. When you arrive at our Feng clan, you will naturally be able to see Miss Xian. The high-level Sky Sovereign replied. Ling Xiao looked at the high-level Sky Sovereign suspiciously. His heart was filled with confusion. Could it be that the Feng clan wants to play some tricks? Ling Xiao thought. However, when he thought about the Feng clan's power, he shouldn't be playing such a dirty trick, right? All right, I'll go with you. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying. Regardless of whether the Feng clan was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, Ling Xiao decided to give it a try. Now that his backing had greatly increased, could it be that the entire Feng clan was going to deal with him? When the high-level Sky Sovereign saw that Ling Xiao was the only one following him, he immediately asked curiously, Young Master Ling, where are your friends? In the past few days, when Ling Xiao was in the inn, the people of the Feng clan had been paying attention to him. Other than Ling Xiao, Savage Leopard, and the prodigal boy, they hadn't seen anyone else. It was as if those people had disappeared into thin air, which made the people of the Feng clan feel strange. They're all sleeping. Let's go. There's no need to care about them. Ling Xiao randomly found a reason to send Dante over, and then took the lead to fly up. The high-level Sky Sovereign knew that the other party didn't want to say more, so he didn't ask any more questions. After all, in their eyes, the others were nothing to be afraid of. At the same time, he admired Ling Xiao's courage. If an ordinary person was invited to the Feng clan for no reason, other than a good thing, it would basically be a dead end. The area occupied by the Feng clan was very spacious. From afar, it looked like a small town, but this town was more beautiful and grand than any other place in the city. There was a pair of majestic stone sculptures of mythological beasts at the entrance, looking at the approaching people, causing people to feel intimidated at first sight. The towering 1,000-year-old stone walls surrounding the entrance seemed to have fallen off a bit, presumably due to the wear and tear of time. Many spirit trees grew tall. and their branches climbed outside the walls. After arriving here, there was a strange movement in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. This movement came from the Khanate Wind bead. Ever since Ling Xiao obtained the demon blue fire bead, he rarely used it. This was because he rarely used his leg techniques, and the power of the Khanate Wind evil chi was too frightening. Its strong corrosiveness would make many people tremble in fear. In comparison, Ling Xiao preferred to use fire to burn his opponents. This was the first time the Khanate Wind bead had a strange movement. Just like when the demon blue fire bead was in the Tang clan's lightning fire pond, there seemed to be some kind of energy attracting it. Could it be that there is something here that has the same origin as the Khanate Wind bead? Ling Xiao thought in his heart. Ling Xiao quickly suppressed the urge to use the Khanate Wind bead. If it caused trouble in the Feng clan, it would be very troublesome. Moreover, the Khanate Wind bead was a treasure that all wind attribute martial artists dreamed of. If the Feng clan found out about it, he would be in big trouble. Following the high-level Sky Sovereign into the Feng clan's territory, Ling Xiao found that the people living here were not very strong. Most of them did not surpass the king level. Most of them were spirit masters and king-level martial artists. The high-level Sky Sovereign did not explain. Instead, he brought Ling Xiao to a hall guarded by a few Earth Kings and a Sky Sovereign. The hall was grand and spacious. Colorful pillars of light flashed. "Young Master Ling, please," the high-level Sky Sovereign said with a gesture of invitation. Ling Xiao followed him into the pillar of light. He knew that this pillar of light was a short-distance transmission array, just like the one he had in the Qilin sacred land. Truly powerful forces would have their own cultivation space, and this cultivation space was an independent world that could only be opened by a saint. It could be assumed that a supreme saint had appeared in the Feng clan before or now. Ling Xiao sighed. As expected of one of the most powerful forces in the Central Territory, this kind of foundation is indeed terrifying. In the next moment, Ling Xiao appeared on a fertile and beautiful land. This piece of land was quiet and peaceful. Birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. Gusts of cold wind would occasionally blow over the calm grassland, causing people to feel refreshed. Not far away, there were stone peaks that were like sharp blades piercing into the sky. They looked so steep and precipitous, and the jade buildings that were built against the mountains emitted an ancient aura of vicissitudes. On the highest peak, there was the most majestic palace. It emitted a multicolored light that filled the sky. It looked like a celestial palace. People couldn't help but have the urge to worship it. The high-level Sky Sovereign next to Ling Xiao couldn't help but bow towards the palace. Ling Xiao used the ancient Emperor Divine Art to suppress the shock in his heart. The palace seemed to have a consciousness. It sensed Ling Xiao's disrespect towards it. It didn't kneel. An invisible pressure pressed down on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt a strong pressure above his head. It was unbearable. His legs were almost bent. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth and released his aura to resist the invisible pressure. Ling Xiao stood up straight again. A golden aura flowed around his body, making him look noble and dignified. "How dare you? You entered my Wind clan and didn't kneel in my clan's holy palace. You deserve death." A voice rang out. A figure flew over from the distance. "I, Ling Xiao, have never knelt before anyone other than the heavens, the earth, and my parents." Ling Xiao replied loudly. "Humph, what a big tone. Today, I'll make you kneel in front of my clan's holy palace for 3 days and 3 nights. The person snorted. A series of afterimages shot towards Ling Xiao. The halberd in his hand slashed out wind blades that surrounded Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't move in the face of these wind blades, allowing them to strike his body. Rumble. The densely packed wind blades kept exploding. The person stopped and had a disdainful smile on his face. "You really overestimate yourself." This young man didn't look more than 25 years old, but he was already at the intermediate king level. If he was in the northwest or the southern region, he would be considered an elder of a great power. But in the Feng clan, he was only an outstanding junior. This young man was called Feng Li. He was an elite among the younger generation of the Feng clan. He was also the first junior to come out and make things difficult for Ling Xiao. "Is that all you have? You're not even worthy of scratching an itch for me." After the light of the wind blades dissipated, Ling Xiao twisted his neck and spoke with a disdainful expression. Intermediate king-level strength wasn't weak, but could this little bit of energy hurt the current Ling Xiao? This was clearly impossible. His ancient king's divine art had reached the peak of the fourth transformation. His defense was already terrifying, so how could a mere king-level wound him? Feng Li was stunned for a moment, then he angrily shouted. Don't think that just because you're wearing armor that you're unparalleled. Watch me destroy you. Feng Li shouted and waved the halberd in his hand again. Waves of chaotic wind blades came from different directions towards Ling Xiao. This time, Feng Li used 120% of his strength in order to defeat Ling Xiao in one blow. You don't have the qualifications. Ling Xiao sneered and his figure disappeared. The wind blades all missed. Feng Li looked in Ling Xiao's direction in astonishment. Where is he? If you want me, Ling Xiao, to kneel, then why don't you kneel first? Ling Xiao's voice came from behind Feng Li. Then a palm landed on Feng Li's shoulder. Bang! Feng Li's body felt like it was hit by a 10,000-pound boulder. He couldn't help but kneel on the grass. Feng Li realized that the opponent's strength was far above his, but as a proud member of the Feng clan he still roared. I will kill you. Chapter 552. Feng Li was forced to kneel on the ground by Ling Xiao, and a sense of shame assaulted his heart. When he first saw Ling Xiao just now, he felt that he was only about the same age as him, or even 2 or 3 years younger. He thought that he could suppress this outsider in one fell swoop, but instead he was humiliated. Elder Huang, why aren't you killing this thief? Feng Li shouted at the high-level heaven stage not far away. The high-level Empyrean smiled bitterly, then said to Ling Xiao, Young Master Ling, you should let young Master Li go. Bastard, I want you to kill him. Feng Li was obviously very dissatisfied with the high-level Empyrean. The high-level Empyrean was not a direct elder of the Feng clan, but an elder recruited from the outside. His position in the Feng clan was not high, so even the wives and young masters of the Feng clan dared to order him around. Young Master Li, this is a distinguished guest personally invited by the Patriarch. I have no right to make a move. The high-level Empyrean replied with some dissatisfaction. At this time, Ling Xiao fiercely pushed Feng Li to the side and said with extreme disdain, With your little strength, if we weren't in the Feng clan, I could destroy you with one finger. What an arrogant tone. No wonder you dare to go against my Feng clan. Another arrogant voice came from afar. Several sounds of wind breaking could be heard from afar. Following that, a dozen young people landed in front of Ling Xiao. There were men and women among these young people, and all of them were valiant and had extraordinary temperaments. However, their expressions were filled with arrogance. Feng Li, the face of our Feng clan has been completely lost by you. Why aren't you stepping down? A young man around 30 years old stood up and shouted at Feng Li. This young man had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His appearance was extraordinary, and he wore a white robe. His slender figure made his bearing seem dignified, and the incomparable arrogance between his brows could be seen at a glance. This person was one of the most outstanding descendants of the great elder of the Feng clan, Feng Lin. Ling Xiao glanced at this young man, and discovered that he actually possessed the strength of a low-level earthly emperor. As for the others, their strength wasn't lower than mid-level king realm. There was even one among them that made Ling Xiao feel apprehensive. It was a peerless beauty standing beside Feng Lin. This woman was dressed in silver silk, had a high bun, and a peerlessly beautiful appearance. Her jet black and fine brows were slightly raised, causing her to seem noble, lofty, and oppressive, causing others to arouse an extremely cold and arrogant feeling. Ling Xiao could sense that her strength had already reached the level of a high-level earth sovereign with his powerful spiritual force. Ling Xiao couldn't help feeling shocked. He saw that this girl was only around 28 years old, but her strength was so terrifying. It really made him feel defeated. He had thought that among the younger generation, there would be very few people who could compare to him who had reached the low-level Earth Sovereign realm. But now, looking at the juniors of the Feng clan, looking at Feng Lin and that supreme beauty, Feng Yaxin, she knew that she was happy too early. These ancient clans had existed for tens of thousands of years, and their foundation wasn't something that ordinary people could understand. They had precious materials and resources for their juniors to cultivate with. Furthermore, they would help their juniors cleanse their marrows and open their meridians at a very young age. Naturally, their cultivation speed would be much faster than their peers. Furthermore, they had medicinal pills for advancement, as well as the spiritual chi here that was 10 times denser than in the outside world. It was impossible for their juniors to not advance quickly. This was the power of a clan comparable to a 3rd-grade sect. Their juniors' strength was comparable to an 8th-grade sect. In the future, when they grew up, their clan would definitely prosper for a long time. Feng Li didn't dare to say anything after being scolded by Feng Lin. He just glared at Ling Xiao and quietly retreated behind Feng Lin. Feng Lin's gaze fell on Ling Xiao, and a burst of Emperor Realm aura instantly erupted. He then roared, "Kneel down and repent. You will pay for what you said." Ling Xiao's aura had long been concealed, and even an Emperor Realm expert wouldn't be able to discern his true strength. That was why Feng Lin thought that he could suppress Ling Xiao with his aura alone. Who would have thought that his aura would be like a stone sinking into the ocean? It didn't cause the slightest bit of damage to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered. "Is this how your Feng clan treats its guests?" Feng Lin arrogantly shouted at Ling Xiao. "Those who enter my Feng clan must kneel in the sacred hall. This has always been the Feng clan's rule. You don't understand the rules, so you will naturally be punished. Moreover, you spoke rudely to my Feng clan. As long as you kneel here for 7 days and 7 nights, I, Feng Lin, will spare your life." Feng Lin arrogantly shouted at Ling Xiao. "Haha, what a joke. The sacred hall of your Feng clan should be worshipped by your Feng clan. What does it have to do with me, Ling Xiao? Don't think that just because your Feng clan is the overlord of this area, you can do whatever you want. Ever since I, Ling Xiao, dared to step into your Feng clan, I have never been afraid. If you have the ability to make me kneel, then I'll kneel once. I just hope that you won't be like that arrogant fellow from earlier. You couldn't make me kneel, but instead, you kneel yourself. You're a disgrace to your Feng clan." Others might be afraid of the Feng clan, but Ling Xiao wasn't. Others might be more arrogant than him, but Ling Xiao was dozens of times more arrogant than them. Ling Xiao had experienced countless slaughters since his debut, and he had all sorts of trump cards that allowed him to fight above his level. Now that he had advanced to the Earth King realm, he could even fight against an Empyrean. Feng Lin was only at the same level as him. In his eyes, Feng Lin wasn't qualified to enter his eyes. Ling Xiao's contemptuous gaze and arrogant expression made all the juniors of the Feng clan angry. Their Feng clan had always been superior in the central region. Only the other 17 powers were on equal footing with them. But now, a guy who didn't put the Feng clan in his eyes had appeared before them. How could they not be angry? "Let me teach this arrogant brat a lesson," shouted a high-tier king-tier youth. He raised his battle axe and stood up. Just when he was about to make a move, Feng Lin stopped him and said, "You are not his match. All of you, back me up. I want to use his blood to tell him that our Feng clan is not to be looked down upon by outsiders." After Feng Lin finished speaking, the people around him didn't say anything else and all retreated. "Come, let me see how amazing the so-called heaven's proud son of the Feng clan is. I hope he isn't someone who doesn't live up to his name." Ling Xiao was suddenly filled with a strong desire to fight. He waved at Feng Lin, and his eyes were filled with a wild light. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they come. Today, he wanted to destroy the prestige of the juniors of the Feng clan. He wanted them to know that he, Ling Xiao, wasn't someone to be trifled with. "Fine, seeing that you have guts, I can spare your life. However, I will make you wish you were dead." Feng Lin responded and his figure began to move. He left behind an afterimage in his original position, but his real body had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. A series of sharp leg shadows kicked toward Ling Xiao. One after another, wind kick after another brought with it an incomparable might, causing the tender grass and flowers on the ground to fly up into the air. Big brother Feng Lin used the flying god kick from the start. He really thinks highly of that brat. To be able to block Big brother Feng Lin's aura, that brat must be quite strong. Otherwise, Big brother Feng Lin wouldn't have personally made a move. I wonder how long this brat can block Big brother Feng Lin's kick. He definitely won't be able to block 10 kicks. Not far away, the juniors of the Feng clan were all discussing. Their eyes were filled with worship toward Feng Lin. Only the beautiful Feng Yashin's beautiful eyes were staring at Ling Xiao, emitting a bit of light. You want to play leg arts with me? Fine, I'll let you guys see what a true leg art is. Ling Xiao wiped away a few traces of coldness as his figure began to move. Although Feng Lin was using the wind attribute, and it would be difficult for those of the same level to capture his figure, Ling Xiao was also of the wind attribute, and in this aspect, he was definitely more outstanding than Feng Lin. A whirlwind appeared in the area where he was standing, and many leg shadows began to fly. Bang bang. Ling Xiao's leg shadows collided with Feng Lin's. The two of them fought from the ground to the sky, and they had already exchanged over 100 moves. Feng Lin only felt that both his legs had been shaken to the point of numbness. He really didn't expect that the flying god kick that he was so proud of would not be able to cause any damage to his opponent at all. Instead, his opponent had to return the favor with leg arts. Moreover, his opponent seemed to be very relaxed, as if he was only defending and had yet to counterattack. Feng Lin was unwilling to face such a reality, so he moved his body horizontally and horizontally before gathering his strength again. Shadowless divine kick. Feng Lin let out a loud shout. His legs continued to sweep horizontally, and the afterimages of his feet, which were accompanied by wind blades, once again attacked Ling Xiao. This time, the leg shadows were even more concentrated and difficult to distinguish, as if they were everywhere, but also as if each leg was an illusory existence. It could be said that there were shadows but there were no traces, and the attack of each leg was not something that the previous one could compare to. The full power attack of a monarch could flatten a mountain. Feng Lin was very confident in this move of his. Ling Xiao also shouted loudly, "Watch me defeat you." Torrential storm and violent wind. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste time with him, he still wanted to see Ji Beixin. Ling Xiao's figure twisted, and the leg shadows smashed down like a torrential storm, like a violent wind sweeping out. Two wind attribute leg shadows intersected with each other, creating a series of rumbling sounds. At the beginning, Feng Lin was still able to deal with it, but not long after, his opponent's follow-up attacks became even more concentrated, pressuring him to the point that he almost couldn't breathe. When this move of his was exhausted, he was just about to retreat when he discovered that his opponent's attacks had not ended yet. No. Facing the leg shadow that was stomping toward his face, Feng Lin let out a cry of unwillingness. He wanted to use his hand to block, but it was too late. Bang bang. Feng Lin was stomped on by Ling Xiao dozens of times, and his figure was sent flying, blooming a beautiful stream of blood in midair. Ling Xiao's body leaped a few times, and landed on one foot. His sleeves fluttered lightly, and he had one hand behind his back, looking unusually elegant. The younger generation of the Feng clan all ran to see Feng Lin's injuries, only to see that his handsome face was almost deformed by Ling Xiao's stomp, and there were many traces of blood seeping out of his face, looking very sinister and disgusting. The younger generation of the Feng clan all felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this. They all knew how strong Feng Lin was, but he was defeated in a single move, so it went without saying how strong his opponent was. "That's all you're capable of," Ling Xiao sneered. Just now, if he hadn't held back a bit of his strength, most likely Feng Lin's head would have been crushed by him. Within the same level, Ling Xiao had never feared anyone. Chapter 553. I'm going to kill you. Feng Lin's face was injured, but Ling Xiao didn't kill him. He still had a lot of strength left in him. After being humiliated in front of his peers, Feng Lin was determined to regain his face. He bounced up from the ground, his eyes red with anger. A silver sword appeared in his hand, emitting a sharp light. 10,000 sword-devouring light. Feng Lin's figure changed again, layers of afterimages stacked on top of each other, making it hard to tell which one was his real body. At the same time, each afterimage seemed to be unleashing the same sword technique. Sword chi crisscrossed and surrounded Ling Xiao from all directions. The flowers and grass in the surroundings were cut into pieces by the sword chi. The juniors of the Feng clan around Feng Lin and Ling Xiao all retreated far away, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. The only ones who dared to approach the two were the high-level celestial master and Feng Yaxin. Their figures flickered, and layers of dark shield blocked Feng Lin's sword chi. The two of them watched the fight in the arena seriously. Feng Yaxin asked the high-level celestial master in a clear voice, "Elder Huang, do you think he really has the strength of a low-level Earth Emperor?" The high-level Emperorian nodded and said, "He is indeed a low-level Earth Emperor, but his aura is very dense. It seems to be even stronger than a mid-level Earth Emperor. This might be related to his dual attributes." "You can see that he also cultivates the wind attribute?" Feng Yaxin asked again. "How can I not see it? If he doesn't have the wind attribute, how can he keep up with young Master Feng Lin's speed? Plus, his defensive secret art is of the metal attribute. Tenbin is really extraordinary to be able to cultivate two attributes to this level," the high-level celestial master said. From what he had sensed just now, the high-level celestial venerate could tell that Ling Xiao had used two elements. Feng Yaxin looked at Ling Xiao with an interesting gaze. Ling Xiao was facing Feng Lin's attacks from all directions, but his expression didn't change. His body bounced in the air, and his feet began to move. Afterimages of his footsteps transformed into condensed wind blades, stirring up the sword chi and turning it upside down. Ling Xiao gathered his green pupils, and with a single glance he was able to locate Feng Lin's true body. His silhouette began to flicker, and in the next instant, his leg smashed into Feng Lin's chest. Bang! Feng Lin was once again flung through the air like a kite with a broken string. Fresh blood spurted out once more. This time around, Feng Lin lay on the ground and didn't get up. His eyes stared blankly at the sky, his expression indescribably mournful. "I've lost. I've actually lost." Feng Lin mumbled unwillingly. His thick lips were bitten open by him. The eyes of the younger generation of the Feng clan were filled with shock. Even though Feng Lin's strength wasn't the strongest within the younger generation of the Feng clan, he was still an elite among the elites. However, he wasn't even a match for this young man in front of them. This made it hard for them to accept. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with these juniors of the Feng clan, and said to the high-level Emperorian, "Take me to see Xanger." "Oh, okay. Young Master Ling, this way please." The Emperorian regained his senses and replied. Even though he was certain that Ling Xiao would win, he still felt that it was too fast. He muttered to himself, "Since when did a small place like the Northwest produce such an outstanding young man?" Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave with the Emperorian, Feng Yaxin called out, "Wait! Miss Xine." The Emperorian looked at Feng Yaxin in confusion. Ling Xiao glanced at the beautiful woman and wondered, "Does she want to fight with me as well? Elder Huang, let me take him to the main hall." Feng Yaxin revealed a charming smile. The Emperorian was taken aback, and he hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Thank you, Miss Xi." Feng Yaxin looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Come with me." Ling Xiao looked at Anna's graceful bearing, and couldn't help but think proudly, "This little girl couldn't have been subdued by my heroic bearing, right? Yes, that must be it. I didn't think that this girl would have such good taste, knowing that this young master is powerful." The young man from the Feng clan watched Ling Xiao leave with Feng Yaxin. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. "Damn it! Are we going to let him go just like that?" Feng Li shouted at Ling Xiao. "Forget it. He's too strong. If the experts of the clan don't come out to suppress him, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to kill him." A woman next to him stared at Ling Xiao's back with a vicious look. This woman was the daughter of Ma Rong, Feng Fanny, whom Ling Xiao met a few days ago. Feng Li came out to stop Ling Xiao because of her provocation. Feng Li felt his face burning when he heard Feng Fanny's words. Wasn't she implying that there was no one in the younger generation of the Feng clan? Feng Li looked at Feng Lin, who was still lying on the ground, and his eyes flashed with disdain. "If my big brother came out, he wouldn't have the chance to be so arrogant in our Feng clan. Let's go. I heard that the ancestor has taken a fancy to that woman. I wonder what kind of dogshit luck she has." Feng Fanny said unhappily. Feng Yaxin didn't walk very fast. Ling Xiao also followed her at a moderate pace. Ling Xiao admired the woman's figure, and found it very pleasing to the eye. This woman's beauty was in no way inferior to the women around him. In fact, her temperament was even slightly superior. After all, she had already reached the high-level earthly sovereign realm. Suddenly, Feng Yaxin stopped. Ling Xiao, who was behind her, almost bumped into her. "Why did you stop?" Ling Xiao was staring at Feng Yaxin's wriggling round buttocks. Her stopping really made him feel unhappy. He thought to himself, "What a beautiful buttocks. I wonder how it feels to touch." Ever since Ling Xiao turned all the women around him into beauties, he didn't look at ordinary women. Even Yi Shuiqing in the Yi clan didn't arouse Ling Xiao's lust. After coming to the Wind capital, the only thing that could make him lose his mind was the woman who was entangled with the evil emperor. She was simply too beautiful. Although this Feng Yaxin wasn't as stunning as the others, her body was extremely well-rounded. It was as if every part of her body was filled with infinite temptation. Ling Xiao had always admitted that he liked this kind of well-rounded woman the most. They looked very pleasing to the eye and were quite wonderful to do. Among his women, only Kai Xiayue and Wei Dai could be compared to Feng Yaxin. However, Feng Yaxin's figure was even more alluring. This was also the main reason why Ling Xiao was interested. Feng Yaxin revealed an elegant smile and said, "Your strength is not bad. How old are you this year?" Ling Xiao didn't expect that the cold and elegant Feng Yaxin would actually chat with him. However, he wouldn't let go of this opportunity to get to know Feng Yaxin better. "This little brother is 23. Ling Xiao replied. In fact, he would only be 23 years old in a few months. Feng Yaxin revealed a surprised expression and said, "A 23-year-old Earth Emperor. Are you really from the Northwest?" Ji Beixin had already entered the Feng clan. The Feng clan should have already understood their background. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, I am from the Northwest. Could it be that Miss Feng looks down on people from small places like us?" Feng Yaxin's eyes lit up. "Of course not. You've already proven your strength. If I didn't think highly of you, I wouldn't be talking to you." She paused for a moment before continuing. "Since you have the wind attribute, why don't you join the Feng clan? My clan can provide you with many resources." After seeing Ling Xiao's battle prowess, Feng Yaxin began to admire Ling Xiao. Of course, it wasn't that she liked Ling Xiao, but she felt that Ling Xiao's potential was quite good. He was qualified to enter the Feng clan, become a member of the Feng clan, and serve the Feng clan in the future. Feng Yaxin had a very noble status. Not only was she a direct descendant of the Feng clan, but she was also the granddaughter of the current clan leader. Since she was young, the Feng clan spent countless resources to train her. She was one of the top 3 experts in the younger generation of the Feng clan. She was also qualified to let outsiders join the Feng clan. Ling Xiao really didn't expect Feng Yaxin to make such a request. However, he didn't have a good impression of the Feng clan. Joining the Feng clan was also a restriction for him. He was used to living a carefree life, so naturally, he didn't want to step into the prison again. Ling Xiao refused. "I appreciate Miss Feng's good intentions, but I already have a master. It's not suitable for me to join the Feng clan." Feng Yaxin said, "This is nothing. If you join our Feng clan, we don't need you to remove your relationship with your master. It's just that when the Feng clan needs your help in the future, you can do your best." In the central region, many powers would recruit powerful foreign martial artists to strengthen their own forces. For example, the high-level Empyrean surnamed Huang was also recruited by the Feng clan. Of course, if they recruited these martial artists, the Feng clan would give them the cultivation materials they needed. Otherwise, who would work so hard? Feng Yaxin wanted to recruit Ling Xiao as a follower or guard of the Feng clan. Ling Xiao's face flashed with disdain. "You want me to be at your beck and call like that venerable from before? You guys think too highly of me." To be honest, he was very unhappy with the arrogant attitude of the younger generation of the Feng clan. Even if that high-level Empyrean wasn't a direct descendant of the Feng clan, they shouldn't have been so disrespectful. He would have to be as humble as that person unless he was dead. Damn, this young master even has an emperor-level servant. Why would I join your Feng clan? It's more like a son-in-law of the Feng clan. Ling Xiao was unhappy in his heart. His achievements today are all due to our Feng clan's training. What's wrong with us ordering him around? Feng Yaxin's expression became indifferent, then she said, I hope you can cherish this opportunity. Who knows how many people in the central region want to join our Feng clan, but can't. In Feng Yaxin's eyes, Ling Xiao seemed to be too arrogant. Her Feng clan was famous in the central region. She lowered her status to recruit this guy from the northwest, but he didn't agree. This made her a little angry. She felt that Ling Xiao didn't know how to appreciate favors. Is that so? I don't want this kind of opportunity. Ling Xiao replied indifferently. A few days ago, even an emperor-level expert wanted to take him as a disciple, but he refused. How could he not like the Feng clan? Feng Yaxin slightly furrowed her brows and glared at Ling Xiao. She didn't say anything else and led Ling Xiao towards the Feng clan's holy temple. Chapter 554. The Feng Holy Temple was located on the highest peak of the Feng territory. This was the most prestigious place in the Feng clan. Aside from the ancestors, only the clan master could stay here all year round. The other elders didn't have the right to do so. This was also the place where the Feng clan received their guests. The Feng clan's guests were those who were comparable to the Feng clan. Ordinary people from smaller powers didn't have the right to enter the holy temple. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know the meaning behind this. He only thought that it was a place for the Feng clan to receive their guests. If the sects and clans under the Feng clan knew what Ling Xiao was thinking, they would vomit blood and die from anger. Every year, they would do everything they could to please the Feng clan in hopes that one day, they would be able to enter the Feng Holy Temple. Once they entered the temple, it would be a symbol of status and approval from the Feng clan. Then their status would also rise. As for why Ling Xiao was able to enter the Holy Temple, of course, it had something to do with Ji Bexin. After Ling Xiao followed Feng Yaxin into the Holy Palace, he felt as if the world around him had brightened up. Waves of pure spiritual qi were being added to his body. Ling Xiao felt refreshed. He looked around at the golden, luxurious, and spacious hall. He felt as if he had suddenly shrunk several times in size. He felt as if he had entered another independent space. His hidden aura had also become clear. It seemed that after entering this place, he no longer had any secrets to hide. At the same time, the Yin wind bead in his sea of memories jumped even more violently. Could it be that there's something similar to the innate Yin wind bead here? Ling Xiao wondered. He forcefully suppressed the movement of the innate Yin wind bead, so that it would not cause him any unnecessary trouble. After arriving at the Holy Palace, there was a dignified and handsome middle-aged man sitting in the Holy Palace. At first glance, he gave off an oppressive aura. Below him was a noble and elegant woman who looked to be in her 30s. She was beautiful and somewhat similar to Feng Yaxin. When the two of them stood together, people would think that they were sisters, but in reality, they were mother and daughter. These two people were the clan master, Feng Hongwu, who was already a high-level heavenly master. Below him was his wife, Yunshi, who was also a powerful mid-level heavenly master. When Ling Xiao and Feng Yaxin appeared, Feng Hongwu and Yunshi were both surprised. Then they focused their attention on Ling Xiao. Father, mother, this is the person you want to see. Feng Yaxin bowed and said, These two are the patriarch and his wife of the Feng clan. They are also my parents. Sure enough, heroes come from the young. The first to speak was Feng Yaxin's mother, Yunshi. Thank you for the compliment, madam. Ling Xiao responded and then asked, When can I see Xiner? You came to our Feng clan just to see Xiner? Feng Hongwu asked in a loud voice. His question was direct, but it was also directed at his heart. Many people tried to enter the Feng clan, but how many people could actually come here? He felt that Ling Xiao's intention had yet to be confirmed. Ling Xiao was a little unhappy. Does the clan master think that I came to steal from your Feng clan? How dare you? Feng Hongwu shouted. And a powerful aura pressed towards Ling Xiao. He had been in a high position for many years, and he couldn't remember how many years it had been since someone dared to speak to him like this. He didn't expect this kid to be so arrogant and dare to talk back to him. Is your Feng clan full of arrogant people? Ling Xiao was also full of anger. He shouted and released his aura to resist Feng Hongwu's aura. However, the gap between the two was too big. Ling Xiao was still unable to breathe, and his knees were already bent. He was about to kneel down. "You're going too far." Ling Xiao bit his thick lips and used the ancient divine art to its fullest, bursting out with 10 times the power. He cultivated 5 elements at the same time, and he also had the powerful battle intent of the ancient divine art. Together, he had 10 times the power. Roar! A golden dragon shadow instantly rose behind him. The dragon shadow was mainly gold, and there were a few faint colors flashing around it. It looked very noble, and the dragon's roar echoed in the hall. Ling Xiao stood up straight again. An indomitable aura made him look so firm and unyielding, awe-inspiring, and full of battle intent. Feng Hongwu's eyes flashed with surprise, and he thought to himself, "Good boy, such a powerful battle intent. He can actually shake off my aura. It's just that this dragon energy battle intent is strange." Yin Shi and Feng Yaxin, who were at the side, both opened their mouths wide and looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. In the next moment, they cried out in surprise. Ling Xiao turned into a dragon, waved his powerful golden fist, and smashed it towards Feng Hongwu. This punch was Ling Xiao's peak punch, and it was 10 times the power of his 10 times the power. Since coming to the Wind Capital, Ling Xiao had been inexplicably upset by the Feng clan. This punch represented all his anger towards the Feng clan. No one under the Earth's sovereign realm could withstand such a powerful punch. As for the celestial masters, they would also suffer if they were not careful. "Good boy, how dare you resist?" Feng Hongwu snorted, still sitting motionless on the soft couch. At the same time, he gently waved his hand, and a gust of wind collided with the golden fist. Rumble! After a strong collision, Ling Xiao was shaken back, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Before Ling Xiao's body landed on the ground, he endured the pain from his injuries and spun his body in a beautiful way. Then he stepped on the smooth jade stone with one of his feet, and kicked out countless afterimages of his legs. At the same time, waves of innate yin wind and evil qi were mixed in the air. Feng Hongwu, Yin Shi, and Feng Yaxin exclaimed at the same time, "Innate yin wind evil qi." Feng Hongwu made another move, but this time he was much more cautious than before. He even evolved the small square world. Ling Xiao's leg shadows instantly disintegrated, and even the innate yin wind evil qi was imprisoned. However, although Feng Hongwu imprisoned the innate yin wind evil qi, the corrosiveness of the innate yin wind evil qi was so strong that it kept corroding Feng Hongwu's energy. Hey, such a strong corrosiveness, could it be? Feng Hongwu was stunned. Then he waved his hand, and a powerful energy wrapped the innate yin wind evil qi together, and brought it in front of him. After feeling the strong corrosiveness of the innate yin wind evil qi, Feng Hongwu couldn't help but exclaim, "This is definitely not an ordinary innate yin wind evil qi, but innate yin wind evil qi." "What innate yin wind evil qi?" Yin Shi and Feng Yaxin both exclaimed. Feng Hongwu turned his hand and shook the innate yin wind evil qi away. Then he stared at Ling Xiao and said, "Boy, how did you condense the innate yin wind evil qi?" He was puzzled. Could it be that this boy obtained it by unsealing Xiao Xian's seal? "Why do you care how I condensed it? If you don't bring Xian, or out today, believe it or not, I'll tear this place down." Although Ling Xiao was imprisoned and couldn't move, he didn't have any stage fright. "Haha boy, you really have a big tone. For thousands of years, no one has dared to say such a big tone in my Feng clan. Even if it's an emperor-level expert. You are the second one in the last 10,000 years." Feng Hongwu laughed instead of being angry. "It seems that there are still people who don't like your Feng clan," Ling Xiao said unhappily. What's the use of talking? I can kill you now with a raise of my hand. Tell me, how did you condense the innate yin wind evil qi?" Feng Hongwu snorted coldly. "That's because my tenbin is high. Why can't I condense it?" Ling Xiao said proudly. "Brat, you're really stubborn. If the innate yin wind evil qi can be condensed by tenbin, then who knows how many people in the world have condensed it? It seems that if you don't suffer a little, you won't know how powerful you are," Feng Hongwu threatened. "You can try, I promise you'll regret it," Ling Xiao replied in a domineering manner. As long as Feng Hongwu made any strange movements, he would directly summon the cruel leopard and the earth flame tiger to fight with the Feng clan. "You!" Feng Hongwu suddenly stood up and stared at Ling Xiao. However, just when he was about to make a move, Yunshi said from the side, "Okay, Brother Wu, this child is quite strong and his strength is not bad. Don't make things difficult for him, lest others say that our Feng clan bullies the young." Ling Xiao glanced at Yunshi and felt that this woman's words were very pleasant to hear. Ling Xiao also felt that he didn't want to fight with the Feng clan as a last resort. He still had to rush to the North Water boundary to rescue Yin Mingqi. "Alas, it seems that I still underestimated you, boy." Feng Hongwu sighed, withdrew his hand, and spread out his spiritual power. Ling Xiao regained his freedom again, but he had just been bombarded twice and suffered a small internal injury. However, Feng Hongwu didn't really want his life. With the ancient emperor divine technique, he could recover in less than an hour. Ling Xiao Lingwu Jiutian, smiling proudly at the common people. "This name is very interesting." Yunshi's beautiful eyes were full of wisdom as she looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Madam flatters me." Ling Xiao heard such praise, and his face became hot, and the anger in his heart suddenly dissipated by half. "After passing layers of tests, you are qualified to be a member of my Feng clan, but in the future you need to stay away from Xiao Xian. You and she are not suitable to stay together." Yunshi cut to the point. Ling Xiao's face was instantly covered with dark clouds, and his good impression of Yunshi disappeared immediately. "What do you mean by this?" Ling Xiao asked coldly. "My meaning is very clear. You can survive in the name of our Feng clan or anywhere in the central region, or you can stay and work for our Feng clan, but you can't get close to Xiao Xian because she has been accepted as a disciple by our Feng clan's ancestor. In the future, she will become a guardian elder of our Feng clan. Her future is limitless, so you can't continue to be with her." Yunshi said very seriously. "That's what you want, isn't it?" Ling Xiao's face paled. His heart was filled with a raging fire. Chapter 555. Ling Xiao and Ji Beixin have been together for more than 4 years. Recalling the days when he and she met in the city lord's mansion of Purple Sky City, knew each other, and loved each other. It was all water channels, without any reluctance and bashfulness, as if the two were destined to be together. Ling Xiao admitted that he was a playboy, but he was full of sincerity to his women. He absolutely did not allow his women to be hurt, let alone allow his women to leave him for no reason. Love is selfish. Ling Xiao didn't think he was a great person, but he would never accept being forced to break up the relationship between him and his women, unless his women left voluntarily, which was another matter. Based on his understanding of Ji Beixin, he never believed that Ji Beixin would leave him one day. Therefore, he could be sure that the Feng family acted on their own and forced him to separate from Ji Beixin. Perhaps they already knew that Ji Beixin's hidden energy was extraordinary, and her future achievements were absolutely high, so they thought that Ling Xiao was not worthy of Ji Beixin. However, no matter what the reason was, Ling Xiao would never allow anyone to meddle in their affairs, even if it was the Feng clan. "Kid, we appreciate you, so we don't talk much with you. If it was someone else, you would have been dead already," Feng Hongwu said with some displeasure. Indeed, as he said, if it was an ordinary person, the Feng family would directly ignore it, and no one would dare to do anything to their Feng family. Now he, the dignified family head, summoned this kid, which was enough face and sincerity for Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao didn't know how to appreciate favors, which really annoyed Feng Hongwu. At this time, Yunshi's face also became unnatural, and Feng Yaxin on the side muttered in her heart, "What an arrogant guy." It's just that this arrogant posture was quietly branded in Feng Yaxin's heart, and she faintly appreciated Ling Xiao. If it was those young talents who faced her parents in the past, who dared to contradict and confront like this, it was the same even for the new generation of outstanding talents from the other 17 great forces. All right. If you don't call Xian out, then I'll find her myself." Ling Xiao was already on the verge of exploding with rage. After saying a few words coldly, he shouted, "Savage leopard, come out!" Then, a figure quietly appeared beside Ling Xiao. Feng Hongwu, Yunshi, and Feng Yaxin were all surprised. What's going on? Even though Feng Hongwu's family was very knowledgeable, They didn't understand how the savage leopard could suddenly appear in front of them. Space rings could store inanimate objects, while spirit beast bracers could store spirit beasts, but they had never heard of anything that could store a living person. Unless it was a legendary divine artifact. However, would they think that Ling Xiao had a divine artifact on him? Clan leader Feng, Madam Feng, please call Xianer out, said Ling Xiao coldly. Good boy, don't think that you can be rampant in my Feng clan because you have a helper. I'll let you know how powerful this clan leader is. Feng Hongwu shouted, and a small world instantly bloomed. An incomparably fierce hurricane swept towards Ling Xiao and the savage leopard. These hurricanes were like level 12 typhoons. Once touched, they would immediately be torn to pieces by the wind blades. And these wind blades also contained bursts of strong Yin Wind Evil Qi. Although this Yin Wind Evil Qi was a little worse than Ling Xiao's innate Yin Wind Evil Qi, it should not be underestimated. It seemed that Feng Hongwu intended to kill Ling Xiao in the Holy Temple. Hurricane World, unfortunately, it's still a little weak. The savage leopard took a step forward and stood in front of Ling Xiao. He spread his hands, and two big black palms directly toward the small world of the level 12 hurricane. Feng Hongwu was counterattacked by the power, and his whole body was shaken to the soft couch, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Emperor Stage Expert. Feng Hongwu, Yinshi, and Feng Yaxin all exclaimed. They didn't expect that Ling Xiao would actually summon a mystic Emperor Stage Super Expert. At the moment when Feng Hongwu was shaken, several powerful auras instantly descended in the Holy Temple. Who dares to break into my Feng clan's Holy Temple? You're simply courting death. An angry roar echoed in the Holy Temple. Then, three figures silently appeared in the Feng clan's Holy Temple. Ling Xiao had seen these three people before. They were the three Emperor Stage Experts that he had seen in the mountains on the outskirts of Wind City. They must be the old demons of the Feng clan's ancestor level. The three of them were all brothers, and they had a great reputation in the central region. The older generation respectfully called them the Feng clan's three elders. The eldest was the man in black, and his name was Feng Da. The man in blue was Feng Er, and the man in green was Feng San. Among the three, Feng Da was the strongest, and he was a mid-level mystic emperor. His two younger brothers were low-level mystic emperors. All three of them had already lived for 5,000 years. It's actually you. Feng San recognized Ling Xiao at a glance and shouted. Ling Xiao faced the questioning of the Emperor Stage Experts, and his two eardrums were shaken. Fortunately, Cruel Leopard blocked his figure in time, isolating the source of Feng San's voice. You actually deceived us three brothers. You're really a young hero. The one who broke through to the Emperor Stage that day was you, right? Feng Er sneered. No matter what reason you have, if you dare to cause trouble in my Feng clan's holy temple, then stay here forever. Feng De narrowed his eyes and said. Facing the three Emperor Stage Experts, Cruel Leopard seemed powerless. Now that he had obtained the chant of the 8 forms of Devil Blade from Ling Xiao, he had not completely learned the last few forms. With his blood prison world, he could at most resist Feng Er and Feng San, and Feng De was one level higher than him. No matter what, he could not resist. One had to know that after reaching the Empyrean realm, the gap between each level was very large. Ling Xiao glanced at the 3 Feng elders. He knew that it would be difficult for him to escape today, but for Ji Beixin, it didn't matter if he died in the Feng clan. 3 ancestors, I think we should spare their lives. At this time, Feng Yaxin stood up and bowed. The 3 elders looked at Feng Yaxin in confusion. Feng Yaxin said, he is a guest invited by Aunt. The 3 elders of the Feng clan were surprised. Then their gazes fell on Feng Hongwu. Hongwu, what is going on? Feng Sen asked. Feng Hongwu didn't suffer much damage, but his expression was a bit pale. He is indeed a guest invited by Aunt, but we couldn't come to an agreement. I didn't expect this brat to be so stubborn. He didn't even listen to our Feng clan, and insisted on seeing Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian? The girl that Feng Xiang that kid brought back, the one that Aunt took in as her successor, Xiao Xian? Feng Er asked. Yes, it is her. Feng Hongwu nodded. What is the relationship between Xiao Xian and this brat? Feng De asked. This. Feng Hongwu didn't know what to say. At this time, Yun Shi on the side took over his words and said, Xiaoxin was brought back from the northwest by him, and he was Xiaoxin's previous man. We just want him to cut off contact with Xiaoxin, so that Xiaoxin can cultivate in our Feng family with peace of mind. This is also the meaning of my aunt. So that's how it is. The 3 Feng elders understood. If that's the case, then forgive their sin of blasphemy. Let them be enslaved in our Feng clan for 100 years before regaining their freedom. Feng De glanced at Ling Xiao and said, enslavement and service were 2 different concepts. Enslavement was forced to obey management. There was no reason to resist and space to enjoy freedom. They had to listen to the master's arrangements at any time. They must obey 100%, and there was no reward. Service was like the servants and guards who followed the master. Although they also obeyed the master's arrangements, they could enjoy freedom and receive corresponding rewards. But Feng De wanted Ling Xiao and Cruel Leopard to be enslaved in the Feng clan for 100 years. This was equivalent to making the 2 slaves and running dogs of the Feng clan. He simply didn't put them in his eyes. I'm afraid this is not appropriate. Feng Yaxin whispered. She didn't know why she didn't want to see Ling Xiao being enslaved. Our Feng clan's holy temple doesn't allow others to blaspheme, and they dared to hurt Hongwu. Obviously, they don't put us in their eyes. Enslaving them for 100 years is already enough. Feng San said. Why don't we let them submit to our Feng clan? This brat also has the wind attribute and condensed Xiantian Yin wind evil energy. Feng Yaxin suggested. At the same time, she played a role towards Ling Xiao, hoping that Ling Xiao would agree. What he condensed Xiantian Yin wind evil energy. The 3 Feng elders were surprised. Yes, I saw him use it with my own eyes. I can't be wrong. Feng Hongwu replied. This time, the 3 elders of the Feng clan looked at Ling Xiao in a different light. Just like Feng Hongwu, the 3 elders of the Feng clan asked Ling Xiao how he condensed the innate evil wind energy. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't tell them the truth. Otherwise, he would die on the spot. Brat, as long as you tell us the secret of how to condense Xiantian Yin wind evil energy, we can spare your lives. Feng De said. The Feng clan had the Yin wind pond. It could help them condense Xiantian Yin wind evil energy, but it couldn't allow them to condense Xiantian Yin wind evil energy. This was why they were so nervous and excited. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste any more time with them and asked again. Tell Exiner to come out and see me. I can tell you. At this time, Feng De suddenly thought of something and guessed. Could it be you got it from Exiner? It must be. There's a seal in Exiner's body. Feng Er continued, but he almost blurted out some of the Feng clan's secrets. Feng San interrupted him in time. He must stay forever. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the 3 Feng elders. This matter was related to the Feng clan's secrets, and they absolutely couldn't let outsiders leak it. The savage leopard decisively stood in front of Ling Xiao. The 3 elders of the Feng clan had a tacit understanding. They had already surrounded Ling Xiao, ready to kill them at the same time. Ling Xiao also tightly clenched his fists. Once the battle began, he would summon the Earth Flame Tiger. The battle was about to begin. However, a clear sound interrupted this life and death battle. Chapter 556. Don't make it difficult for them. Bring them to the Light Wind Pavilion. An ethereal voice echoed in the temple. The 3 elders in Feng Hongwu's family bowed and replied, Yes, Auntie. They were all confused. Why does Auntie want to see this kid? They didn't want to go against their auntie, so they could only ask Feng Yaxin to bring Ling Xiao to the Light Wind Pavilion. Cruel Leopard wanted to follow but was stopped by the 3 elders. You stay, it's fine. Ling Xiao was bold. Since he had already come this far, there was no reason for him to be afraid. Plus, the voice just now sounded familiar, so the other party wouldn't harm him. At the same time, he was very confused. Who is this auntie? How can the people of the Feng clan be so respectful to her? She must be the real ruler of the Feng clan. Ling Xiao followed Feng Yaxin to the back of the holy temple. Ling Xiao discovered that the holy temple was much larger than he had imagined. There were many independent pavilions in the holy temple, that looked very exquisite and unique. Moreover, the spirit chi here was definitely 10 times that of the outside world. It was no wonder that only the noblest people lived here. The light wind pavilion was in the deepest part of the holy temple, and had the most elegant environment. This pavilion was built with green bamboo and looked very natural. There was a small bridge next to it, and all kinds of strange flowers and plants were planted. Ling Xiao found that these strange flowers and plants were all high-level spirit herbs of the 5th or 6th level. There were even a few 7th-level spirit herbs of the highest quality. This is a low 7th level 7-pointed star flower. Ling Xiao looked at a spirit flower and exclaimed. This spirit flower had 7 leaves that formed a heptagonal shape that protected the flower in the middle. It looked very unique. The petals of the flower in the middle would open and close from time to time. It looked as if it was breathing in the spiritual energy of the world, appearing extremely agile and lively. The 7-pointed star flower was a spirit flower of the wood element. It had a strong healing effect and could regenerate broken limbs. Feng Yaxin looked at Ling Xiao with interest. I didn't expect you to know so much about high-grade spirit herbs. Ling Xiao ignored Feng Yaxin and looked at a spirit herb not far away. Level 7 2-colored wind leaf grass. Ling Xiao ran a few steps to the side of a stalk of spirit grass and exclaimed. This stalk of spirit herb was even stranger. The front and back of its leaves were 2 different colors. One side was white, and the other side was green. The leaves swayed in the breeze like a person whose face had changed. This was a low-tier rank 7 wind attribute spirit herb. 4 wind attribute martial artists. It was a top-grade spirit herb and one of the rarest spirit herbs. After all, spirit herbs that were not of the 5 elements were extremely difficult to find. Ling Xiao didn't expect the Feng clan to be able to find this kind of spirit grass. He couldn't help but marvel at the Feng clan's terrifying background. Just when Ling Xiao was about to look at the other spirit herbs, Feng Yaxin couldn't help but yell. Hey, how can you be so rude? Didn't you hear what I said? Feng Yaxin was, after all, a beautiful woman. She had many suitors, but this guy in front of her ignored her and focused on the spirit herbs. This made her very annoyed. Ling Xiao snapped out of his daze and was about to say something when the sound of a zither rang out. Ding dong, ding dong. The sound of the zither was like a clear spring, making people feel at ease. The sound of the zither was like the chirping of hundreds of birds, full of joy. The sound of the zither was like the blooming of hundreds of flowers and thousands of butterflies, making people feel like they were in a dream. Ling Xiao and Feng Yaxin were immediately attracted by the sound of the zither. After a long time, the song ended, but the two were still in a daze. Excian air. Ling Xiao was the first to come back to his senses. He shouted in surprise and flew towards the bamboo house in front of him. At the same time, a figure flew out of the bamboo house. Smile. A cheerful figure flew out of the bamboo house. She had a refined and perfect face, a pure white gauze dress, and an exquisite and curvaceous figure. Who else could she be but Ji Beixin? Ji Beixin threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms. Ling Xiao smelled the familiar scent and felt refreshed. All the unhappiness from before disappeared at this moment. Excian air, how are you? Ling Xiao caressed Ji Beixin's hair and asked. Ji Beixin buried her head in Ling Xiao's chest and said, I'm fine. I just miss you a lot. Feng Yaxin looked at the loving couple and didn't know why, but she didn't feel good in her heart. Is this what love is? It looks very interesting. Feng Yaxin thought. Since she was born, she had spent most of her time cultivating. She had never experienced love. Thinking about this, she suddenly felt like finding someone to fall in love with. But in her memory, there was no man that she had ever fallen in love with. All right, don't you two care that I'm here? The voice that had sounded out in the temple came from the bamboo house again. Hearing this voice, Ji Beixin felt embarrassed and struggled out of Ling Xiao's arms. Who knew that Ling Xiao would hold her waist tightly and not let go? Excian air, let's go. We don't want to stay here anymore. Ling Xiao said to Ji Beixin, and wanted to leave. Wait, you can't be rude to Auntie. Feng Yaxin stopped them and shouted. She became cold and indifferent once again. You have the nerve to say that. From the beginning, it was your Feng clan that bullied us. Get out of my way, otherwise don't blame me for being angry. Ling Xiao stared at Feng Yaxin and shouted. Although he was happy to see Ji Beixin, he didn't want to stay in the Feng clan for another minute. He felt that these people from the Feng clan were unreasonable. Even if Ji Beixin was related to the Feng clan, she shouldn't stay here. Haha, you're strong, but can you be stronger than me? I'm a high-level Earth King. Feng Yaxin laughed disdainfully. I've never been afraid of a venerable. Why would I be afraid of a mere Earth King? Ling Xiao also looked at Feng Yaxin with disdain. You. Feng Yaxin was angry. But before she could finish, a gentle voice came from the bamboo house again. All right, I know you've been wronged, but I promise that the Feng clan will not make things difficult for you. I won't trust anyone from the Feng clan. Ling Xiao replied decisively. How dare you? Feng Yaxin shouted, and was about to attack Ling Xiao. At this moment, a gentle breeze blew past and a beautiful figure appeared in front of Feng Yaxin. It was a woman of unparalleled beauty. She was even more outstanding than Ji Beixin and Feng Yaxin. Her demeanor, her figure, her temperament, everything about her was perfect. Kid, we meet again. The woman showed a playful expression to Ling Xiao. It's you. Ling Xiao exclaimed as he looked at the stunning woman in front of him. He didn't expect the woman in front of him to be the woman who had pestered the evil emperor before. She was actually from the Feng clan, and her status seemed to be very high. Greetings, Auntie. Feng Yaxin greeted the woman. Ya Xian, you don't have to be so polite, the woman replied calmly. She then looked at Ling Xiao playfully. You recognize me? Feng Yaxin remembered that she used spiritual energy to hide her face. Even a celestial venerable wouldn't be able to see her face clearly. But judging from Ling Xiao's reaction, it seemed that he recognized her at a glance. How could Ling Xiao dare to forget sister's beauty? Ling Xiao replied, Sister. Feng Yaxin couldn't help but be dumbfounded. As for the beautiful woman, she was grinning like a flower blooming like a blossoming flower. Her firm bosom jiggled and jiggled. Ling Xiao was stunned. In his heart he thought, what a super seductress. Ling Xiao realized that this woman was the most attractive woman he had ever seen. Even Yun Mingqi, Feng Xianyan, and Feng Yaxin didn't have this kind of charm. This had a lot to do with her extraordinary strength. Unless one day his woman could reach her level of strength, then perhaps he wouldn't lose to her. Feng Yaxin was even more dumbfounded now. She had never seen her aunt smile so kindly and delightfully. Ever since she was young, her aunt had always been a strict, cold, and domineering woman who stood high above everyone else. But now her aunt was acting like a little girl. Feng Yaxin couldn't wrap her head around it. She couldn't help but have an evil thought. Could it be that my aunt has an affair with him? What am I thinking? Feng Yaxin blamed herself in her heart and couldn't help but blush. You're pretty slippery. Could it be that Big Brother Demonic Emperor has taken a fancy to you? The beautiful woman laughed. She then continued. Although I like hearing you call me Big Sister, I want you to call me Master's wife even more. I think it's more suitable to call you Sister, Ling Xiao said disapprovingly. That's right. You're the first person to make Big Brother Evil Emperor suffer. Then I'll allow you to call me Sister from now on. At that time, I'll make him angry. The woman's eyes flashed with craftiness. Feng Yaxin's brain was about to collapse. Was this still the ancestor of the Feng clan? Was she still the anchor of the Feng clan? She was one of the most powerful women in the central region. Her strength had reached the peak of the mystic emperor, and she could step into the saint level at any time. Now she was like a naughty and cute little girl. Where was her usual self? Oh right, sister, are you from the Feng clan? Ling Xiao asked. What do you think? The woman asked back. Ling Xiao's face darkened. I guess not. Why do you say that? If I'm not from the Feng clan, why am I living here? The woman seemed to be childish and asked again. The people of the Feng family are all unreasonable people. I see that you are beautiful and kind, just like a fairy from the heavens. How could you have anything to do with the Feng family? I think you must have been forced to stay here by the Feng family. Ling Xiao flattered without batting an eyelid. Haha. The woman's smile became even brighter. At this moment, she was like the flower queen of 100 flowers. Her beauty was dazzling. You're such a sweet talker, No wonder Big Brother Evil Emperor wants to take you as his disciple. The woman smiled. Chapter 557. This supreme beauty from the Feng clan was actually more than 8,000 years old. Because she used a high-rank pill to preserve her beauty and was extremely powerful, she maintained the appearance of a 30-year-old. She also had a very elegant and pleasant name, Feng Qingyuan. No one would have thought that such a delicate person was the oldest ancestor of the Feng clan. Even the 3 elders of the Feng clan had to call her aunt. The reason why she asked the people of the Feng clan to call her aunt and not ancestor was because she didn't want others to call her old. At the same time, she didn't want others to call her by her name because of her seniority, so she asked the Feng clan to call her aunt. From her strength and Feng Yaxin's respect, Ling Xiao naturally guessed that she was an ancestor of the Feng clan. However, he felt that this woman didn't have any ill intentions towards him, so he purposely said a few words to please her. At the same time, he couldn't help but think about the demonic emperor, who wanted him to become his disciple. It must be the romantic demonic emperor, mentioned by Cruel Leopard. Thinking about how he rejected the master who was closest to a god, Ling Xiao had the urge to beat his chest and cry. With a master like this, even without the protection of the scorching earth tiger, he could still walk unhindered in the central territory. Feng Qingyuan called Ling Xiao Ji Beixin, and Feng Yaxin to the bamboo house. Then, she gave the time to the young man and stretched her mature body. She yawned and went to sleep. Ling Xiao finally learned about the secret between Ji Beixin and the Feng clan from her mouth. It turned out that Ji Beixin's mother was a descendant of the Feng clan's first elder, Feng Yuyan. Feng Yuyan was the most outstanding representative of the Feng clan's new generation. She was only 35 years old, but she was already an intermediate-level Earth King. Even though she was a bit weaker than Feng Yaxin, her potential was much stronger than Feng Yaxin. This was because Feng Yuyan had obtained the full power of an ancestor of her family. At that time, this ancestor was already a peak mystic emperor, and had lived for 10,000 years. Because he couldn't break through to the saint level, he knew that he didn't have much time left. Thus, he used a sealing technique to seal his cultivation inside Feng Yuyan's body. When she broke through to Empyrean, she would be able to open the seal, and use the sealed energy for herself. In less than 100 years, she would be able to become a peak mystic emperor, and become a powerful force for the Feng clan. That ancestor had condensed the innate Yin baleful qi by chance when he was still alive, and his strength was one of the top few in the central territory. What he sealed in Feng Yuyan's body contained the innate Yin evil qi. Therefore, Feng Yuyan was protected as the most important person in the Feng clan. She was given the clan's pendant, and her status was comparable to the clan leader. However, before Feng Yuyan could fully mature, she encountered an accident while training in the mountain range, and was heavily injured. Coincidentally, Ji Beixin's father, Ji Xiaozhen, saved her from that accident. Ji Xiaozhen hadn't been in the central territory for long, but he managed to obtain the Devil King flower in the Blood Demon region. His strength had already reached the intermediate monarch level. Ji Xiaozhen saved Feng Yuyan, and took good care of her. Feng Yuyan, who had never had a relationship with a man, had developed feelings for Ji Xiaozhen. Of course, Ji Xiaozhen had long been attracted by Feng Yuyan's beauty. The two fell into the river of love, and did what a man and woman should do in bed. However, the good times didn't last long. The Feng clan found out about their relationship. Feng Yuyan knew that her status was too different from Ji Xiaozhen's, so she decided to sever her relationship with him and return to the clan. This was the only way she could protect Ji Xiaozhen. However, when she left Ji Xiaozhen and returned to the Feng clan, she found out that she was pregnant with Ji Xiaozhen's flesh and blood. At that time, she had already left Ji Xiaozhen, but it was impossible for her to return to the clan. Thus, according to what Ji Xiaozhen told her before, his hometown was in the northwest Purple Sky City. His father was the city lord of Purple Sky City, so she rushed there while pregnant, hoping to find Ji Xiaozhen. Unfortunately, Ji Xiaozhen didn't return to Purple Sky City, so she could only stay there alone to give birth to her child. Her child was the current Ji Beixin. It was also because she gave birth to Ji Beixin that all of the energy that the Feng ancestor sealed in her body was transferred to Ji Beixin's body. That energy was too huge and contained innate evil energy, so it caused Ji Beixin's legs to be paralyzed when she was born. In order to find Ji Xiaozhen, Feng Yuyan could only bear to hand Ji Beixin over to Ji Tuesday. At the same time, she left her Feng clan's jade pendant by Ji Beixin's side before leaving the northwest. From then on, Feng Yuyan and Ji Xiaozhen were nowhere to be found. For more than 20 years, the Feng clan had been searching for Feng Yuyan's whereabouts, but to no avail. They gradually gave up on the search. Now that Ji Beixin had come to Wen City, and because of Ling Zhao's breakthrough and destruction of the inn, it attracted the attention of the Feng clan. It just so happened that the clan pendant on Ji Beixin's neck was discovered by the Feng clan, and then the following things happened. After some understanding, Ling Zhao finally knew what was going on. Strictly speaking, Ji Beixin wasn't a complete member of the Feng clan, but half a member of the Feng clan. The Feng clan was Ji Beixin's maternal family. The reason why the Feng clan valued her so much was because Ji Beixin's body contained the energy of their Feng clan's peaked mystic emperor. Originally, the Feng clan didn't have good intentions when they invited Ji Beixin back to the Feng clan. They wanted to find a way to extract the energy in her body and transfer it to Feng Yaxin. However, after a round of investigation by Feng Qingyuan, he found that a hole had been unsealed in Ji Beixin's energy, and this hole would provide Ji Beixin with an endless supply of energy, helping her one day reach the peak of the Emperor realm. Therefore, the sealed energy in her body couldn't be extracted. Once it was extracted by force, it would only cause the energy to explode. At that time, not only Ji Beixin would die, even the person who extracted the energy would be implicated and die. Of course, it was impossible for Ji Beixin to know about these things. It was also because of this that the Feng clan was prepared to force Ji Beixin to stay in their Feng clan and become a direct descendant of their Feng clan. After all, Ji Beixin could be considered half a member of the Feng clan, and that energy was something that the Feng clan couldn't give up. This was also the reason why the Feng clan made things difficult for Ling Zhao and made him leave Ji Beixin. However, the Feng clan didn't expect Ling Zhao to be so stubborn. He actually dared to fight back against the Feng clan and had the strength to do so. Ling Zhao roughly understood the Feng clan's intentions, and at the same time, he was excited for Ji Beixin. The energy in Ji Beixin's body breaking through the seal was probably caused by his innate Yin Wen Pearl. No wonder when he and Ji Beixin did that, both of their strengths flew up together. Xian, then are you willing to stay in the Feng clan? Ling Zhao asked. He was now sure that the Feng clan wouldn't hurt Ji Beixin, and would even send a large number of experts to protect her at all times. As for the question of staying or leaving, Ling Zhao still let Ji Beixin decide. At the same time, he also made a decision in his heart. Ji Beixin replied without thinking, "Zhao, wherever you go, I'll go with you. I don't want to be separated from you." As soon as she finished speaking, before Ling Zhao could say anything, Feng Yaxin strongly objected. "No, little Xian, as a member of the Feng clan, you are not allowed to go anywhere. Moreover, Aunt has already accepted you as a disciple. Do you have the heart to leave?" Feng Yaxin's purpose of staying here was to monitor Ji Beixin's every move. No matter what Ji Beixin decided, the Feng clan would never allow her to leave Feng City. "Sister Yaxin, Ji Beixin wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Feng Yaxin. "I also don't want to see you two separate, but this is the decision of the clan. You have all the energy of our ancestor in your body, and your growth in the future is limitless. The clan will not allow you to leave. If you force yourself to leave, then the only road left for him is death." Ji Beixin listened to Feng Yaxin's words and looked at Ling Zhao with a very worried expression. She knew that Ling Zhao had always been unafraid of power, but once he was angry, he would not care about anything. Moreover, although she now knew the other half of her identity, her parents were not here, and she had no sense of belonging to the Feng clan. How could she be happy if she stayed here forever? Ling Zhao looked at Ji Beixin and took a light breath. "She's right, Xiner, it's better for you to stay here." For a moment, both of them stared at Ling Zhao at the same time. Feng Yaxin's eyes revealed confusion and doubt. From the moment Ling Xiao charged into the Feng clan alone, she felt that Ling Xiao should be a person who was not afraid of death, and at the same time, a strong man who could sacrifice for love. But now he actually asked Ji Beixin to stay. Was he really afraid that the Feng clan would take his life? On the other hand, Ji Beixin's thoughts were not so complicated. She only felt that Ling Xiao did not want her to stay by his side. Although she was at the king level, she had always been by his side, and this made her feel very guilty. Seeing that Ji Beixin's beautiful eyes were filled with tears, Ling Xiao quickly patted the back of her hand and said, "Exa, listen to me first." Ji Beixin would not go against Ling Xiao's wishes, so she nodded and controlled her tears to not let them fall. Ling Xiao stood up and said seriously, "My current strength is still very weak, and you will always be in danger by my side. You should stay in the Feng clan and cultivate in peace. Once you and I are strong enough, who would dare to stop us from being together? Even the Feng clan can't do it. Whoever blocks my Ling Xiao's path, I will destroy them." As Ling Xiao spoke, a golden aura emerged, giving off an incomparably majestic feeling. Ji Beixin and Feng Yaxin couldn't help but be a little infatuated. They all felt that Ling Xiao was really manly right now, causing them to unknowingly sink into it. Good. Well said. As a man, you should have this kind of domineering decisiveness. No wonder Big Brother Evil Emperor must accept you as his disciple. You are really similar to him in this aspect. Feng Qingyuan walked out again and clapped her hands, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration. Elder sister is too kind. I just feel that with my current strength, I can't protect Xian. So why not let you guys protect her for me? Although I will be separated from her for a short period of time, in exchange for a longer period of time in the future. Why not? Ling Xiao said humbly. Chapter 558. Ling Xiao asked Ji Beixin to stay in the Feng clan for the sake of the bigger picture. He didn't expect such a terrifying energy to be sealed in Ji Beixin's body. No wonder he felt a sense of fear back then. He didn't know how to guide Ji Beixin out of the seal. So it was better to let her stay in the Feng clan, so that the people of the Feng clan could forge her into an emperor stage expert. At that time, who could stop them from being together? Of course, Ling Xiao wasn't just thinking about this problem. He still had to build his own power, and the slightest carelessness could cost him his life. Ji Beixin's current strength couldn't help him, so he might as well let her stay in the Feng clan so that she could grow up in peace. Moreover, her personality wasn't good at scheming against others, and she wasn't good at cruel killing. Perhaps staying in the Feng clan was her best choice. Feng Qingyuan didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so bold. He actually dared to say such shameless words in the Feng clan's territory, and in her private bamboo house. If it was anyone else, Feng Qingyuan would definitely kill them. However, Ling Xiao was the disciple that her big brother Evil Emperor had taken a liking to, so he could be considered as half a disciple of hers. So when she heard Ling Xiao say such words, she wasn't angry in her heart, but instead she admired him, because she realized that Ling Xiao's personality was very similar to the Evil Emperor's. Perhaps this was what it meant to love the house. Love the house. From what Feng Qingyuan said, it seemed like the Evil Emperor had to take him in as a disciple. However, ever since Ling Xiao rejected him, he seemed to have disappeared. Ling Xiao asked impatiently, "Big sister, why does the Evil Emperor insist on taking me in as a disciple? Although this little brother is a little more handsome, has a better personality, smiles a little more, treats people a little better, and is a little more capable. This is the only good point. Isn't the Evil Emperor thinking too highly of me?" When Feng Yaxin heard Ling Xiao's words, many green lines appeared on her face. This was the first time she had seen such a shameless man. She really didn't know why he was so narcissistic. It was really unbearable. But looking at him now, he seemed to be very cute. This feeling was deeply imprinted in Feng Yaxin's heart. Ji Beixin completely agreed with Ling Xiao's words. No matter what Ling Xiao said, she would blindly agree. Feng Qingyuan, on the other hand, was smiling like a blooming flower. Her beauty was indescribable. Just based on your narcissistic personality, you are exactly the same as Big Brother Evil Emperor when he was young. Perhaps this is the reason why he wanted to take you in as his disciple. Feng Qingyuan laughed. Ling Xiao rubbed his chin and said, "The evil emperor looks very dignified. Is his personality really similar to mine? Perhaps. You'll know when you acknowledge Big Brother Evil Emperor as your master in the future," Feng Qingyuan replied. "Hee, it's not like you don't know that I've already rejected the evil emperor's good intentions. I'm afraid that I'm not fated to meet him," Ling Xiao said with a bit of self-deprecation. "You can rest assured about that. Big Brother Evil Emperor will never give up halfway when he has decided on something. He will definitely take you in as his disciple. He might have his reasons for not coming to find you now. In any case, just wait to call me mistress." Feng Qingyuan seemed to understand the evil emperor very well, and replied with certainty. Hearing Feng Qingyuan's words, Ling Xiao was overjoyed. Looks like this awesome master won't be able to run away. He had originally regretted rejecting the evil emperor's good intentions, but now that he heard Feng Qingyuan's confident tone, he couldn't help but feel happy again. A man who was close to a god being his master, this was a good deal. In the future, when he walked in the central region, he wouldn't have to be too afraid of those great powers. If others were to know what Ling Xiao was thinking, they would probably be so angry that they would spit out 3 liters of air. Was this bastard looking for a master or a bodyguard? Feng Qingyuan sent Feng Yaxin back, and Ling Xiao pulled Ji Beixin out of the bamboo house to have a heart-to-heart talk. Through Ling Xiao's painstaking persuasion, Ji Beixin understood Ling Xiao's meaning, and finally decided to stay in the Feng clan. As the saying goes, if love lasts for a long time, how can it be day and night? Furthermore, Ling Xiao told Ji Beixin to stay in the Feng clan, so he could use the Feng clan's relationship to continue searching for her parents. At the same time, he didn't have to worry about the Feng clan harming her parents. Ji Beixin was definitely the most powerful person in the Feng clan right now, and even Feng Yaxin had to be modest towards her. The reason why Ling Xiao told Ji Beixin so much was because he was afraid that Ji Beixin would be too soft-hearted and simple-minded, in case he was used by the people from the Feng clan, and didn't know what was going on. Ling Xiao originally wanted to discuss the true meaning of life with Ji Beixin, and at the same time raise his strength, but he realized that there was no place for him to be intimate with, so he could only give up on this idea. After staying with Ji Beixin for half a day, Ling Xiao decided to leave the Feng clan. Under Ji Beixin's reluctant gaze, Ling Xiao resolutely walked out of the Feng clan's sacred hall. At the same time, he once again strengthened his previous determination in his heart. He had to make a name for himself. Not to mention surpassing the 18 great powers, but he had to be on par with them, so that no one could bully him. The one who sent Ling Xiao out of the Feng clan was Feng Yaxin. Ling Xiao didn't understand when did his face become so big to actually trouble the Feng clan patriarch's precious daughter to send her off. Along the way, when the people of the Feng clan saw Ling Xiao and Feng Yaxin walking together, they all revealed astonished expressions, their eyes flashing with an indescribable light. After leaving the Feng clan, Feng Yaxin didn't immediately leave. She still walked together with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Feng Yaxin in confusion and said, "Thank you for your trouble, Miss Feng. You don't need to send me off. I understand and will leave on my own." Feng Yaxin glanced at Ling Xiao and didn't answer, but instead said, "I haven't been to the Feng city for a long time. Why don't you accompany me?" If the younger generation of the Feng clan heard this, they would all be shocked. Since when did the proud daughter of the Feng clan take the initiative to invite a man to go shopping in the city? This was probably the first time. Ling Xiao thought to himself, could it be that this girl has been attracted by this young master's tyrannical aura? Although Ling Xiao's words were very narcissistic, he also coincidentally guessed Feng Yaxin's thoughts. She was indeed attracted by Ling Xiao's words and actions. After all, this was the only man Feng Yaxin had ever seen who dared to behave atrociously in the Feng clan. Moreover, in the end he didn't receive any punishment at all. It could be said that this was the first time in the Feng clan's thousands of years of history. With regards to the request of a beauty, Ling Xiao couldn't think of any reason to refuse. Thus, the two of them walked together on the bustling official road of the Feng city. Even though there was a beauty by his side, Ling Xiao was a little absent-minded. He had been thinking about how he should go next. He had to make a trip to the North Water Jia, But where should he start to build his power in the North Water Jia? He had to seriously consider this question. He wasn't familiar with the central region, so he could only rely on the savage leopard. However, the savage leopard hadn't returned for thousands of years, so he didn't understand the current situation in the central region. A figure couldn't help but appear in Ling Xiao's mind, and he sighed in his heart. "Fraud, where are you? Come and give this young master some guidance." The two of them didn't say a word, and walked in the Feng city for 4 hours. Feng Yaxin's heart surged with a different kind of emotion. Could it be that this lady has no charm? You actually ignored me. I'm not going, send me back. Feng Yaxin was a little angry and broke the silence. Ling Xiao came back to his senses and said, "Then Miss Feng, take care, we'll meet again if fate wills it." Feng Yaxin was a little exasperated and glared at Ling Xiao. "Didn't you hear what I said?" "What?" Ling Xiao asked in a daze. He really didn't pay much attention to what Feng Yaxin said just now. Feng Yaxin almost went crazy. Her expression instantly became cold, and she gritted her teeth. "Ling Xiao, you're a good person, I'll remember you." After saying this, she flew back in the direction of the Feng clan. Ling Xiao was a little confused. What's the meaning of this? Even though Ling Xiao was a veteran in the field of flowers, he still couldn't understand a woman's mind. Ling Xiao originally wanted to immediately leave the Feng city for the northern water border, but Cruel Leopard suggested to go to the Feng city's auction. The Feng city is one of the few big cities in the central region. There are often good things in the auction here. Young master should go and see. Cruel Leopard said. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still agreed with Cruel Leopard's suggestion. After all, there was no hurry. It was also good to go to the central region's auction to broaden his horizons. The Feng city's auction was naturally the Feng clan's business. As one of the 18 major powers, the Feng clan's direct management of the auction naturally couldn't be compared to the auction in the idle cities. The majestic auction stood in the center of the Feng city, looking like a castle from afar, spacious and grand, full of an ancient aura. Before reaching the front of the auction, there was already a large number of martial artists rushing towards the auction. Most of these martial artists were riding powerful spirit beasts, as if they were afraid that others wouldn't know that they had spirit beasts to protect them. Ling Xiao noticed that most of these martial artists had reached the king stage and above, and there were quite a few Earth Emperor stage martial artists. From time to time, he could even see 2 or 3 honored stage martial artists walking among the crowd. As for whether or not there was an Emperor stage martial artist, Ling Xiao himself couldn't tell. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The appeal of this kind of big cities auction was really extraordinary. When Ling Xiao brought Cruel Leopard to the entrance of the auction, and was about to pay the black crystal, a king stage martial artist came up and asked, "May I ask if you are young master Ling Xiao?" Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then he nodded and said, "That's right, I am Ling Xiao." That Wang Jie revealed a respectful expression and said, "Young master Ling Xiao wants to enter the auction, right? We have already reserved a private room for you. Please follow me." Ling Xiao didn't know what kind of gourd medicine the Feng clan was selling, but since he was here, there was nothing to worry about. After all, a few days ago, he bravely charged into the Feng clan without fear, so what was there to be afraid of in this auction? Ling Xiao and Cruel Leopard followed Wang Jie to the front of the private room. "Young Master Ling, please come in, this lowly one won't disturb you any further." Wang Jie said and left. Ling Xiao clearly felt that there was a strong aura inside the private room, and it was obvious that someone was already inside. Who is waiting for this young master? Ling Xiao wondered, then he pushed open the door and walked in. Chapter 559. Before entering the private room, Ling Xiao thought about the people who might be in the private room. Other than the people from the Feng clan, there were no other forces in the Wind capital that knew of his whereabouts. Therefore, he felt that it might be Ji Beixin or Feng Yaxin inside. Other than these 2 women, he couldn't think of anyone else who would have reserved a private room in advance. However, the moment he stepped into the private room, his expression became incomparably shocked. He saw an unexpected figure. A face that he hadn't seen for a long time had a harmonious smile on it. In Ling Zhao's eyes, it looked incomparably wretched. He held a white paper fan in his hand and waved it lightly, revealing an elegant and handsome temperament. "Brother Ling, how have you been?" The man closed his white paper fan and cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. "Damn, why are you here?" Ling Xiao cried out in surprise, then walked over and gave the man a heavy punch. Who else could this man be other than the Xianyao that he hadn't seen for a long time? Ling Xiao didn't expect to run into Xianyao here. He was overjoyed at the turn of events. "Brother Ling, since you called me a fraud, of course I guessed that you missed me now, so I appeared." Xianyao replied with a faint smile. Ling Xiao was startled for a moment. Then he put his arm around Xianyao's shoulder and laughed. "Haha, a fraud is indeed a fraud. This young master really missed you." That's right, Ling Xiao did miss Xianyao. But don't misunderstand, he wasn't the kind of glass who liked men. He only hoped that he had someone by his side who could help him plan. And Xianyao was undoubtedly the person he trusted the most. Before this, he had long wanted Xianyao to be his strategist. However, after Xianyao left without saying goodbye in Gu City, Ling Xiao had never seen him again, and he didn't know where he was, so he didn't deliberately look for him. He didn't expect that when he really needed him, this guy would really appear. Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire Ling Xiao's ability to predict things. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao wanted to see Xianyao. Ling Xiao was determined to keep Xianyao by his side no matter what. He could not let this guy run away. With Xianyao by his side, it would be much easier for him to start his career. "Sit down first, the auction is about to begin," Xianyao reminded. At the same time, he gazed at Savage Leopard and said, "Congratulations on returning to the Emperor rank." Savage Leopard knew Xianyao's identity and immediately nodded. "Thank you." Only now did Ling Xiao start to notice Xianyao's strength. He hadn't expected that after 2 years, Xianyao's strength would improve greatly, and he'd actually attained a high-level king rank cultivation. He still remembered that when he left Gu City, he'd only been able to break through to the low-level king rank by relying on Ling Zhao's medicinal pills. It's just that with his strength, how did he know that Savage Leopard had recovered to the Emperor rank? Even though Ling Xiao was puzzled, he trusted Xianyao completely, so he didn't ask. He knew that if Xianyao wanted him to know, then Xianyao would definitely tell him. If Xianyao didn't want him to know, then it didn't matter if he didn't say anything. This was the trust and friendship between brothers. After closing the door to the room, Ling Xiao released the group of people he'd brought with him from the cauldron. If he didn't let them experience such a large-scale auction, then it would go against Ling Zhao's original intention. Ling Xiao intended to nurture each of them into experts that could hold their own in order to prepare for the fight for the empire in the future. After the group appeared, Ling Xiao solemnly introduced Xianyao to the others and said, "This is my good brother, and also our military advisor. In the future, when I'm not here, all of you have to listen to his guesses and orders. Understand?" Feng Xianyan, Kai Xiayue, and Poison Scorpion had seen Xianyao, but the others hadn't. They were all wondering, when did young master find such a young military advisor? Although they looked down on Xianyao, they absolutely didn't doubt Ling Zhao's words, so they collectively greeted Xianyao. "Greetings, military advisor." Xianyao glanced at the people in front of him and nodded lightly without any expression. Ling Xiao asked, "These are the people I've formed. I want to do something big in the central region. What do you think?" Xianyao kept him in suspense. "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Ling Xiao was a little unhappy and said, "Of course it's the truth. Is this young master someone who can't listen to others' words?" "They're too bad," Xianyao said quite directly. Ling Xiao was stunned when he heard Xianyao's words. He didn't expect Xianyao to be so direct. The expressions of Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, and the others became slightly angry. Obviously, they were quite dissatisfied with Xianyao's evaluation. "I know you're not satisfied, but I don't have time to explain it to you now. I'll explain it to you after the auction is over. Think about it now," Xianyao said and didn't say anything else. At this time, the seats of the auction were already full of people. The auction really began. As the Earth Sovereign stage auctioneer entered, everyone became quiet. After the auctioneer said a few words of opening remarks, the auction began. The first item to be auctioned was a low-rank water attribute spiritual weapon. The starting price was 100,000 Xian crystals, which was equivalent to the price of 1 million low-rank Xian crystals. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be speechless by this price. It had to be known that even the Purple Sky sect would have to think carefully before taking out such a wealth. Tang Guoda, who was at the side, couldn't help but feel his heart burn when he saw the spiritual weapon. He clenched his fists tightly and secretly made up his mind that he must strive to become a spiritual weapon master as soon as possible. At this time, Xian Yao's voice sounded. As everyone knows, alchemists and blacksmiths are the most honorable professions, so as long as one is a master of these two professions, it is completely easy to earn Xian crystals. When he said this, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guoda. The two of them seemed to have felt his gaze and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. An indescribable feeling arose in the hearts of the two of them. Of course, Ling Xiao saw this detail, and a faint smile hung on his face. It seemed that it was completely right for him to drag this fraud into the water. With a glance, he could see through the crux of the people around him. As one low-grade spiritual weapon after another appeared, the people in Ling Xiao's box felt that it was an eye-opener. And many of them were even more envious. They all knew that the power of the spiritual weapon could increase their combat strength, but the price of those spiritual weapons made them unable to breathe. Only now did they realize how poor they were in the central territory. The people below the auction kept bidding, and every low-grade spiritual weapon was sold for a high price of hundreds of thousands, to more than 1 million mid-grade Xian crystals. Don't be jealous, as your current strength is indeed as the military advisor said. Relying too much on external objects will only make you feel dependent, which is not a good thing for your advancement, said Ling Xiao. Suddenly, he paused for a moment and then said, whichever of you can break through to the Earth Emperor stage the fastest, I will give him the spiritual weapon first. When everyone heard Ling Xiao's words, all of them were extremely excited. The strength of the group had long been raised to the mid-stage king stage by Ling Xiao using elixirs, and they had also taken the 10,000-year stone emulsion, so the meridians in their bodies had been reforged, so their cultivation tenbin had greatly improved, and they weren't inferior to ordinary geniuses. Moreover, they had Ling Xiao's spiritual herbs that were suitable for their cultivation, and the key was that they had enough time to cultivate, so it wouldn't be difficult for them to break through to the Earth Emperor stage. Time passed very quickly, and the first round of the spiritual weapon auction had also come to an end. The auctioneer softly said, the next item for auction is a mid-7th grade spiritual weapon, the mother-child twin swords. As his voice sounded, two women in revealing clothes walked out with a square tray. The auctioneer gently lifted the red cloth on the tray, and a brilliant light instantly bloomed. The light flickered with a bright green light, and it illuminated the large auction house. The silhouettes of two strange beasts, one large and one small, were constantly moving about, looking very ferocious and frightening. The mother-child twin swords were two green high-grade spiritual weapons, one long and one short. Whether it was the hilt or the blade, they were extremely gorgeous and beautiful, and the aura they exuded was truly terrifying. For martial artists who knew how to use dual swords, they could definitely be called divine weapons. But for any sect, this pair of high-grade spiritual weapons was very suitable to be used as the sect's guardian spiritual weapons. Although low-grade spiritual weapons were relatively easy to see in the central territory, high-grade spiritual weapons were extremely rare. When the mother-child twin swords appeared, there was a commotion in the auction house. The mother-child twin swords are one of the peak masterpieces of a high-grade spiritual weapon master, Master Luo Ke. How could he be willing to auction this pair of spiritual weapons? That's right, a few years ago, someone offered 100,000 high-grade mysterious crystals, but he still couldn't sell it. You guys don't know, but Master Luo Ke entered the Death Soul Mountain a few months ago and hasn't appeared since. Now that his mother-child twin swords have appeared here, I'm afraid he's already dead. What Master Luo Ke entered the Death Soul Mountain? Could it be that he had no choice but to take the risk to break through to the Emperor stage? No matter what the reason is, I'm taking this mother-child twin swords. There was a lot of discussion in the seats of the auction. At this moment, Xian Yao explained, Luoku is a genius refiner. He doesn't belong to any power, but he's a distinguished guest that many powers want to rope in. He reached the quasi-emperor stage many years ago, but he was unable to break through to the emperor stage. He had no choice but to enter the Death Soul Mountain, hoping to gain enlightenment between life and death, but it seems that he's done for. Even a quasi-emperor has fallen? Everyone in the room sucked in a breath of cold air. The savage leopard said, Near the Death Soul Mountain in the North Water region? That's right, it's that dangerous place. Even an emperor stage powerhouse doesn't dare to rashly enter. It seems like Master Luoku had no choice but to enter. What a pity. Xian Yao replied. When the savage leopard heard this, a trace of excitement flashed through his eyes. At this moment, the auctioneer in the hall had already announced the starting price of the mother-child twin swords to 50,000 high-grade mysterious crystals, which was equivalent to 5 million mid-grade mysterious crystals. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. This price wasn't something that an ordinary person could afford. Only those forces above the 6th grade would have such financial resources. Feng Xianyan, who rarely spoke, said to Ling Xiao, Xiao, I want this mother-child twin swords. Ling Xiao looked at Feng Xianyan in astonishment, but he still nodded and said, No problem. Even if it's the moon in the sky, I'll pluck it for you. Chapter 560. Although Ling Xiao had been married to Feng Xianyan for a few years, he had never seen her use any weapons. Now that she was interested in the twin swords, Ling Xiao would naturally do his best to help her bid for them. However, the price of this pair of swords was frighteningly high. Although he had plundered a lot of wealth over the years, facing such a high price and facing so many competitors, he was somewhat at a loss. In the past, he had thought that he was a very rich person, but after coming here, he realized that he was truly a frog in a well. However, he had already promised Feng Xianyan, so he would not disappoint her. Even if I have to smash an iron pot, I have to get it, Ling Xiao said as he clenched his fists. At the same time, he checked the Xian crystals in his spatial ring. He still had nearly 100 million low-grade Xian crystals, more than 2 million mid-grade Xian crystals, and only a mere 250,000 high-grade Xian crystals. A large portion of these Xian crystals had been looted by the heavy sword sect back then, and a small portion had been obtained from killing people over the years. After the auctioneer revealed the base price, the price of the twin swords rose steadily. The price quickly rose to 100,000 high-grade Xian crystals. At this price, many people could only look at it and sigh. At this moment, a loud and clear voice called out, I bid 110,000 high-grade Xian crystals. This one has recovered. Please give me some face, I want this pair of swords. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man. He stayed in a corner and looked unassuming, but his strength had already reached the level of a high-level Empyrean. So it's Lord Kong, one of the most powerful rogue cultivators in our area. It is said that when he was young, he mistakenly entered a secret realm, and his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Now there are many forces that want him to become a guardian elder. Unfortunately, his ambition is too great. He wanted to enter the Feng clan to become a guardian elder, but they didn't even look at him and chased him out. Recovery uses 2 swords. It seems like he is determined to get this pair of swords. He's just one person. There are many people here who won't give him face. What's the big deal about recovering? Our Skyfire sect will pay 120,000 upper-grade mysterious crystals. An arrogant voice came from one of the boxes. After recovering, his face alternated between red and white. He immediately shouted, I'll pay 130,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. Following that, a few more private rooms called out corresponding bids. Soon, the mother and child swords had reached a high price of 200,000 mysterious crystals of upper level. Our Green Mountain sect offers 210,000 top-grade mysterious crystals. A young man's voice came out from one of the private rooms. As the voice faded, everyone else quieted down, as if no one else dared to continue bidding. The Green Mountain sect is one of the most powerful 4th-level sects affiliated to the Feng clan. They have a martial emperor in their sect, and are many times more powerful than a 6th-level sect like the Tranquil Fire sect, Xian Yao said lightly. A 4th-grade sect. No wonder he could intimidate so many people, sighed Ling Xiao. A 4th-level sect was considered one of the most powerful sects in the central region. A sect like this deserved the title of 4th level, only because it had a martial emperor in its ranks. However, Ling Xiao was determined to get the mother and child swords. As the auctioneer waited for the second bid, Ling Xiao joined the bidding. 220,000 upper-grade mysterious crystals. Ling Xiao called out slowly. The expressions on the faces of the people present froze. They didn't expect someone to join the bidding. Was it someone from the Feng clan? However, the Feng clan had always been in the number 1 box, and the voice obviously didn't come from there. It was obvious that the speaker wasn't from the Feng clan. In the area governed by the Feng clan, there were 2 other sects who could compete with the Green Mountain sect. However, they also had their own private rooms, so it was obvious that they weren't the ones bidding. A young man in the luxurious green clothing in the number 3 box showed a hint of anger in his fierce eyes when he heard Ling Xiao's bid. Elder Wei, how many mysterious crystals of upper grade have you brought with you this time? The young man asked the old man behind him. The old man replied, about 600,000, but the sect master has instructed us to use it to compete for the treasure later, so we can't use more than 300,000 mysterious crystals of upper grade. I know what I'm doing, Nian Qing replied softly. Then he called out the price loudly. 230,000 mysterious crystals of upper grade. 240,000 mysterious crystals of upper grade. 250,000 mysterious crystals of upper grade. Hearing this number, Ling Xiao complained inwardly. He only had 250,000 mysterious crystals of upper grade, so adding the price would be beyond his expectation. However, Ling Xiao was a man who cared about his reputation, and he couldn't afford to lose face in front of his woman. He called out the price again. 250,000 mysterious crystals of upper grade and 1 million mysterious crystals of mid-grade. His number was equivalent to 260,000 high-grade profound crystals. The young man in room number 3 sneered and said. He even called for mid-grade profound crystals. It seems like he has run out of money. Immediately after, the young man called out another price of 270,000 high-grade profound crystals, and Ling Xiao barely added another 1 million mid-grade profound crystals. In Ling Xiao's box, everyone could guess that their young master's financial resources were about to run out. However, they were also shocked that Ling Xiao had such a strong financial resources. At this time, Kai Xiaoyue gave Feng Xianyan a look, as if she wanted her to stop Ling Xiao from continuing to bid. Ling Xiao's financial resources had definitely run out, and she didn't want Ling Xiao to lose everything for this high-grade spirit artifact. At this time, room number 3 had already called out the price to 290,000 high-grade profound crystals. Ling Xiao said unwillingly to Xian Yao, "Fraud, do you have any profound crystals? Lend me some first." However, before Xian Yao could say anything, Feng Xianyun called out, 300,000 high-grade profound crystals. This time, Ling Xiao was a bit stunned. He didn't expect Feng Xianyun to be so persistent about the mother and child swords. Kai Xiaoyue, who was beside him, tried to persuade her. "Sister Yun, we don't have that many profound crystals. I think we should forget about it." If the auction was successful, and they didn't have enough profound crystals to pay, they would have to pay in blood. "Don't worry, 300,000 it is. Your husband can still afford it." Ling Xiao braced himself and said. He touched the space ring and thought to himself, "It seems that I have to take out even the top-grade fire mysterious crystal." The young man in room number 3 showed an angry expression and scolded in a low voice, "Bastard, who the hell is in room number 8? How dare he bid with our Green Mountain sect? He really doesn't know what's good for him." The old man behind him said, "I sensed a lot of energy there, but their cultivation is not very high. I think they are some outsiders." "Forget it, old Wei. Lend me 20,000 high-grade profound crystals. I must get the mother and child swords," the young man said while gritting his teeth. Later, The man in room number 3 continued to bid, but Feng Xianyan didn't give in. In the end, the mother and child swords were successfully auctioned by Feng Xianyan at the price of 350,000 high-grade profound crystals. Ling Zhao's expression became a bit unsightly. This number was far beyond his financial resources. Although he still had a lot of precious collections, it was too late to sell them now. He could only place his hopes on Xian Yao and see if he could help him a little. He had always felt that this god rod was a little mysterious, so he should have a lot of treasures. Xian Yao didn't respond again, but Feng Xianyan pulled Ling Zhao's hand and said, "Xiao, I have these 300,000 high-grade profound crystals myself." Ling Xiao hadn't come back to his senses yet, so he said, "Don't worry, I will beat them up no matter what." He paused and looked at Feng Xianyan. "Yun, you said you have 300,000 high-grade profound crystals." The others also looked at Feng Xianyan in surprise. Feng Xianyan nodded and said, "Yes, before I left Gu City, grandfather gave me a lot of profound crystals. I think it should be enough." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Ling Xiao complained, then curled his lips and said, "Grandfather is really biased. He actually gave you so many profound crystals, but didn't give me anything. It's obvious that he doesn't even put me, his grandson-in-law, in his eyes." Of course, Ling Xiao was just saying it, but he was actually very happy in his heart. Didn't Feng Xianyun's profound crystal mean that it was his profound crystal? As long as he asked, Feng Xianyan would obediently take it out for him. After all, they were husband and wife. After the mother and child swords were auctioned off, the next auction was for exotic flowers and herbs. Stalks of 5th and 6th stage spirit herbs appeared one after another, dazzling everyone and making them extremely excited. After all, spirit herbs were extremely tempting to any warrior. Hua Xiaogui also exclaimed in excitement, "Oh my god, how many high-level pills can these high-level spirit herbs refine?" Ling Xiao hit him and said, "This is none of your business. Let's talk about it when you become a high-level alchemist." A high-level 6th stage black jasmine vine. The starting price is 250,000 middle-grade profound crystals. Each bid must not be lower than 10,000, the auctioneer shouted. In the private room, the savage leopard was slightly excited and said to Ling Xiao, "Young master, I need this black jasmine vine." Black jasmine vine, a high-level dark attribute spirit herb, was extremely precious to dark attribute warriors. Although the savage leopard had already reached the emperor stage, and normal spirit herbs were no longer of much use to him, this black jasmine vine was something he desperately needed. Reaching the emperor stage, apart from the accumulation of power, the most important thing was one's comprehension of heaven and earth. Not only could this black jasmine vine increase the energy of dark attribute warriors, it could also increase the perception of dark attribute warriors. Although this effect was more effective for warriors below the Sky Sovereign stage, the savage leopard had just returned to the emperor stage, so he naturally wanted to recover his peak strength as soon as possible. As for the savage leopard's request, Ling Xiao naturally would not refuse. The savage leopard was no longer restricted by him. Although it was still his servant, to win the heart of a loyal servant, he still needed to give it a lot of benefits. There were much fewer people who cultivated the dark attribute compared to the 5 elements. Ling Xiao originally thought that he could easily take down this black jasmine vine, and it was useless for warriors of other attributes to come. However, the result was out of his expectations. There were actually quite a few people competing, and the price soared rapidly, from 250,000 middle-grade profound crystals to 450,000 middle-grade profound crystals. This number did not seem to have reached its peak. Xian Yao saw Ling Zhao's doubt and explained from the side, "Dark attribute spirit herbs are relatively rare, and such a high-level one is even rarer. Naturally, there are many people bidding for it, and even if they don't need it, they can still resell it." Chapter 561. After a round of bidding, Ling Xiao paid 650,000 mid-grade Xian crystals for the black jasmine vine. This price could be used for 2 high-grade spirit herbs. However, Ling Xiao did not feel the slightest heartache. Just like what Xian Yao said, This kind of dark spirit herb was rare. Moreover, with the savage leopard's strength, it was nothing to spend such a small amount of Xian crystals. At the same time, Ling Xiao thought that he had to find a way to get some Xian crystals. Otherwise, in the future, it would be bad if there were no Xian crystals to sell the good things he liked. Ling Xiao and the others did not participate in the following auctions of spirit herbs. There were many rare spirit herbs in his space. If they were not extremely rare or top-grade spirit herbs, Ling Xiao did not want to waste any more Xian crystals. Looking at those forces bidding non-stop, Hua Xiaogui could not help but exclaim, "The people of the central region are really rich. In the future, you will be richer than them," Xian Yao said. Hua Xiaogui's face heated up. "Military advisor, you must be joking." "I'm not joking because you followed a good boss," Xian Yao said very seriously. Ling Xiao chuckled and did not say anything. In his opinion, Xian Yao had already decided to take the position of military advisor, which made him very satisfied. Now his team had begun to take shape. Once Yun Mingqi was rescued, it would be time for them to start building up their forces. After the spirit herbs were auctioned, there were some high-grade spirit pills, high-grade Xian skills, and some strange and peculiar items. These 4th to 5th grade spirit pills were extremely tempting to King Stage and Earth Emperor Stage experts, so all the forces participated in the auction. When the grade 6 spirit Zundan appeared, all the forces went crazy. One spirit Zundan was sold for 150,000 upper-rank mysterious crystals. Poison Scorpion, who had not broken through, was extremely fanatical, but he was too embarrassed to let his young master auction it for him. In his heart, he could only hope that his young master would take the initiative to auction it for him. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao did not move and seemed to have no interest in the spirit pill. There weren't many high-rank profound skills up for auction. There were only a few blue-rank profound skills and 2 red-rank profound skills. However, there were quite a number of strange items, including some materials needed for refining tools or top-grade lotions that could strengthen a cultivator's physique. Even the 10,000-year-old pearl could be seen being auctioned here. When the 2 10,000-year-old pearls appeared, the people from those forces went crazy. One of them was sold for 2 million mid-grade glazed crystals, while the other was sold for 3.5 million mid-grade glazed crystals. Ling Xiao thought to himself, "Wow, I didn't expect a 10,000-year-old pearl to fetch such a high price. I still have a lot of them in stock, and if I take them out to auction, I'll be able to make a killing." 10,000-year pearls were not so easy to find. That kind of shell that had grown for tens of thousands of years lived in the sea and rivers thousands of meters deep. Without the strength of an Empyrean, how could one dare to go deep into the sea or river with such high water pressure? Even if an Empyrean could go underwater, they would lose their character if they were careless when facing those high-level water attribute spirit beasts. Unless it was a water attribute supreme expert or above, they would occasionally go underwater to look for some water attribute spirit herbs. Other attribute martial artists would not take this risk. After all, his perception in the water was several times weaker than that on land. The reason why Ling Xiao was able to pick up such a big ping was entirely because of the existence of the 9-headed dragon snake. In addition, he had obtained the water-concealing pearl, which was why he was able to reap such a great harvest underwater. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed, and the auction was nearing its end. No one left because they all knew that the real finale was about to appear. The auctioneer cleared his throat and said, "Next up is the highlight of today's auction. There are a total of 3 items. I hope everyone can seize this opportunity. If you miss it, you won't have it again." At this point, he paused for a moment before saying in a clear voice, "The first item is the 8-leaf fire lotus." 8-leaf. 8-leaf fire lotus. Oh my god, this is a fire attribute treasure. Who would be so generous to take it out to auction? That person must be a madman. This is a treasure for sects below the 4th rank. Even a 4th rank sect might not necessarily have an 8-leaf fire lotus. No matter what price we have to pay, we must get this 8-leaf fire lotus. Yes, it's worth it no matter what price we have to pay. When the auctioneer announced the first item, the auction house was in an uproar. In the 8th box, Ling Xiao and the others were also puzzled. Xian Yao seemed to be very knowledgeable and explained, The 8-leaf flaming lotus is made by combining the core of an 8-leaf flaming lotus, an 8-leaf flaming lotus, an 8-leaf flaming lotus, an 8-leaf flaming lotus, and other rare items. Then, it was refined by at least 2 emperors to form a cultivation fire altar. It can quickly gather spiritual energy and increase a cultivator's perception. Anyone who cultivates in the fire element will be able to cultivate 10 times, or even dozens of times faster than others when cultivating on the 8-leaf flaming lotus. I really don't know who would spend so much money to auction such a rare item. That's right. This kind of thing is not easy to refine. The supplementary materials needed are all extremely rare. If you're not careful, it can easily be destroyed. As far as I know, only a few forces have such a rare cultivation altar. Cruel Leopard echoed from the side. What a pity. I'm afraid the auction price of this kind of thing will be frighteningly high. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. If he had enough money, he wouldn't mind participating in the competition. With this 8-leaf fire lotus, he could speed up the cultivation of the fire attribute people around him. However, just as everyone was waiting excitedly for the 8-leaf fire lotus to be taken out, the auctioneer spoke again. Everyone calm down. As we all know, the 8-leaf fire lotus is extremely precious, and no one will take it out to auction. Now this auction is actually an incomplete 8-leaf fire lotus, but its embryonic form is still intact. As long as we find the core of the fire lotus, it can be used again. I knew it. Who would be willing to take out an 8-leaf fire lotus? It turns out it's an incomplete 8-leaf fire lotus. It's good that it's incomplete. Otherwise, others won't be able to afford it even if they go bankrupt. It's not easy to find the core of the fire lotus. If we can't find an 8-leaf fire lotus, it's quite good to find a 6-leaf or 7-leaf fire lotus. Let's see how much the auction price is first. Amidst the discussion of the crowd, the auctioneer announced the price of the incomplete 8-leaf fire lotus. The starting price was 300,000 top-grade mysterious crystals. This price was relatively not expensive. If it were a complete 8-leaf fire lotus, the auction price would be at least 10 times this price. Even so, this price still made many small sects and individuals hesitate. Only those big sects above the 5th level participated in the competition. The price kept rising, and soon it reached a shocking high price of 500,000. By now, the voices calling out the price were pitifully few. Only the number 3 and number 4 rooms continued to bid. In the end, the number 3 room won the bid for the incomplete 8-leaf fire lotus at the price of 580,000. In the number 3 room was an old man and a young man from the Green Mountain sect. They had come with a large sum of money for this 8-leaf fire lotus. The young man cheered excitedly. We've finally completed the task. Our sect already has the core of the 7-leaf fire lotus. Now our Green Mountain sect has another treasure. Not bad, Zimming. With your current strength, after the 8-leaf fire lotus is repaired, you will be qualified to enjoy it, the old man behind the young man said. Elder Wei is right. Besides the big brothers before me, I, Zhang Zimming, am the most qualified, the young man said confidently. As the 2 people in the number 3 room were talking, the auctioneer announced the second auction item. The second auction item is an exotic beast, a young dragon leopard, the auctioneer called out. Following that, a few warriors carried out an iron cage made of 1,000-year black iron. There was a mighty young dragon leopard in the iron cage. It was constantly roaring in the iron cage, its claws constantly striking the iron cage, and from time to time, it would use its deep fangs to bite. The cold leopard eyes were filled with a strong bloodlust. It was obvious that it was a fierce leopard that was difficult to tame, and it made people's hearts beat faster at first glance. An exotic beast, dragon leopard. This is a rare exotic beast, and it will grow into an 8-level spirit beast in the future. Not bad, this dragon leopard is a powerful exotic beast with the blood of dragons. Although the blood is thin, it can help it grow, and its combat ability is the strongest among its peers. This little guy seems to have reached the 3rd level. It will take at least 1,000 years to train it to the 8th level. The starting price is 150,000 upper-grade mysterious crystals, and each increment must be no less than 10,000, the auctioneer announced. This exotic beast, dragon leopard, was rare, but it was still very young. It would take a lot of effort to train it to become a high-level spirit beast, so its price was much lower than the 8-leaf fire lotus. Ling Xiao and the others were also a bit envious, but they didn't participate in the bidding. In the end, the number 5 room sold it for 350,000 upper-grade mysterious crystals. Next up was the last item of the auction. The auctioneer kept everyone guessing. The third item is the relic of the sky-burning emperor. What, the relic of the sky-burning emperor? Is this real or fake? Impossible. The sky-burning emperor has already passed away for 1,000 years, and no one knows where he was buried. Could it be that someone has already found it? The sky-burning emperor was someone who was chasing after the 4 great legends. Unfortunately, he couldn't break through the great Tao and became a saint-level expert. In the end, he could only disappear. It's really pitiful. I wonder what kind of mystical item he left behind. Everyone present became anxious, and they couldn't wait to see the relic of the sky-burning emperor. In Ling Zhao's room, the savage leopard said faintly, "This sky-burning emperor was also a genius of his generation back then. I didn't expect him to turn into dust and disappear." Ling Xiao looked at the savage leopard in surprise and asked, "You know who this sky-burning emperor is?" "I've met him a few times, but my impression of him is still wrong. At that time he was still a 7th-grade alchemist," the savage leopard replied. Chapter 562. A 7th-grade alchemist? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect the Burning Sky Emperor to be such an existence. He actually had 2 identities, and both of them were so terrifying. It should be known that an Emperor-level expert was already a top-notch figure in the central region, and his identity as a high-grade alchemist was even more enviable. Ling Zhao's interest in the Burning Sky Emperor's relic was piqued, and he wondered what kind of mystical item it would be. At this moment, the great forces in the various boxes had already made their preparations, and they were determined to get their hands on the Burning Sky Emperor's relic. How could a relic that was related to the peak of the mystic emperor be ordinary? The auctioneer clapped his hands, and a beautiful maidservant leisurely walked up with a small tray. The auctioneer removed the red cloth on the tray, and an animal skin scroll appeared on the tray. As soon as the scroll appeared, Ling Xiao immediately bounced up from his seat, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Soul controlling art." This scroll was exactly the same as the first animal skin scroll he obtained in the desolate mountain range. Ling Xiao would never forget or misremember it, because it was the soul controlling art that gave him an unfathomable ability to kill someone of a higher level, and it had even helped him escape danger many times. Besides that, it had also helped him advance to the Ascension realm faster than others in alchemy. All of these were the benefits of the soul-controlling art. However, what he had cultivated was only 1/3 of the soul-controlling art. What was in front of him was definitely the other 1/3 of the soul-controlling art. It was just that he didn't know which stage it was. He had always longed to find the other 2 scrolls of the soul-controlling art, and now that one scroll had appeared in front of him, how could Ling Xiao not be excited? The people in the private room all looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. They were all thinking, what is the origin of this soul-controlling art? How can young master recognize it? At this moment, the auctioneer's voice resounded faintly. "This scroll is a relic of the Burning Heaven Great Emperor. Because the Burning Heaven Great Emperor placed a powerful restriction on it, we're unable to open it. However, our clan's ancestor is sure that this is an ancient scroll, because only ancient scrolls would use this kind of beast skin to record things. However, we don't know if it's a technique chant or a map of the secret realm, or something else. We're unable to confirm this, but since it's a relic left behind by the Burning Heaven Great Emperor, I'm sure it won't disappoint everyone. Perhaps, it's a precious comprehension related to advancing to the Emperor rank." One had to admit that the auctioneer's eloquence was impressive. She spoke so temptingly of an unknown ancient scroll. All of a sudden, everyone in the auction house went crazy. The auctioneer was right. No matter what the relic of the Burning Sky Emperor was, it was definitely an extraordinary treasure. It was definitely not something ordinary. Powerful energy fluctuations were faintly emitted from several private rooms. These fluctuations were shockingly at the cultivation level of a half-step emperor. It seemed that these hidden experts couldn't help but be tempted. No matter what price we have to pay, we have to get it. This was the unanimous thought of many hidden experts, and it was also the thought of Ling Xiao. At this time, the auctioneer finally announced the auction price of the ancient scroll, which was 500,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately rushed to bid. I bid 500,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. Then, someone rushed to remove the seal and said, 510,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. 520,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. 530,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. The price instantly rose, reaching the final peak of the auction. Ling Xiao was burning with anxiety because he didn't have that many mysterious crystals. Even if he took out the few top-grade fire mysterious crystals, it would be a drop in the bucket. Yinner fraud, how many mysterious crystals do you have? Ling Xiao couldn't care less. He couldn't let the soul-controlling art fall into the hands of others. No matter what price he had to pay, he had to get it. Feng Xianyan looked inside the space ring and said, besides the 350,000 I just used, I still have 150,000. What, that's all? Ling Xiao cried out. He now had 250,000, plus Feng Xianyan's 150,000. He only had 400,000, which was not even the starting price. Seeing Ling Xiao so anxious, Feng Xianyan immediately showed a look of guilt and said, Xiao, I'm sorry if I didn't auction the mother and son swords. Before she finished speaking, Ling Xiao waved his hand and interrupted. It's none of your business. Then he put his last hope on Xianyao. Fraud. Xianyao spread out his hands and said, I only have 1 million high-grade mysterious crystals left. 1 million, that's great. Fraud, you are really my lucky star. It should be enough for me to win the auction. I will definitely pay you back double later. Ling Xiao exclaimed. He thought that Xianyao would have more than 100,000, but he didn't expect that he would have 1 million. This made Ling Xiao very happy. In total he had 1.4 million, which should be enough for him to win the soul-controlling art. At this time Yi Yinfeng said, Boss, I also have 100,000 high-grade mysterious crystals here. Ling Xiao looked at Yi Yinfeng in surprise and immediately patted him on the shoulder. Yinfeng, thank you. After this auction is over, I will promote you to the Earth Sovereign stage. Yi Yinfeng listened to Ling Xiao's words with doubt. Although he admired Ling Xiao's strength, he couldn't think of any way that Ling Xiao could promote him to the Earth Sovereign stage. After all, his strength had not reached the peak of the King stage yet. Does boss have an elixir to promote to the Earth Sovereign stage? Yi Yinfeng asked doubtfully. At this moment, the price outside had reached 700,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. The young man in box 3 sighed heavily. I didn't expect such a good thing to appear this time. Elder Wei, are we going to give up the auction? The old man called Elder Wei smiled faintly and said, Not necessarily. The Supreme Elder may have expected that something good would appear this time. In addition, he gave me 1 million high-grade mysterious crystals for me to use. We also want to compete for the relic of the Burning Sky Emperor. Elder Wei, why didn't you say so earlier? Then I will bid, the young man said with a surprised expression. Following that, private room number 3 also joined in the bidding. Ling Xiao also joined the bidding with confidence. Soon, the price of the ancient scroll rose to 900,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. This price suppressed the hearts of many forces. Right now, there were only 4 boxes in the bidding. They were box 3, box 4, box 8 and box 10. In the 4th box were 2 men and a woman. All 3 of them looked middle-aged, and their strength was actually above the venerable level. The woman's strength was the strongest, and she had already reached the strength of a half-step emperor. The other 2 were in the middle and low stages respectively. In the 4th box was the Myriad Cloud sect, which was also a 4th grade sect like the Green Mountain sect. They were all affiliated with the Feng clan. Senior sister, we only brought 1 million high-grade mysterious crystals this time. We also auctioned some things just now. If we keep going, I'm afraid we won't be able to afford it, the low-level celestial venerable said. The middle-level celestial venerable echoed. That's right. Even if we take out our own mysterious crystals, we can only barely beat up 1,000,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. The female half-step emperor said unwillingly, 1,000,000 it is. This is the relic of the burning sky emperor. Maybe it doesn't just contain the enlightenment of becoming an emperor. Maybe. There is also a manual for refining pills. We can't miss it. In the 10th box and the 3rd box, there was an old man and a young woman, but both of them were women. The old woman looked to be in her 70s. The wrinkles on her face were deep, and she held a walking stick in her hand. Her body was stooped, and her expression was somewhat fanatical. Brother Tian, I didn't expect to find your relic here. Even if I have to spend all my fortune, Al Yin will get it. The old woman said with tears in her eyes. Great-grandmother, do you know the burning sky emperor? The beautiful woman asked in surprise while supporting the old woman. The old woman showed a sad expression in her eyes. She sighed heavily and said, the burning sky emperor is the big brother of great-grandmother. Ah, the burning sky emperor is the big brother of great-grandmother? Then doesn't he count as my great-grandfather? The woman said with a look of disbelief. That's right. Great-brother Tian is 2,000 years older than me. He left the family at a young age and gained a great reputation. Later, father hoped that he could return to the family to take over, but he was used to being free and didn't listen to father's arrangements. Father had no choice but to create a new successor with mother, and that's me. Many of grandma's skills were taught by your great-grandfather Burning Sky, including the art of alchemy, the old woman said as she reminisced. The woman revealed an expression of sudden realization, and excitement appeared in her eyes. She said, so the Burning Sky Emperor is our family's ancestor. He's really amazing. Sigh, it's a pity that great-grandmother doesn't have half of your great-grandfather's ability. Otherwise, the family wouldn't have declined to this day. The old woman revealed a lonely expression and sighed. 1,000,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. A resounding voice came from the 3rd box. This price caused an uproar. It had to be known that this was equivalent to the wealth of a small high-grade crystal mine. This was something that many powers were unwilling to take out. Another voice came from the 4th box. 1,100,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. This time, the myriad cloud sect threw caution to the wind and increased the bid by 100,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. This was already their limit. The young man in the 3rd box cursed in a low voice and could no longer participate in the bidding. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to call out, 1,200,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. He wanted to obtain the soul-controlling art in one go, and he definitely wouldn't give others a chance. This was a matter of great importance to his future. After he called out the price, a dissatisfied grunt came from the 4th box, and then it was followed by silence. Ling Xiao originally thought that the soul-controlling art was about to be in his hands, and he was very excited. Unfortunately, the crisp voice that came from the number 10 booth shattered his fantasies. 1,500,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. The woman's voice was very powerful. This time, everyone in the auction house cried out in surprise. The 10th box suddenly increased the bid by 300,000 high-grade mysterious crystals, causing Ling Xiao to wipe away a cold sweat. This price was already his limit. If he delayed any longer, he was afraid that the soul-controlling art would really slip away from his hands. 1,500,000 high-grade mysterious crystals and 1,000 top-grade fire mysterious crystals. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth and called out. Chapter 563. Ling Xiao did not obtain many top-grade fire mysterious crystals in the belly of Flame Volcano, only a little more than 100 pieces, and he had even used a few of them. However, each piece of top-grade fire mysterious crystal was quite large, and the amount was enough. According to the size of the mysterious crystals on the market, Ling Xiao's remaining top-grade fire mysterious crystals were equivalent to 2,000 pieces. Each piece of top-grade mysterious crystal was equivalent to the energy of 100 high-grade mysterious crystals. In other words, The 2,000 top-grade fire mysterious crystals in Ling Xiao's hands were equivalent to 200,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. Just now Ling Xiao had called out a price of 1.5 million high-grade mysterious crystals, and 1,000 top-grade fire mysterious crystals, which was equivalent to 1.6 million high-grade mysterious crystals. At this point, Ling Xiao had already thrown caution to the wind. If the other party really wanted to fight to the death with him, then there was nothing he could do. However, this did not mean that he would give up just like that. He might even have to kill someone and steal their goods. Someone can actually find this kind of top-grade fire mysterious crystal. Isn't this too heaven-defying? That's right, these top-grade mysterious crystals are all found in some dangerous places. Most of these top-grade fire mysterious crystals are found in the 10,000-year Sea of Fire. Ordinary people would not be able to go deep into it, and even a venerable would have to shrink back. I really don't know who exactly is in room 8. This level of wealth, only a 4th grade sect would have. The old man and the young woman in room 10 were extremely anxious. 1.5 million was already their limit, but the other party still wanted to increase it, which made the pressure on them double. Great-grandmother, should we continue? The beautiful woman looked at the old woman and asked. The old woman nodded without hesitation. Why not? I must get Brother Tian's belongings back for him. Moreover, the other party has even called out top-grade fire mysterious crystals, so it seems that they are about to run out. Let's see who has the last laugh. The beautiful woman nodded and added another 200,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. Ling Xiao's heart felt like it had been ruthlessly slapped, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. There was no way for him to surpass the other party's mysterious crystals. What should I do? What should I do? Ling Xiao asked anxiously in his heart. If he missed this time, he would regret it for the rest of his life. 1,800,000 mysterious crystals going once. 1,800,000 mysterious crystals going twice. The auctioneer called twice. Just as he was about to call for the 3rd time, Ling Xiao could only turn his face to the side. His heart was starting to bleed. Just as the auctioneer hammered down, an ethereal voice rang out. 2.5 million mysterious crystals of upper grade. As soon as he said this, everyone sucked in a cold breath. From the start of the auction until now, this was the first time that such a large increment had occurred. He actually added 700,000 high-grade mysterious crystals in one go. This could be considered a huge sum in the Central Territory. The old woman in room 10 was on the verge of screaming. Who is making things difficult for me? That is my brother Tian's relic. Even though she was angry, she was still rational. She didn't dare to rob the Feng clan's auction. The consequences were not something she could bear. Ling Xiao, who was in the 8th private room, was completely disheartened. 1,800,000 high-grade mysterious crystals already made him feel helpless, and 2,500,000 high-grade mysterious crystals made him feel even more despair. Husband, don't be sad. That is just an unknown ancient scroll. Maybe there is nothing in it. Kai Sheyue comforted him. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, You don't understand. It means a lot to me. Brother Ling, don't be sad. If it is yours, it will be yours in the end. If it isn't, even if you force it, you won't be able to get it. Ling Xiao let out a heavy sigh. He looked as if he was mourning a great loss. Feng Xianyan, who was at the side, blamed herself in her heart. Ling Xiao forced himself to look at Savage Leopard and said, Can you lock onto the person who bid just now? Savage Leopard shook his head and said, No, the other party's strength is far above mine. Ling Xiao's heart was even colder than the Savage Leopard. His opponent was even more powerful than the Savage Leopard, which meant that he was above the middle stage mystic the Arch. If he wanted to snatch it by force, there was only death awaiting him. In the end, the ancient scroll was auctioned off by an unknown mysterious person for 2,500,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. The Wind Capital's monthly auction was over. Ling Xiao and the others obtained the mother and child swords and the black jasmine vine. After exiting the auction, Ling Xiao said listlessly, Let's find a place to reminisce. Everyone knew that Ling Xiao was in a bad mood, so they didn't dare to go against his wishes. Thus, the group found a nearby inn to settle down. However, before they could start reminiscing, Savage Leopard whispered into Ling Xiao's ear. There are 3 groups of people following us, and one of them has an emperor stage expert. Ling Xiao was in a bad mood after losing the soul-controlling art. Now there were actually people who had ideas about him. Immediately, a ball of anger surged. This young master wants to find someone to vent his anger on. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes, and a strong killing intent flashed across his face. Returning to the inn, Ling Xiao stored the others into the medicinal cauldron. Then he brought Savage Leopard and the prodigal boy and flew out of the Wind Capital, giving those greedy fellows a chance. After all, they didn't dare to cause trouble openly in the Wind Capital. Between the mountain ridges outside the Wind Capital, Ling Xiao, Savage Leopard, and the prodigal boy stopped. The first to appear was a group of people with a larger number of people. This group of people was actually a group of robbers and roving bandits. Normally, they would appear in the auction house and pay attention to those who were wealthy but not strong. Once the other party left the Wind Capital, they would immediately take action to snatch their belongings. Regarding these matters, the Feng clan also turned a blind eye. After all, this was a world where the weak were prey to the weak. As long as they didn't cause trouble in the Wind Capital, the Feng clan wouldn't care. There were a total of 15 people in the roving bandits, and each of them was at least at the Earth Sovereign level. The strongest 2 had reached the Sky Sovereign level. These 2 Sky Sovereigns were the 2 brothers, Zhou Li and Zhou Hai. Both of them were mid-level Sky Sovereigns. The reason why they dared to chase was entirely because they sensed that Ling Xiao and the others were only at the king level. Presumably, they were disciples of some power, which was the best target for them to attack. Everyone, you must have had a hard time chasing me. Now, I will send you on your way. Ling Xiao turned around and said coldly. Zhou Li, Zhou Hai, and the others all laughed loudly. Brat, it seems like you still don't understand the situation. We should be the ones to send you on your way. Zhou Li sneered, then waved his hand at his subordinates. Following that, the Earth Sovereigns split up and surrounded Ling Xiao's group. This young master is in a bad mood. You guys are the ones who delivered yourselves to me. Don't blame me. Ling Xiao said faintly. A powerful aura accompanied by the image of a golden dragon rose up. A unique sword appeared in his hand, and a dragon's roar came from his mouth. Roar. In an instant, many Earth Sovereigns felt their eardrums hurt, and their vision became blurry. Swoosh swoosh. A streak of red and white light flashed past like lightning, and several heads were instantly chopped off. Bastard, hurry up and kill him. Zhou Li and Zhou Hai came back to their senses, only to find that they had lost a few subordinates. At the same time, the 2 of them prepared to attack Ling Xiao. However, the prodigal had already found them and shouted, "You guys are mine, don't even think of escaping." The prodigal had already advanced to the mid-level of the 6th order, and was comparable to a mid-level heavenly venerable. However, in terms of combat power, he was much stronger than a mid-level heavenly venerable. Savage Leopard watched coldly from the side, constantly paying attention to the movements around him. The 2 groups of people hiding not far from them did not make a move for the time being. It seemed like they wanted to reap the benefits of the fisherman. Ling Xiao seemed to be possessed, and he was in a killing frenzy. He used his mind to control the ice and fire sword, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. In an instant he killed a few people. With his combat power increased tenfold, he brandished his sword, and blood dyed the sky red. Those Earth Sovereigns did not expect that the other party was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Moreover, they were caught off guard from the very beginning, which really made them timid. Just as a few high-level Earth Sovereigns wanted to seal off Ling Xiao, they felt a sharp pain in their heads, and immediately lost consciousness. Ling Xiao needed to vent the unhappiness in his heart. He was like a god of death, and the ice and fire sword in his hand kept reaping the lives of those Earth Sovereigns. In just a moment, out of the 13 Earth Sovereigns, only 2 were left. On the other side, Zhou Li and Zhou Hai joined forces against the prodigal. Although they had the upper hand, they had no way to kill the prodigal for a while. "Second brother, summon your spirit beast," Zhou Li called out, and took the lead to summon his spirit beast. Zhou Hai did not hesitate to summon his spirit beast as well. Both of them were low-level 6th order flying spirit beasts, blue-winged flying cranes. They were spirit beasts that were known for their speed, but their attack power was much weaker than other spirit beasts of the same level. Damn birds, get out of here! The prodigal roared at the two blue-winged flying cranes with bloodshot eyes, and the aura of a divine beast instantly pervaded the air. The two blue-winged flying cranes that were about to attack the prodigal trembled, and they could not help but fall down. The power of a divine beast was not something that ordinary spirit beasts like them could contend with. Zhou Li and Zhou Hai were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. When they looked at their subordinates, they saw that almost all of them were dead, and the other party still had not made a move. They began to feel afraid. Boss, they were all hiding their strength. We've been fooled. Zhou Hai exclaimed. It's over. Let's go. Zhou Li cried out decisively, then turned around and ran. Zhou Hai did not dare to hesitate, and also prepared to escape. Where do you think you're going? After killing the last two Earth sovereigns, Ling Xiao roared, and his mental strength split into two and attacked the two. When his mental strength was split into two, its power was greatly reduced. Of course, it could not kill the two heavenly venerables instantly, but it could only slow down their speed of escape. At the same time, it caused a temporary chaos in their sea of consciousness, so that the prodigal had enough time to kill them. Bang bang! The prodigal seized the opportunity, and his not-so-big fists exploded with terrifying energy. With one punch, he punched a large head. The head was like a watermelon that fell to the ground, and the brain juice burst out. A group of strong roving bandits was killed by Ling Xiao and the prodigal at the fastest speed. Chapter 564. In two corners not far away, the two groups of people revealed shocked expressions. Zhou Li, Zhou Hai and the others might not be very strong in the central region, but they should be much stronger than the three youths. However, they had been killed in an instant. It was clear that the other party had hidden their strength. A group of people led by a high-level heavenly venerable, a mid-level heavenly venerable, and a low-level heavenly venerable felt a sense of fear. They were much stronger than Zhou Li and Zhou Hai, but even they couldn't kill Zhou Li and Zhou Hai in such a short time. Boss, let's quickly retreat. The point is too hard. The low-level Empyrean quietly said to the high-level Empyrean with two axes on his back. The high-level Empyrean with two axes on his back hesitated for a moment before saying, Let's go. It seems like we followed the wrong person today. However, it's good that Zhou Li and Zhou Hai died. Not good. They seem to have sensed us run. The middle stage Empyrean shouted. The three celestial masters didn't even think about it. In an instant, a powerful energy burst forth from them. They no longer hid their bodies and immediately fled in one direction. The earthly sovereign realm experts that followed them were also frightened out of their wits. Savage Leopard sneered. Can you escape? He spread out his palms, and a blood-colored ball of light instantly covered this part of the world. The three Empyreans and the earthly emperors were immediately imprisoned, unable to move their bodies. They were all astonished. Emperor rank. How could they have imagined that they would actually set their sights on an emperor rank cultivator? Wasn't this purely courting death? However, there was no medicine for regret. Now that they had kicked a steel plate, they could only beg for mercy. Why, Your Excellency, we had eyes but couldn't see and offended you all. Please let us off. That high-level Empyrean pleaded with the savage leopard. The others also cried, That's right, my lord. We didn't do anything to you. Please let us go. Sir, please spare us. We're just passing by. It's useless to talk to me. You should talk to my young master, Cruel Leopard said coldly. Just as they were looking at Ling Xiao, a red and white sword light flew past their necks. Swoosh! Their heads were chopped off one by one. You're so ruthless. I'll fight it out with you. The middle-level Empyrean roared and then shouted to his two companions, Boss, third brother, take care. After shouting, his body instantly swelled up. It seemed that he was going to choose to self-destruct. Ling Xiao let out a cold laugh as he subconsciously controlled the ice and fire sword to stab at the mid-level Sky Sovereign's forehead. Before that middle-level Empyrean could self-detonate, he was killed by Ling Xiao first. Second bro. The two heavenly venerables cried out in alarm. Then they chose to self-destruct. If we're going to die, we'll die together. Boom boom boom. Two thunderous booms shook the sky, and everything within a radius of several hundred meters was turned into dust. Even their companions died before they could escape. When the smoke dissipated, Ling Xiao, Cruel Leopard and the Prodigal were still fine 1,000 meters away. With Cruel Leopard, the Mystic Emperor here, if they still died, then Cruel Leopard might as well kill himself with a piece of tofu. However, the clothes of the three of them were more or less damaged. After all, the power of the two Empyreans' self-detonation could be said to be terrifying. After the two groups of people died, Ling Xiao's state of mind calmed down a lot. What about the other two? Ling Xiao asked. They sensed my strength and have already left. Cruel Leopard replied. Ling Xiao coldly snorted and said, at least they know what's good for them. Ling Xiao had vented enough, so he asked Cruel Leopard to collect the spatial rings that he had just swept away. He felt that he was in desperate need of Xian crystals. If he had enough Xian crystals at the auction, he wouldn't have lost the other scroll of the soul controlling art. Now he didn't even know who had auctioned it off. He didn't even have the chance to take something to exchange or snatch it. Just as Ling Xiao and the others were about to rush back to Wind City, an imposing figure appeared in front of Ling Xiao and the others. Cruel Leopard immediately blocked in front of Ling Xiao and shouted vigilantly, "Who are you? If you don't want to die, then scram." For some reason, when Cruel Leopard faced this person, he felt a sense of fear in his heart. It's Senior Evil Emperor. Ling Xiao looked at the person in surprise and exclaimed, "That's right." The person blocking in front of Ling Xiao was the Evil Emperor, who had previously asked Ling Xiao to acknowledge him as his master. The Evil Emperor held his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with indifference as he coldly shouted at Cruel Leopard, "Scram!" Cruel Leopard only felt a pain in his heart, and as if he had been struck by lightning, he quickly fell towards the ground. Bang! Cruel Leopard's body ruthlessly smashed into the mountain ridges, raising a thick cloud of dust. Ling Xiao's expression instantly stiffened, and he was once again shocked by the Evil Emperor's strength. Could it be that he wants to kill me? Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little afraid. He had previously rejected the Evil Emperor to be his master, and now, looking at the Evil Emperor's posture, it seemed that he was planning to silence him. The Prodigal stood in front of Ling Xiao, and the usually fearless lord did not dare to take the initiative to attack. He only stared at the Evil Emperor, and with the sharp senses of a divine beast, he could sense that the human in front of him was very strong. So strong that he felt like he was facing his own grandfather. "Little guy, you go down too." The Evil Emperor said lightly, and then with a light wave of his hand, the Prodigal immediately fell down like Cruel Leopard. "If you have anything, you can come at me, please don't hurt them." Ling Xiao angrily glared at the Evil Emperor and shouted. The Evil Emperor disdainfully curled his lips. "I don't have time to talk nonsense with you, come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand to imprison Ling Xiao, and then he vanished with Ling Xiao on the spot. Their speed was simply unimaginable. Below, Cruel Leopard and the Prodigal climbed up from the ground in a sorry state. There were many wounds on their bodies, but their internal injuries were not very serious. Obviously, the Evil Emperor did not want their lives. "Boss has been taken away, let's chase," the Prodigal shouted. Just as he took off, Cruel Leopard did not move at all. "Why aren't you chasing?" The Prodigal looked at Cruel Leopard in confusion. "It's useless. We don't know where young master has been taken. Let's just wait here. I believe that young master will be fine." Cruel Leopard shook his head and said. He really did not expect to see the idol he had admired in the past. Bloodthirsty blade tyrant, charming demonic emperor, single-minded sword fanatic, and invincible mad monk. These four people were publicly acknowledged as the four strongest people in the central region. Their legends were widely spread, and regardless of whether it was the older generation or the younger generation, they were all their admirers. Cruel Leopard admired Blade Tyrant and Evil Emperor the most in his life. Just now he saw the Evil Emperor with his own eyes, and he was very excited. He did not expect that the legend of 10,000 years was still alive. He thought that the four people had already turned into dust or went to the heaven region, but he did not expect that the Evil Emperor was still in the central region. Previously, Cruel Leopard heard his young master say that the Evil Emperor wanted to take his young master as a disciple, and now it seemed that it was true. Cruel Leopard secretly exclaimed in his heart, "Young master is really lucky. To be able to catch the Evil Emperor's eye, becoming the Holy Emperor is definitely not a problem." Ling Xiao could only hear a whistling sound in his ears. He couldn't open his eyes at all because of the wind that was blowing towards him. Even with his strong body, he felt uncomfortable. After an unknown period of time, the Evil Emperor finally stopped. Ling Xiao was barely able to open his eyes, and he found that he had already arrived at an extremely desolate place. This place was impressively a desert, and it seemed that there were few people, only sand flying in the sky, and the horizon was vast. The Evil Emperor casually waved his hand, and a piece of sand was forcibly lifted up. Then he grabbed Ling Xiao through the air and jumped into the sand pit. Ling Xiao only felt his vision blur, and in the next moment, he had arrived at a paradise filled with birds and flowers. Bursts of fragrance assailed his nostrils, causing Ling Xiao to feel refreshed. Ling Xiao did not need to guess to know that this was another independent space world. The Evil Emperor no longer paid attention to Ling Xiao, and walked towards the bamboo house in front of him. Ling Xiao suddenly realized that the bamboo house was actually very similar to Feng Qingyuan's house. Even the layout of the scene was very similar. He could not help but wonder if he was in the Feng clan's sacred hall again. "Other than my woman, you are the first person to step into my territory." The Evil Emperor's voice sounded faintly. "That is Junior's honor." Ling Xiao replied with a little fear. "Today you only have two choices. One is to immediately acknowledge me as your master. I don't mind your original bullshit master. And the second is to bury you here forever." The Evil Emperor did not even look at Ling Xiao as he said faintly. To think that he, the dignified Evil Emperor, was known by everyone in the central region, and there were countless people who wanted to be his disciple. He did not expect that just as he had his eyes on a kid who would inherit his legacy, he would be rejected by the other party. If this matter were to spread out, where would he, the Evil Emperor, put his face? When Ling Xiao heard this, he did not even think and immediately knelt down in front of the Evil Emperor. Disciple Ling Xiao greets master. Now Ling Xiao was laughing in his heart. Haha, this young master has acknowledged one of the four great legends, the Evil Emperor as his master in the future, who would dare to challenge this young master in the central region. Ever since Savage Leopard had told him about the Evil Emperor's body, Ling Xiao had always regretted not acknowledging the Evil Emperor as his master. Now that the opportunity had presented itself again, he naturally would not hesitate at all. Why is this kid enlightened? Is he afraid of death? The Evil Emperor was puzzled. Then he thought, no matter what, I finally scared this kid. It wasn't easy for me to find a successor. I can't bear to crush him to death. At least you know what's good for you. The Evil Emperor replied softly. Then he threw two items in front of Ling Xiao. Consider this a greeting gift from your master. When Ling Xiao saw these two items, he instantly exclaimed, 8. 8-leaf fire lotus soul. Soul controlling art. What the Evil Emperor had thrown in front of Ling Xiao was the incomplete 8-leaf fire lotus, and the other scroll of the soul controlling art that he had always desired the most. Ling Xiao rubbed his eyes. He could not believe that this was real. The soul controlling art that he had tried so hard to obtain had returned to him. Could it be that after extreme misfortune came joy? Chapter 565. Previously, he had killed people to vent his hatred for losing the soul-controlling art. He had been prepared to never be able to collect the soul-controlling art, but who would have thought that there would be a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel? The soul-controlling art had once again returned to his hands, and he was truly pleasantly surprised. It seemed that the person who had bought the soul-controlling art for 2 5 million high-grade Xian crystals at the auction was the evil emperor himself. Ling Zhao's first impression of this generous master was very good. He had spent 5 million Xian crystals in one go. This was not something that ordinary people would be willing to spend, even in the 3rd or 4th grade. The evil emperor had obtained the soul-controlling art from the auction. So how did he get this broken 8-leaf fire lotus evil emperor? Evil master, how did you get the 8-leaf fire lotus? Ling Xiao asked. Of course I snatched it. Could it be that you picked it up? The evil emperor replied impatiently. Then he said, but I'm still missing the fire lotus core. I'll find a way to get it for you in the next 2 days. Since you're my disciple, I won't mistreat you. Ling Xiao had heard of the effects of the 8-leaf fire lotus. If he could repair it, not only would it be beneficial to him, but it would also be of great help to the people around him. Thank you, master. Ling Xiao said gratefully. All right, enough with the nonsense. Show me all of your cultivation attributes, said the evil emperor, getting back to the main topic. Ling Xiao did not know what the evil emperor was going to do, but he still showed the attributes of his 5 elements to the evil emperor. Haha, not bad. You really cultivate the 5 elements. Although it's not the 5 elements body, it suits me better. The evil emperor laughed. Ling Xiao looked at his master in confusion. The demonic emperor also saw Ling Xiao's confusion, and immediately displayed his own attributes one by one. Red fire, blue water, green wood, yellow earth, purple thunder. Ling Xiao exclaimed as he looked at the evil emperor's attributes. He had never thought that the demonic emperor would actually cultivate in all 5 attributes like him, but these 5 attributes were a little different from his. Ling Xiao was extremely envious of the evil emperor's thunder attribute. It must be known that the thunder attribute was the rarest and most powerful of the 9 attributes, where even the gold and fire attributes paled in comparison. However, profound skills related to lightning attribute cultivation were extremely rare, especially high-level profound skills. Now you know why I must take you in as my disciple, right? The evil emperor asked. Ling Xiao hurriedly nodded his head and said, I understand, master. It's rare to see people with 5 attributes like us. The evil emperor nodded his head and said, You're right, there aren't many people who can cultivate all 5 attributes at the same time. But there are even fewer people who can cultivate all 5 attributes to a certain level, unless it's the rare 5 elements body that only appears once every 10,000 years. There was a huge difference between a 5 elements body and a 5 elements body. The 5 elements body referred to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire and earth, all of which had reached 100% purity. It was one of the rarest body constitutions. With this kind of body constitutions, no matter what cultivation method one practiced, it would yield twice the results. As long as the martial artist with the 5 elements body had a good perception, it was absolutely possible for them to break through the saint realm. If their perception was good, then it would not be difficult for them to reach the god realm. Master, is there really a 5 elements body in this world? Ling Xiao asked. With regards to this kind of physique, Ling Xiao had read about it in some ancient books. It was the most abnormal of all physiques. The evil emperor nodded his head and said, Of course it exists. There are trillions of people on the continent, and there are all kinds of physiques. It's just that whether or not we can discover it is another matter. After pausing for a moment, he continued, Back to the main topic. The reason why I accepted you as my disciple was because I wanted you to inherit my mantle and carry on the name of my evil emperor. Master, there's something I don't understand. Ling Xiao asked hesitantly. What don't you understand? The evil emperor asked. Do you want me to inherit your evil emperor's prestige? Or do you want me to inherit your evil emperor's style? Ling Xiao asked very seriously. Of course I want to inherit both. The evil emperor wiped a smile. Alright, you see, your disciple's current strength is still very weak. If I want to inherit your prestige, I'm afraid I don't have the strength to do so. Do you think you should raise your disciple's cultivation to the emperor level first? Ling Xiao spread out his hands. The evil emperor's face was full of black lines. Do you think that the emperor level is a cabbage that you can mention just because you want to? But if I can't even reach the emperor level, How can I inherit your prestige? Ling Xiao said awkwardly. Humph, you don't have to reach the emperor level to be famous. The evil emperor snorted coldly. Then he said, there's a very fast way to become famous. As long as you participate in the imperial rankings competition and obtain the title of first place on the imperial rankings, then you won't be able to become famous even if you don't want to. Imperial rankings competition? This was the first time Ling Xiao had heard of this. You don't even know this? What kind of backwater did you come from? The evil emperor was a little speechless. Ling Xiao laughed dryly. This disciple just came from the northwest. It's not easy for you to reach the Earth Emperor stage at such a young age. The evil emperor looked at Ling Xiao in surprise, then continued. The Imperial Rankings Tournament is a ranking battle between the Earth Emperors of the Central Region, and the champion will be able to shake the entire Central Region. At the same time, they will also receive a very good reward, and can even be bestowed with the honorary title of First Emperor. It is the most popular ranking battle among the younger generation, but there is a limit to the age, and only Earth Emperors under 100 years old can participate. However, this Imperial Rankings Tournament is only held once every 10 years, and there are still 2 years before the next Imperial Rankings Tournament, so you don't need to be anxious. When Ling Xiao heard this, he was suddenly enlightened. So there was such a ranking competition in the Central Region. The evil emperor continued. These are just the so-called battles for face between the great powers. Back then, I had also won the title of First Emperor once, and it was also at that time that I made a name for myself. Although these battles are a little boring, they are very suitable for tempering one's strength, so I want you to participate in the Imperial Rankings Tournament 2 years later, and take down the title of First Emperor for me. This will be quite beneficial to you. You must know that at that time, all the young talents in the Central Region will be gathered together, including those young ladies, princesses, and saintesses of the great clans. They are all outstanding talents of the new generation, and will also choose their partners at that time, so you must not miss it. Looking at the vulgar smile on the evil emperor's old face, Ling Xiao felt that the name, Evil Emperor Flirtatious, should be true. Hee, that's right. Master, you were the one who hooked up with Mistress Feng Qingyuan at that time, right? Ling Xiao asked with a wretched smile. The evil emperor was startled for a moment, then said, You know Qingyuan? That's right, you've entered the Feng clan's bullshit sacred hall before. Then he smiled and said, She's just one of them. It's just that little girl isn't very obedient, so Master can't be bothered with her. Ling Xiao was currently worshipping this Pingyi master of his to the extreme. The Feng clan was one of the 18 great powers, and Feng Qingyuan was the most terrifying person in the Feng clan. He was at least at the peak of the emperor stage, but he was actually just one of his mistresses. Furthermore, looking at his master's expression, he didn't seem to care much about Feng Qingyuan. Ling Xiao's heart ached. Feng Qingyuan was a little older, but her appearance and figure were both top-notch. How could he let go of such a beauty? He truly felt pity for his master. The evil emperor seemed to have seen through Ling Xiao's thoughts, and revealed a smile. Wait until you make a name for yourself. In the future, there will be all kinds of women, especially in the heaven realm. Those women are the true beauties, dazzling your eyes, and at that time, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle them. Hee, master, this disciple is very pure and dedicated. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and laughed dryly. Is that so? You are very pure and dedicated. And you have 5 girls by your side at all times? The evil emperor asked snappily. Ling Xiao revealed an embarrassed smile, and did not reply. All right, I only have 1 year left. In this year, I will teach you everything I know. Whether you can comprehend it or not will depend on yourself. The evil emperor changed the topic. What, master? You only have 1 year left? Ling Xiao was shocked. He thought to himself, how can I die so soon after becoming your disciple? Isn't this a scam really? Scoundrel, what are you thinking? Master is saying, I only have 1 year left in the Central Region. I have to return to the Heaven Realm within a year. The evil emperor scolded. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao replied in realization, and then revealed a look of shock. Master, you said you want to return to the heaven realm? You've been to the heaven realm? The heaven realm, according to legend, was a mysterious holy land that only those with cultivation of the saint level and above could go to. Some said that it was a martial artist's paradise, a paradise on earth. And the people who lived there were all legends of immortality. There were all kinds of rare plants, rare treasures, and divine beasts everywhere. Some said that it was a battlefield between the saint level and the divine king, a hell of massacre. A world where the winner was king and the loser was a bandit. In short, there were many different opinions, but there were not many rumors that could be confirmed. The only thing that could be confirmed was that it was a world that only saint-level experts could go to. It was said that many of the older generation of saint-level experts had all gone to the heaven realm. This was something that was recorded in all the major powers. Yes, I've been back from the heaven realm for 2 years, and I have to return in another year, so I don't have much time to teach you. The evil emperor revealed a trace of helplessness. Master, can you tell me what kind of place the heaven realm is? Ling Xiao asked curiously. That's not something you can worry about right now. Without thousands of years of effort, don't even think about going to the heaven realm. If I let you know now, it will only cause more obstacles for you, said the evil emperor. Then he said, rest here for 2 days. I'll first repair the 8-leaf fire lotus, and then I'll teach you the mysterious art of separation. Master, can this disciple go out and bring my friends over first? Ling Xiao requested. The evil emperor said impatiently, you can just stay here peacefully. I'll go bring them over. Fortunately, I won't come back to this place in the future. It's really not good to be trampled on by other men here. After the evil emperor finished speaking, he disappeared from where he stood. Ling Xiao was once again shocked. Chapter 566. The evil emperor went out for less than an hour before bringing back Savage Leopard and the prodigal boy. When the two saw Ling Xiao, they immediately relaxed. I've brought them back for you. You're not allowed to go anywhere for the next year. Focus on your cultivation. The spiritual energy here isn't any worse than those of the major powers. It'll be very beneficial to your cultivation, the evil emperor said solemnly. Ling Xiao hesitated, but in the end he still nodded heavily. What's on your mind? The evil emperor saw through Ling Xiao's thoughts and asked. Ling Xiao shook his head. It's nothing. The evil emperor would only be staying in the central region for a year. It would be a great honor to receive guidance from this old man. Ling Xiao really didn't want to let go of this 1 year. It had to be known that the evil emperor's cultivation was above the saint realm. As for which stage he had reached, Ling Xiao couldn't imagine. It was unknown how many people dreamed of receiving guidance from a supreme expert of this level. As for rushing to the north water boundary to rescue Yin Mingqi, that would wait for now. After all, she shouldn't be in any trouble right now. No matter what kind of thoughts you have to forget about them. Only by becoming stronger will you be able to solve everything, said the evil emperor. Master is right, Ling Xiao replied. Indeed, as the evil emperor had said, only by becoming stronger could one be the absolute truth. After all, Ling Xiao wasn't very clear about the strength of the Blackwater sect. Although he had something to rely on, he also had to become stronger. At the very least, he had to fight against an Empyrean, and not be defeated in order to truly establish a foothold in the central region. After making up his mind, Ling Xiao put everything else aside and peacefully cultivated in this independent space. At the same time, Ling Xiao summoned the people in his medicine cauldron. This time, even the evil emperor revealed a rare look of surprise. Brat, you actually have a human concealing ring. What's not a human concealing ring? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. It seems that there are still a lot of things you don't understand. The human storage ring is similar to a space ring, but it is specifically used to hide living people. The ring you have now can hide living people. If it isn't a human storage ring, then what is it? This is a spirit treasure that has reached the peak of the holy artifact level. Even in the heaven region, it's rare. The evil emperor said with a sigh. Ling Xiao didn't expect that the heaven domain would have such a treasure that could hide people. But he didn't plan to hide it from the evil emperor. So he directly changed the spatial ring back to the appearance of a medicine cauldron. This time, the evil emperor was even more shocked. This is a heaven-ranked divine cauldron. That's right, this is one of the 9 great heavenly god cauldrons, the obsidian cauldron, Ling Xiao said with some pride. Good boy, this is a top-notch divine artifact. The evil emperor's eyes lit up as he praised, but then his face became serious as he said, You can't let others know about this divine artifact, even if you go to the heaven region in the future. Otherwise, you'll be killed, and even your master might not be able to protect you. Your disciple understands. Ling Xiao replied. An ordinary man is innocent, but he is guilty of holding a wall. Ling Xiao still understood this logic, and he had always rarely looked at a medicinal cauldron as a human. It's good that you know. I'll go out for 2 days and find the 8-leaf fire lotus core. The evil emperor said in a hurry before disappearing. Right now, Ling Xiao was no longer surprised by the evil emperor's ability to come and go without a trace. He took advantage of these 2 days to study the second scroll of the God-controlling arts chant. This was a space that the evil emperor had opened up, and it was like a small village. There were strange flowers and grasses everywhere, hundreds of birds flying in the air, dense spiritual energy, small bridges, pavilions, and phoenix pavilions. This place was simply a paradise. Anyone who stayed here would feel comfortable both in body and mind. Especially the women who were extremely emotional. All of them liked it even more. After Ling Xiao arranged for everyone, he found a quiet place to sit down. He took out the ancient scroll, feeling extremely excited. I hope it hasn't been destroyed. Ling Xiao prayed in the center of his heart. Thinking back to the first scroll of the God-controlling art, he felt that the contents of the ancient scroll would disappear as soon as his mental energy entered it and imprinted the chant in his mind. This meant that he only had one chance. If the sky-scorching great emperor had already opened the ancient scroll, then the ancient scroll might have been destroyed. Therefore, Ling Xiao could only hope for the best. After sitting in meditation for 2 hours, Ling Xiao's mental energy had calmed down, and his heart had become desireless. It's time, Ling Xiao murmured, and the mental energy in his mind drilled into the ancient scroll. Whoosh! When his mental energy entered the ancient scroll, a turbulent light blasted into Ling Xiao's mind. Rumble! Ling Xiao felt that his mind had been blasted into chaos, and it was extremely uncomfortable. It was as if his head had suddenly swelled up and would explode at any time. This was the second time Ling Xiao had faced such a situation. Previously, he had escaped death because Lu Wang and the Khanate Sinister Wind Bead had helped him resist the energy. This time, he did not intend to rely on them. He immediately gritted his teeth, guarded his mind, and mobilized all the mental energy in his mind to resist the powerful energy that blasted into his mind. Ling Xiao's mental energy was no longer what it used to be. The energy that blasted into his mind was instantly enveloped by his mental energy, and the chaos in his mind gradually stabilized. Next, when Ling Xiao was about to expel and destroy the energy, he was surprised to find that the energy actually gradually fused with his mental energy. The two energies actually produced a feeling of harmony, and that feeling was truly wonderful for Ling Xiao. After a while, after that mass of energy fused with his spiritual force, he felt his spiritual force suddenly rise. That pool of milky white spiritual liquid continued to spread out, and more than half of his sea of consciousness, which had already expanded to a very large extent, was filled with spiritual liquid. The mental energy emitted a pure, vast, and resplendent light. In his mind, the small tree, the Khanate Sinister Wind Bead, and the Demon Blue Fire Bead each emitted a faint light, and after absorbing the pure energy, the three became even more smooth and clean. It was as if they had all been purified of impurities, and appeared even more holy. When Ling Xiao's mind calmed down, Ling Xiao felt that his mental state was unprecedentedly full and comfortable. It was as if he was bathing in an icy pond in summer, or soaking in a hot spring in winter. It made people reluctant to part, and it was extremely refreshing. When Ling Xiao opened his eyes, the ancient scroll automatically opened up, and suddenly, a golden light bloomed. The light formed into ancient, vigorous characters that floated in the air, looking very holy and mysterious. Ling Xiao cried out in surprise. Great, everything is still here. Then he began to read it seriously and quickly, trying to memorize it as soon as possible. When Ling Xiao finished reading the incantation, the illusory golden characters all drilled into his mind. In Ling Xiao's mind, the three big words soul-controlling art immediately flashed. The incantation was completely recorded in his mind, and he could no longer disperse it. Ling Xiao quickly recited the incantation from the first half of the incantation, and the second half of the incantation in his mind. Suddenly he jumped up from the ground and said in surprise, "Great, it really is the second stage of the incantation." According to the introduction in the first volume, the soul-controlling art was divided into 3 stages of cultivation: skill control, soul control, and mind control. According to the introduction in the first chapter, the first stage, skill control, could use spiritual power to create all kinds of mystical skills and kill people invisibly. Not only could it make one invincible under the same level, but it could also kill people of a higher level than oneself. This was not a difficult thing. Regarding this point, Ling Xiao had already obtained sufficient proof. And the second stage, soul control, could confuse the opponent's mind, causing the opponent's mind to be distracted. If used in a fight, it could make the opponent lose the ability to fight for a short period of time, and seize the opportunity to kill the opponent. This was similar to the first stage, but its effect was different. The first stage was to directly injure or kill the opponent, while the second stage was to use ingenious techniques to ensure that the opponent's spiritual sea would not be damaged, causing the opponent to be distracted and taking advantage of the situation. In this way, the opponent could be killed or captured. This point was most suitable to be used on those who did not deserve to die. In addition to the above effect, its real advantage was that it could use strong spiritual power to control a martial artist whose mind was not firm, or whose spiritual power was scattered, deficient, and not focused. As long as he used his spiritual power to erase the opponent's original independent consciousness, use the mind control incantation, and then forcefully instill his own consciousness, no matter how strong the martial artist was, he would be able to use them. This point was the essence of the second stage, soul control. Of course, if the opponent was the kind of person who was full of spiritual power, concentrated and tenacious willpower, forcefully using the soul control might cause the opponent to counterattack, and thus the user would be injured. This was also its shortcoming. But overall, the second stage was very scary. As for the third stage, mind control, it was even more amazing. At this stage, one could already rely on strong spiritual power to kill any expert, control any expert, and even God realm experts would have to be used by him. Of course, Ling Xiao also hoped that one day, he would be able to obtain the third stage of the incantation, but now that he had obtained the second scroll, he felt unusually happy and satisfied. As long as he mastered the second stage and controlled many puppet masters, it would not be difficult for him to roam the central region, and he would definitely have the confidence to establish his own force. After Ling Xiao calmed himself down, he checked his spiritual power and found that it had doubled in size. Previously, he could instantly kill an earthly sovereign, so it was not impossible for him to instantly kill a low-level or mid-level heavenly venerate. As for a high-level heavenly venerate, it would not be too difficult for him to deal with them. Ling Xiao was overjoyed, and his heart was filled with gratitude towards the evil emperor. Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to immediately enter a state of cultivation, but wanted to test how many kilograms his spiritual power could control from a distance. Ling Xiao's spiritual power turned into a huge invisible palm and grabbed towards a large rock, easily grabbing it. Ling Xiao muttered, "This piece is about 5,000 jin. In the past it was very difficult for me to grab it, but now it's so easy. Then I'll try to split my spiritual power into 2, and see if I can grab it." Chapter 567. Ling Xiao tried it a few times and found that his mental energy could easily control something that weighed 15,000 kilograms. Ling Xiao was overjoyed to have such a powerful control ability. With this kind of mental energy, it wouldn't be difficult to control hundreds of people at the same time. Of course, the prerequisite for this was that these people were much weaker than him. Otherwise, they would have been able to struggle free. With my current mental energy, Empyrean realm experts will no longer be able to pose a threat to me, Ling Xiao said confidently. Ling Xiao really didn't expect that the spiritual force that came out from the ancient scroll was actually spiritual force. Moreover, it was of the same origin as the spiritual force that he had been cultivating. The combination of the two had enriched his spiritual force to a very powerful level. This was equivalent to him cultivating for tens or even hundreds of years without the help of spirit herbs or elixirs. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh at how skilled the master of the soul-controlling art was. He had actually infused his mental strength into the ancient scroll. Normally, if one didn't have a super expert strength or a weak mental strength, they would all die. It seemed that the master of the soul-controlling art was quite sinister. Back when he had first obtained the first scroll of the soul-controlling art, if it weren't for Lu Wang and the natural Yin Wind bead in his knowledge sea, he would have died a long time ago. Ling Xiao guessed that the reason the Burning Heaven Emperor hadn't opened the ancient scroll was because he had sensed that there was something strange about it. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao felt that this was very likely. After all, once one reached the Emperor realm, their senses in all aspects were beyond imagination. They could even predict unknown dangers in advance. Perhaps it was for this reason that the Burning Heaven Emperor hadn't opened the ancient scroll. No matter what the reason was, Ling Xiao had picked up a ready-made treasure. This also proved that Ling Xiao's luck was very good. After testing out the power of his newly increased mental energy, Ling Xiao once again focused his mind and began to comprehend the second stage of the soul-controlling art, soul control. After a day and a night of meditation, Ling Xiao had a deeper understanding of soul control, and felt that this stage of terror was very mysterious and profound. Soul control was also divided into 3 stages: small, middle, and large completion. At the small completion stage, one could use the primary contract incantation to cause the opponent's mental energy to scatter, causing the opponent to be unable to concentrate, allowing one to take advantage of the situation and defeat the opponent. At the middle completion stage, one could use the intermediate contract incantation to forcefully erase the consciousness of a martial artist of the same level or below. Then, with the addition of the intermediate willpower, the target would become a puppet of the caster. However, the puppet would lose all its previous memories and only retain its original battle consciousness. All injuries would not cause them to feel fear or dread. The caster could also order the puppet to die at any time, and if the caster accidentally died, the puppet would also die. At the large completion stage, it would be much more perfect. At that time, one could use the advanced contract incantation. This kind of advanced contract incantation was very different from the primary and middle completion stage. Not only could the advanced contract incantation be used on martial artists of the same level or below, it could also be used on martial artists of a higher level. The prerequisite was that the opponent's mental energy was scattered or weak. At the same time, the advanced contract incantation had different degrees. It could allow the target to retain part or all of their memories, but the target would forever obey the caster's orders and become a puppet with its own consciousness. This kind of puppet could also advance in strength and was much more perfect than the primary and middle completion stage. This was the profundity of the second stage, soul control. Once he attained mastery in the second stage, he would be entirely capable of forming a terrifying puppet army. Ling Xiao was extremely excited. He hadn't expected that soul control would actually be so formidable, and it truly surprised him. He couldn't help but imagine how great it would be to control hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of puppets to roam the central territory. Haha, the soul control technique really is unfathomable. It's truly too formidable. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim with excitement. He decided that he would work hard to attain mastery in soul control in the following period of time, so that he could form a formidable puppet army of his own as soon as possible. He would control all those opponents that he disliked and make them serve him, and he would take all those peerless beauties into his backyard so that he could fulfill his great wish of ruling the world and lying on the knees of beauties while intoxicated. After Ling Xiao understood the general situation of soul control, the evil emperor had rushed back as well. The evil emperor revealed a surprised expression when he saw Ling Xiao, and he said, "I haven't seen you for 2 days, but your spiritual energy has actually attained the peak of the emperor rank? What exactly is going on?" Ling Xiao exclaimed inwardly, as expected of master, "He was actually able to see through my spiritual energy, and it has greatly improved." Ling Xiao said vaguely, "I'm a grade 6 alchemist, so it's normal for my spiritual energy to be stronger." The evil emperor knew that Ling Xiao wasn't being sincere, but he didn't continue to pursue the matter. "Take out the 8-leaf fire lotus, and I'll help you repair it." The evil emperor immediately changed the topic. Ling Xiao immediately took out the damaged 8-leaf fire lotus. After that, the evil emperor didn't avoid Ling Xiao, and he tossed the 8-leaf fire lotus into the air. At the same time, he took out a spiritual herb that emanated dense fire attribute spiritual energy. Ling Xiao could tell at a glance that it was an 8-leaf fire lotus. The 8 leaves wrapped around the fire lotus's core, and waves of fire-colored spiritual energy flickered non-stop. The 8-leaf fire lotus was a low-level stage 8 spirit herb, and there would be a stage 8 fire attribute spirit beast guarding it. Even if an emperor stage cultivator found it, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. He never thought that the evil emperor would be able to obtain the 8-leaf fire lotus in such a short period of time, which made Ling Xiao deeply admire him. The evil emperor grabbed the center of the 8-leaf fire lotus and forcefully pulled out the flickering fire lotus core. Then he threw the remaining 8-leaf fire lotus to Ling Xiao and said, "Although the 8-leaf fire lotus doesn't have the fire lotus core, its 8 leaves are not bad either. It can be used to refine pills or consumed directly." Ling Xiao hurriedly put it away. Of course, he understood the effects of these 8 leaves. This was something that fire attribute martial artists dreamed of. With them, he could create 8 fire attribute experts. Then the evil emperor flew into the air and grabbed the 8-leaf fire lotus in his hand. Then he slammed the fire lotus core in his other hand towards the center of the formation pattern. Bang! The fire lotus core collided with the formation pattern in the painting, and a powerful flame spread out in all directions. In an instant, a large sea of fire was formed in the air, and the fire was extremely fierce. The people below were all trembling with fear. Even an Empyrean would find it difficult to extinguish that powerful sea of fire. It had to be known that the fire lotus core was an existence comparable to earth fire energy. Under normal circumstances, at least 2 emperor stage cultivators would be needed to repair the 8-leaf fire lotus core. Only then would they be able to force the fire lotus core into the formation eye of the 8-leaf fire lotus, allowing it to permanently absorb and gather fire attribute spiritual energy. However, the evil emperor didn't need the help of others. The intense flames that were emitted couldn't hurt him at all, and it seemed as if they were separated by a thick layer of light. "Get in!" the evil emperor shouted, and then he raised his hand and slammed it towards the fire lotus core. The fire lotus core was swiftly slammed into the formation eye. However, it seemed to be unwilling to be sealed just like that, and it resisted fiercely. Balls of flames continued to spread out. The evil emperor's expression was calm. He waved his hand lightly, and the surrounding flames were imprisoned by him. Then he forcefully stuffed them into the formation eye of the 8-leaf fire lotus core. Swish! When the fire lotus core completely fused with the 8-leaf fire lotus core, a bright red energy emitted a dazzling light. It was as if the 8-leaf fire lotus core had become a scorching hot sun, and the fire attribute energy in the surroundings kept revolving around it. After the fire lotus core appeared in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, the demon blue fire pearl had been beating violently, as if it had developed a strong interest in the fire lotus core. It wanted to break free from Ling Xiao's control and fly out of his sea of consciousness, but Ling Xiao firmly suppressed it and didn't allow it to act recklessly. Ling Xiao understood more and more that strange pearls could absorb energy from the same source to continue to grow stronger and advance. Ling Xiao couldn't help but think that he must find the source energy of the demon blue fire pearl and the innate wind pearl in the future for them to absorb, so that they could advance and transform. If they became stronger, it would only be beneficial to Ling Xiao, and there would be no harm. The intense flames gradually subsided, and the 8-leaf fire lotus core returned to its perfect state. It was about twice its original size, and its 8 wheels were like 8 leaves shining brightly. At the center, there was a flickering shadow of a fire lotus, and it looked extremely sacred. The 8-leaf fire lotus core belonged to the category of a low-grade 8th rank sacred tool, and it was a rare cultivation accelerator in the central region. Fire attribute martial artists who cultivated on the 8-leaf fire lotus core would gather spiritual power at a speed that was dozens of times faster than usual, and cultivating next to it could also increase the speed by more than 10 times. For any sect, this could be said to be the existence of the sect's guardian spirit item. The evil emperor held it in his hand, and then casually threw it to Ling Xiao, and said, "It's repaired, take it." Ling Xiao hurriedly went up to catch it, and his eyes shone with a strong light. He really didn't expect that he would now have a sacred spirit treasure, which was something that others would fight to the death for. "Thank you, master." Ling Xiao expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. He realized that he had really gained a lot by becoming the evil emperor's disciple. Not only had he obtained the second stage of the soul-controlling art, but he had also obtained a low-grade sacred spirit. If others knew about this, they would probably go crazy with jealousy. Well, you don't need this 8-leaf fire lotus core for yourself. I know that you also have a secret technique to gather spiritual power, so let your subordinates use it. Their strength is really no different from an ordinary person. And with this kind of strength following you, even I feel embarrassed. The evil emperor mercilessly scolded the people around Ling Xiao. The people behind Ling Xiao all felt their faces burn, and their hearts were extremely uncomfortable. They didn't dare to refute, because in their eyes, the evil emperor was not only the young master's master, but also a godlike existence that they deeply looked up to. You're tuning in to the Echoes of the Heart YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.